Hey Nuka, hey Kevin. Did nobody claim the first thing? Or is it just not showing here? No, Kevin did. Okay, yeah. I was gonna say that would be unusual. Hey Dennis. Happy Monday, everybody. Me did. Yeah, I had to go to my dashboard to see that for some reason. I don't know why that happens. We're gonna start the way we always start, which is with tenants. Let me click that. Okay. There we go. Today, tenant review. All right, sustainability. I haven't been working any extra, I think. Yeah, so as a result, this is going great. Yeah. Bricklaying, we've been doing everything that we should be doing for this stuff. I got feedback. We did game design for a while, and now we're pursuing the top items. So all is good there. Breaks, nothing negative on my radar here. I do want to think about, is it worth having something about Skeleseller's quality here? Like make sure I'm pursuing this with a level of quality or with the right prioritization. I don't think so. I want this to be lightweight. I'm actually not even certain that the brakes thing is important. But I keep dropping it and then I'm like, I should probably put brakes back in. So I guess let's keep it there. How'd the weekend go? The weekend was good. I don't recall anything out of the ordinary that happened that was fun. What did I spend my Saturday doing? I'm not sure. Anyway, I feel good. But yeah, nothing too unusual to report on, I guess. There is something unusual here, which is that Kevin made an Animal Royale PR, which I think we're gonna merge now, even though it's not Skeleseller related, because I think I'll take a shorter kind of lunch break today. So much fun he forgot. My life is just maximum fun all the time. That if it doesn't register as above maximum, then it's not worth remembering. Adam is still going to be working on fishing, adding fishing to Skeleseller. The fishing system is a bit different from what you're used to. Build the pond, extract fish eggs from potions. A battle the pond. Yeah. Okay. Hey, TJ. All right. Yeah. Let's start with the Animal Royale PR. Wanted to do this for a while. Today felt like a good day to do it. By the way, I'm late on this. This was February 13th, so 11 days ago. It implements a new system of parameters for the TNT command. This does not replace the previous system, rather is a simpler alternative. Best way I can summarize how this works is with this guide I made. Yeah. Feel free to add this to the guide doc. I'm going to do that. This is so bad. I need to clean all this stuff up. Oh man. Yeah, this is bad. Okay, yeah. So I guess let's put this in here. Heading 2, so heading 3, easy method. Can you expand this anymore? Yeah, you can. Hard method, which no one would probably want to use. Yeah, hey Smack. And then this works for either one of these. So I guess let's just do it that way. I wonder if we should make this, whoa, whoa there. Yeah, there we go. All right, good enough. Parameters are the same. What changes is only yaw is required. Everything else has a default value if not specified. I'm not gonna update that anymore, I guess. Parameters simpler values, top, left, bottom, right, north, northwest. Pitch, up and down, close, far, very far. quick or slow. S is used for south, I guess. Parameters can be specified in any order. Yep. Overall, this makes command easier to use. Besides this change, also updated the required TPS for the game to start. Seems like it only updates once per minute. Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah, and I looked through this video already. All right, so let's review the changes. Hopefully this isn't too bad because I don't want to spend a long time on this. TNT command parser is where all this stuff is done now. I see. Yaw, pitch, distance, time to live. Okay. And then if this is null, it's also a little bit strange that this comment appears in two different places. I see. Okay. If this is null is where we saw up here, what happens? Just returns. Okay, cool. Yeah. All right. I think we're gonna merge this and we'll just see how this goes. If everything were to just crash, it's not the biggest deal. Thank you very much for doing this. And then was there an issue that this corresponds to? Yeah. This is now done. Number 19. C19. Anything else? No, that's it. All right, we might need to change the guidance message too. If I recall correctly, there's some link that prints out at first, and we're going to probably need to make that link clearer. Or maybe it links to the document already. I think it links to an imager link, though. Anyway, let's merge this. Did I post this comment? No, I did not. All right, so merge that. Now we go over to code, Minecraft, and search for imager, I guess. Yeah, that's the problem. Were there two links? There are. Yeah, can you share a short link to a document? Do they even support that anymore? Not directly through docs, they don't seem to. No, yeah, they don't. Drat. All right, so I either need my own URL shortener. Well, I could just use this, I guess. But maybe what we should do is just put this image on Imager and then use the new Imager link. Yeah, let's do that. All right, give me a sec. Let me go load that up. Sign in. All right, paste. There we go. Okay. So we're going to replace both of these links, this and this, with that. And then let's make sure that they work. Good. Hey, Silas. Well, we're almost done with this, and then it's back to Skeleseller. Although, actually, now that I realize this, I didn't even open this up in the right thing. So we need to get status, get stash, get pull, get stash pop. There we go. Now diffing this should just be the imager links. Yep. And get commit dash m update guide image on imager. Yeah, there we go. Okay, now let's push that. Put. Right. And then we need to do the build thing. Hey, Remy. I don't remember what the build thing is. There it is. Build and deploy. Okay. Yeah. And then we're set up for lunchtime. That was very easy. Thank you, Kevin. Yeah. So meanwhile, I'm going to explain this on my finger. Um, I was trying to take my phone out of my pocket, and there are these like jeans rivets. There are rivets on these jeans. Yeah, this. I got my nail stuck on that, and it just like tore off the top of it for some reason. Anyway, it was bad. It was painful, and I'm trying not to put too much pressure on this finger now. So that's why that's there. Yeah, it wasn't the entire nail. It was maybe, I don't know, 10% of it or something. Sounds impossible to do on purpose. Yeah, I don't know how that happened exactly. Like there shouldn't be that much pressure on it. Anyway, it's not worth going into detail too much more than I just did. But um yeah, I hope that doesn't slow me down too much today. One stubbed my toe so hard I lost my big toenail. How long does it take for that to heal? Like it's just I don't know. Yeah. Uh, Squeamish about nail stuff. Yeah. Yeah, I'm squeamish about eye stuff. All right, let me get this thing off of the list. If we search for dot input event plus equal, it looks like we got rid of this. Yeah, we did. Okay. This I think is fine. Use new graphics for the fish. Okay, so Quickie Joe made some new graphics. Man, with eye stuff though, it's like if you just watch a video of someone in the desert, for example, and there's like sand blowing in the wind, like that's enough to make my eyes water. There's no like pain or discomfort even necessarily shown. They're just blinking and their eyes are watering, and I'm like, oh, that's a pretty good thing for me to do too. Let me have my eyes go bonkers. All right, so here are the new graphics. I really, really, really like these. I think they're great. And I think most importantly, other than this one in the middle, they're all pretty colorful. And I think it's okay to have one that's gray or a couple that are not like super colorful, as long as there are other ones that are colorful, because I like the variety. Damn. 2 years before I had to cut the nail. Seriously, 2 years? Oh, oh man. Oh man. Yeah. All right. Well, I don't know how long I'm in for this, but I just wanted to stop being tender at some point. Please, Kevin, don't tell me that story. Please. Tell me a happy story about your cats or something. All right, do we have a fishing pond thing? Can we? I brought this up, so this is my fault. But now it's your fault for continuing. Oh God, Remy, stop it! Stop. We're banning this topic. No more. We're done. Uh, yeah, I apologize, chat. How about this? How about this? I will show you a picture of something very different. These Costco started stocking almond croissant, and they're not like I don't know. They're pretty much bakery quality, and they're like a third the cost. So I bought some of those. I'm looking forward to those on my sugar days. I wanted to load this up so I can figure out how large this image is. 45 by 110. And how many fish are there? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Okay, so each one's 45 by 11. So we're gonna do something like this. Yeah, they don't really look like them, Ramy, but they are layered like croissant are. So I think it's still fair. All right, we're gonna use the new graphics, which means we need our fish in pond to have some sort of graphic slicer. We have something that did this with characters. Was it animation something? Walk animation system? I think this did it. No. Oh, I don't remember. Sprite frames SF should find it. Walk sprite sheet converter. Okay, yeah, that's what I want. I want a fish sprite sheet converter. We don't call it a car. Yeah, but we call a motorcycle a cycle. And that's a better analogy. All right, so I guess let's call this one fish sprite sheet converter. Whoops, convert. All right, now we gotta go delete the one I just made. There. Sprite sheet converter. All right, so it's pretty much going to be what we see here. Where do we get the paths of these things? Oh, this just assumes that the animated sprite had this set up. No, it's here. Where is this gotten from? It's passed in. Set up animation frames. Okay, well, we only have the one, so I think this is fine. Sounds. Oh, I see. Yeah, like what word is Rami trying to type? All right, we're gonna get this set up animation frame. So we need a new sprite frames. Actually, we can cache these. I think each fish of the same variety can just use the same one. In which case, we probably just need some initializer for this. This is gonna cache them all. Heathenist, yeah. Anything else I'd want to do with this? I don't think so. Hey, Tels. Video finished and auto started your stream. I woke up at like 1 or 2 a.m. my time to you just coding and talking for a few brief moments. Thought I was hallucinating. Wait, when you say auto started my stream, you mean a VOD? Or like you fell asleep and then this started playing now? Because yeah, if it was a VOD, that could actually have been fine, right? I don't tend to have very loud noises in the stream. Maybe you've been watching it for a while. Maybe you're a better developer now. Okay, I want to keep a dictionary of, not even a dictionary, just a hash set of like private. Actually, this whole thing would be static, right? Didn't we do that over here too? We did. Yeah. Hey, Grace, it's going well. We're working on fishing still, and it's going to take, my guess based on what's left here is at least another 2 full days, which I think is fine. And honestly, 3 or 4 days also still fine. I think if it took like more than 4, I feel like that would be too long. It must have been. It was last night. I just know I was very concerned. Yeah, yeah, I was not streaming yesterday, so I guess it was a VOD. Yeah, I was just curious because I know I didn't stream yesterday, but I didn't know if you had somehow linked it into today. But then 1 a.m. wouldn't have made sense your time. Anyway, welcome, Dells. I hope you ended up sleeping better. So we need a static initializer. I don't remember how you do that. Nah, I'll just look it up. It's faster than looking it up in the code. C# static initializer. Does not take any parameter. It's just static, right? Yeah, static and then a class name. Okay, that's what I want. Static fish sprite sheet converter. All right, we are going to fill a hash set of these private hash set. Actually, it could be a list. I guess we need to sample it, so it should be a list. And these are just going to contain some sprite frames. I don't think there's a problem sharing frames. Huh. Fake Teams camera that's CGI enhanced. Yeah, I think that sort of thing would be cool. I think it's probably hard to make convincing, but if you do it fast enough, it should be okay. All right, so our initialization for this is going to look pretty similar to what we had here. We make a sprite frame, we set up animations and stuff. I'm going to just copy all of this for now and delete everything that we already have here. All right, so we go through and we make a sprite frame for this. So let's do const int. Oh wait, we don't need to get the sprite sheet height and width. We can, or well, we don't need to get it from here. We can get it when we load this in. Or do we load this? Get character atlas texture. Time to reload because F12 isn't working. Yeah, resource loaded. We just do that. Okay, let's do the same thing then. So we only need one texture for this. The texture path can be up here, private, static, texture path. And where is this located? It's there, copy path. So it's in world fishing pond fish. Okay, hey, Magnetic Bind. We're adding in new fish graphics right now. All right, so there's a texture path. The region that we want. I guess we need to know the size of the texture. Texture should have some way of getting that, right? Like a size property. Yeah, there it is. Get size. Okay, that's exactly what we want. So that's what we're going to do then. We're going to take in the texture. Texture 2D, texture equals this. We only have the one sprite sheet. We're going to then iterate over it. Oh, I guess we don't know. I guess all we need to know is the height of each fish. So fine. Const float or const int fish height equals 11. Then for I guess y equals 0, y is less than texture dot. I guess we can say num sprites. This is not a const. Num sprites equals texture dot height divided by fish height. So we do this, and then we build each fish sprite like that. Hey, Lemmy, hey, Kyman. Today is a service. The today command should do a little more than just tell you the day of the week. I wonder how many people actually care about it, though. Magnetic Bind used it. Magnetic Bind cares. Magnetic Bind is the biggest today fan. Okay, so now we need to make a new atlas texture. The atlas is going to be the texture we just got. The region is always going to be 0, and the width is always going to be the texture width. The y is going to be I times fish height, and the height is going to be fish height. Fish sprite sheet converter is missing an R. Thank you, Lammy. I was wondering why I was recommending that. I hadn't read it yet, although I would have realized when I tried building. Going from writing software for one of the big four to writing a line of code saying texture height divided by fish height. This point, exactly. I predicted my life down to the minute. Okay, so now we need a new sprite frames. I don't know how we make this exactly, but it's maybe this was a dumb idea. Because maybe seeing this play out is what's best. I don't know. How's the game looking now? I'll show you when I'm done adding these graphics in, and then I can show you fishing. So let me just write down your message for right now. I'm assuming you can stick around for like another 10 minutes or so. If not, I could try to show you now, but it'd be hard. No, that's fine, Magnetic Vine. I don't mind. I think what's tough is when a new person joins and they start asking like 10 things that are in commands and or 10 things that are in the FAQ or something like that. Where it's like, okay, if I already linked to the person once and then they ask another 6 questions from there, that gets annoying. It's not annoying if someone who's, who has been here for long enough or at least knows the general layout of the stream. Yeah, don't worry about that. We want to call to crop texture here, and the fish doesn't need to inherit that class, which would recreate the sprite frames. I don't think we need outlines though, so I don't think there's a reason to crop it. I recognize that maybe someday we might want to, but at that point we would crop it. Okay, so now we need to add an animation. Actually, isn't there one by default? I don't know if a sprite frames has one by default. This has one by default, and this is a sprite frames. So maybe we could set animation speed default. This is probably dumb though. Maybe we should just add a new one. 4 frames per second. And then we need to add in the different. Oh, set animation loop needs to be true. Then we need to add the frames. Yeah. Maybe I should just put this up here. Private const string swim animation name. Maybe we should just call it swim. I don't know. I'm gonna try with default. Could you add the different fishes, different animations, and just switch that? Yeah, we could. Yeah. Yeah, I hadn't thought of that. And that'd be fine. Then I guess we just have the animation names being like 0 to 7 here. In which case all we need is 1 sprite frames. Okay. So we make a new one of these. And then why is this red? Oh yeah. I mean directly in the fish scene. Yeah, yeah. That's another way we could do this. We could just add all these things in through the editor and then just select the right one that we want. I'm not. The reason I don't think I want to do it in the editor is because we have 10 of these, and then if we ever are like, oh, let's add another frame for all of them, or let's change the FPS for all of them, then we have to change it in 10 places, as opposed to here we have to change it once. But it doesn't make a big difference. And even if there are 10 of these fish, it's not like there are 1,000 of these fish, and we can still change it through the file. So I don't know. I'll continue along this path, but maybe I do want to do this differently in the future. Excuse me. Okay, so there's one atlas texture that we need for all of this, which we give to the sprite frames, right? Texture, get frame texture. I guess we do this here. So we don't have a swim animation name. I also know I typed that wrong. Yeah, so let's add an animation. And we'll just call it fish eye. There we go. All right, get the animation name here. All right, we have the speed, we have the looping set correctly. We have the FPS. Now we need to add a frame based on this atlas texture. Interesting. This does need to be done here. But we need to do this 4 times. Animation name. And then I guess that atlas texture. And then that's it. We're done. We just call play on that. I guess it's up to the parent to call play on this. Yeah. All right, this can be deleted. All right, so how do we do this? Over here. Oh, there's no easy way to see this, I guess. Well, then we need to look at the picture here. So it's going to be 1, 2, 3, 2. And we loop it like that. Or 0, 1, 2, 1. 0, 1, 2, 1. And this is wrong. Oh man. All right, so const int fish width equals 15. And then we want to slice this in the right way. I guess these can go up here. Private const int cool. And private static. We'll do an atlas texture. Actually, it just needs to be what? Yeah, texture 2D. Get fish frame. All right, so we'll say row And that's what this should probably change to. And then the column. All right, let's change this to row. And then we do this. So take that, return that. The texture is something we got here. I think calling load on this over and over should properly cache this, but I'm actually not positive. And either way, we could have this take in the texture, I guess. And then we don't need to worry about anything like that. New Atlas texture. Hey, Dabu, do I make my own sprites? No, I do not. Check out the credits command. I'm gonna freeze the camera as I say that. Yep, there it goes. Slows everything down. Hope this question isn't too specific. How would you do a sound for a coin pickup? Followed a YouTube tutorial and they use some animation player thing with keyframes and attached to the coin pickup. Seem much more convoluted than just creating a sounds node near the root, having an audio stream player 2D for each sound. How would I do it? I mean, we have an audio player in our like town, and then I would just call like town.playSound coin pickup or something like that. There are lots of ways you can do it though. The reason they might have used an animation player is because maybe they wanted it to be synced to an animation. So for example, imagine that there's like a disappear animation or like a death animation, and there are a few frames of like setup and then the frame of it being gone and then like frames of particle effects or something like that. I don't know. You might only want to make a sound when this part happens, like maybe a poof sound or something like that, in which case you have an animation player that says like play this, then play the sound at the same time we do this, and then play the rest of this stuff. So maybe that's why they tried doing that, or maybe it was just convoluted and you've correctly identified that it's convoluted. I need to see the tutorial, I guess. Hey JDW on YouTube. All right, so we're gonna add frame, get fish frame here. Get fish frame. This is just texture row 0. We don't need this. And then the rest of this stuff. So 1, 2, 1. All right, now what's the problem? We got to add this for a particular animation. Yeah. And now the column just needs to be used. This is going to be column and column times fish width. All right, change return type from texture 2D to Atlas texture for improved performance. Sure, it's going to be an Atlas texture anyway. Initialize all static fields in this. Yep, we need to set this now. Oh, I did that already. Huh. Strange that it doesn't know that I did that. Fish height, fish width. Static read-only field should begin with an uppercase letter. Remove the explicit constructor here. I'd like to not do that. Oh, man. Hey, Saltorius. Just working on fishing. Issue they were avoiding was the coin pickup sound disappears instantly because they call a cube free right after. It seems like their solution's over the top. Yeah, that is the issue with sounds, is that if you have the audio player as a child of a node you're deleting, the sound will go away. But that's pretty much why you should just have like a centralized sound player somewhere. All right, I don't know exactly how we want to do this, but there should be a public static. It's not even sprite frames. Like we want to just get the sprite frames. I guess you can duplicate a sprite frame and then set what animation you want to use. And it's the animated sprite that does that. But I guess we could just make this public. Yeah, fish sprite frames. And then we don't need anything else here. Public should come before private. Sure, whatever. We can get rid of this. I feel like this is the whole point of having a static constructor. In fact, I kind of want to just suppress this. It doesn't even suppress it properly. Unless there's another one now. Yeah, you'd have to suppress multiple ones of these. Ah, there we go. Hey, potato. So what it wants me to do is just make this thing up here, which I can totally do. It's just a question of when does this get used. So this would get called only once we actually try accessing the fish sprite frames. Whereas if I initialize it up here, it'll get called as soon as the program is run, I believe. And it's not needed then. It declares read only, but initialize with constant, mark it constant instead, sure. It says introduce constant. I'm just going to do this private const string. Okay, there we go. Yeah, I know. This thing, Roy, that happens is frustrating because they're not unnecessary, but for whatever reason it doesn't know. But I'm used to just ignoring that. All right, well, anyway, we finally got this now. So we go to fish in pond and where do we set the graphic? We don't set the graphic. Hey, Sinistella. Welcome back. Thank you for the 5 months. How's it going? So here we do what? Animation name or set animation? How do you to get the sprite frames and then set the animation? Okay, I am confused. Maybe it's just sprite frames. Yeah, sprite frames dot animation name. Huh, I don't know where you do this. Okay, well, we have a bunch of animation names already. I'll just search for that. Facing down. Animation helper, animation from direction here. Get animation from direction. Animation name, then how do you use this? You set animation. Okay, yeah. I was trying to figure out what the property was called or what the method, but it's not a method. It's a property. Okay, so we need to set the sprite frames of this thing equal to that. And then the animation needs to just be to get a random one from over here. So this would know how many we have. And it doesn't store that right now, but it needs to. Private static int num sprites. Oh, wait, no, the sprite frames probably knows that, right? Well, it doesn't matter if it knows it or not. Num animations. And we'll set that down here. Good. And now we just have... It's very weird. Public static string get random fish animation. There we go. And then we should have one more little thing here. Public static string get fish animation name. Int row. Good. Good. And wait, I hear resub, but hold on a second. Get animation name. There we go. 46 of those month things. Thank you to Noob for Lunch. I think you just resubbed pretty recently. I do appreciate them both. You are approaching 4 years quite rapidly, faster than most people are experiencing their months. This isn't read-only. Oh, I guess it is read-only technically because it's set only in the static constructor. All right, I think we finally got this, and now we just do fish sprite sheet converter dot get random fish animation. All right, let's try that out. Yeah. Hey, Lex Pertha? Is that how you pronounce your name? What are you working on? I will show you in just a sec. So we're working on Skeleseller, and what we were trying to do, which it looks like I broke. Yeah, fish 10 and fish 2 don't exist. We're trying to add fishing to the game. So I also wanted to show Kaiman this, but I broke this. So let's figure out how I broke this. There should be 10 fish. So what's the problem here? Why is it trying to get fish? Fish 2 should definitely exist. Fish 10 shouldn't, and I'm not sure why it's doing that. The height of this texture is what? 110. And the height of a fish is 11. So it should be 10 fish. So we should never actually see the number 10 show up here. Oh, this is inclusive? Yeah, this is inclusive. This is number of animations minus 1. Okay, but that still doesn't make sense why this animation doesn't exist. We must be setting the wrong sprite frames or something. I'm not sure how that's possible. Let's put a breakpoint there. Oh, I did that in the loop. Yeah, my bad. And I'm doing this on the wrong sprite frames anyway. Thank you, Kevin. There we go. All right, this is the old version though. I gotta make a new version. There. Seems to pop up a few days later than my resub. It's very strange. Yeah, no, I've seen that happen. It's funny when it happens like back to back. Okay, so now it says animation doesn't exist. This could be because of how I built it that time. It might have cached something. So I'm gonna just try rebuilding it by putting a space in the code. And if that's the case, then we should see 2 fish show up in the pond. I have no way of increasing that number of fish. Okay, that's broken. Oh, it's at least kind of close to what we want. We have the entirety of the fish showing up, and it's actually a little bit of a cool effect, but it's not what I wanted, obviously. We're going to get this to work. All right, so animation speeds, animation loop, get the fish frame for all of these things. To column. Oh, column needs to be this times the fish width. And then this needs to be column plus 1 times the fish width. That should be correct, right? No, not this. This part's not correct. Ugh. Doing a bad job. Hey, Ryan. Yeah, broken but closer. Well, now I think we did it correctly, and I just need to rebuild this one more time. Yeah. Because it's going to try to pull from some part of the sprite that doesn't even exist. And then I can finally talk about what it is I'm working on here. Oh, I think Lex Perth already left chat. Drat. I don't see them in the viewer list. I was gonna show them the game. Let's see. All right, they're not animating, probably because originally I didn't have them. I just had them using the default animation, but now I guess we can just say play here, right? Yeah. Yeah, because none of them can auto play, and they should loop. Let's see. Where are the fish? There they are. All right, they are animating. Yeah. So they're probably a little bit more faded than they should be because we used to be using the shadows of fish, which maybe we should delete that fish shadow. Delete the fish shadow and use a colorful fish in the editor. We also probably want there to be a way of increasing the number of fish in the pond just in a debug way. So maybe what I'll do, I'll put a public override unhandled input. You just have to wait for nature to take its course. Okay, so if you press page up, will increase the number of fish. And there's got to be a limit to this. Hey, Mr. Alzi, thanks for the raid. Welcome, everybody. I am working on fishing in this game called Skeleseller, and I will show you all in just a sec. By the way, something I always forget to do, but always mean to do, is a shout out for Mr. Halsey. We're gonna try this out, and math.min. I don't know what the highest. Oh, nice. It already knows, and it actually should know this one too. Then, right? Yeah, perfect. Okay, so check this out. Raid and run. All right, take care, Mr. Halsey. Thank you. Hope you have a good day. How do you find Godot out of curiosity? I like it. I wouldn't continue to use it if I didn't like it. Are you guaranteed to get only the fish you can visibly see? Is that the goal here? No, no, that's not the goal. I'll explain this in just a sec. So first of all, for those new to the stream, the overall game I've been working on is called Skeleseller. And you hire these adventurers, you send them into battle. Let me turn off the sounds. And they fight automatically. When you win, you get loot. You sell that loot in your shops, you get money, you improve your town. So it's a basic gameplay loop. What we've been working on is fishing. And the way that fishing would work in a typical game is you cast out a line and you catch a fish. That is not how it works in this game. In this game, you have this little machine here and you'll bring potions to it. And the potions will turn into fish eggs, which will populate your pond. So I'm going to just kind of cheat in some fish here. So there we go. We've populated our pond. And then you will actually do battle with the pond. So you'll pick your town, which we haven't coded yet. You'll pick your town, you'll click start battle. And as you do damage to the pond, you'll get some of these fish. And then the fish will be used to upgrade your fortitude stat. So it's a nice way, I think, of integrating fishing into the game in a way that makes sense. Yeah. So what we just added right now are the different fish graphics. And if I press this 15 times, we'll get 15 fish. And we're just trying to see, does this look good? And I think it's okay. I think the thing we need to do is make these slightly more opaque. Also, does this just have a darker border than the other ones? It does, yeah. I wonder if we shouldn't use black lines there. Yeah, we might want to change that. Although I could change it myself. All right, the question is, how much opacity should they have? Because I think this should be higher, but I don't know how much higher. So let's up it by like a little bit more. And let's take a picture of this one and say what this was. This was 0.4 plus 0.25 times depth. So the maximum value you could have here is 0.65. And this is what they look like. I'm going to make it so that the max is now 0.85. Hey, Fox. Yeah, the fish only started existing as of Friday, and then we just added new graphics now. Does their size indicate something? No, neither their size nor their graphic indicate something. In fact, the other thing is the existence of a fish here doesn't mean that you can only pull one fish from the pond. This is a representation of the percentage of fish you have. So I could have 5,000 fish right now, and it might only still render 2 of these. All right, so now they are more opaque. Does that look better or worse? When zoomed out, I think it looks a tiny bit worse. It looks like they're on the surface of the water. When zoomed in, yeah, it also looks like they're on the surface of the water. Yeah, I think we need to lower it back to what it was. Hey, Drew, that app looks cool. Shotter, yeah, Shotter. It's great for annotating screenshots because you can very quickly add things like numbers. You can add rectangles, just arbitrarily draw things. You can add text. And you can crop whatever you've done too, and then just immediately it's on your clipboard. It doesn't get called the first time you try to access a class. So in that sense, it would be the same as having the other method, create the sprite frames the first time. I am pretty sure it only gets called when you actually use the class. Because I think we looked into this before. But I might be misremembering. Anyway, yeah, we got to lower the opacity. Maybe just lower it to that. I should take a picture of this one too, though. Let's get a picture of that. And let's say this is 0.6 plus 0.25 times depth. And let's paste that in. So of the two, which one looks better? Probably this is more convincing at least. But some of them are pretty faint. So maybe we just need to raise the minimum, but not raise the maximum. Yeah, maybe that's what we do. Let's try this one out though. What do I use to take GIF recordings? I use a program called CAP, K-A-P. And I'd say this is pretty good. All right, I really should just start the fish with, or the pond with 15 fish. Okay, I think this might be perfect. Yeah, I think this might be perfect. Right? Does this look good? It might just be that we got lucky with the opacities, so I might need to replace all these. Yeah, because when you zoomed out, I don't want them to be too opaque. But I think this is looking good. Yeah, I think it's good. Okay. Oh, what else? What else? What else? What else? I guess here we might as well just set this to max fish and set this to 0. It's a lot better, but it seems to fade in and out. There shouldn't be any fading happening. Whatever you see here should always be the opacity it's using. Unless I delete one of the fish, then it fades out. But yeah, they should always be the same level of opacity. It might have looked like it was doing that as I zoomed out. Yeah, so the only thing I think is a little strange is that this is using very dark pixels for the borders of its fins. So I think we should just modify that graphic a little bit. Maybe we just make them a little bit more gray. Even that on its own should be fine, I hope. How do we do this? Set the size to 1. Problem is, how do I pick a color? I don't trust my color picking abilities. Maybe we take like this color here. Oh, select none. That might not look good. Oh, my eyes. Focusing for too long. Ah. Man. Hate when that happens. I should probably put in eye drops on the next break. I don't like that. I'm not going to trust myself to do this. So let's just not do this. And I think it'll look fine for now. Sorry for off topic, but are you using Godot Steam plugin or integrating Steamworks API yourself? I don't have a plan yet, so I'm not sure. I'd have to look at how good the plugin is. Because as far as I understand, integrating with the API myself shouldn't be too hard. But yeah, I'm not sure what we're going to do exactly beyond achievements. And I don't know what the SDK provides for us. Shifting the color of the water next to it due to the waves might make it look like it's opacity is changing again. All right. Well, I think this is good for now. AM2. Okay, so we use the new graphics. We need to delete the old graphic, this fish shadow. We could use this too if we wanted to. This was something that I know Quickie Joe kind of very hastily drew, and I liked it well enough. I don't think there's a need if we've got colorful fish, though. Also, if we've got colorful fish, I wonder if we should make it so that the minimum size is increased. Because, yeah, having one that's that tiny looks a little bit out of place now. Yeah, okay, fine. Let's delete this stuff. Before I delete it, let's make sure we set a different animation on this. Or we just delete this altogether. Yeah, just delete the animation. And it's not really the smartest thing to do. I guess we'll add in a new animation, call this default, and put in just any one single sprite. World, fish, fish. And what was the size of this? 15 by 11. All right, what's the best looking fish here? I like It's hard to decide. This one. There. Okay, that's now our fish that we choose. Cool. So now we delete this stuff. And then, like I said, maybe we just increase the minimum size by a bit. So this went from 0.5 up to 1.5. Maybe now we make it go from like 0.8 up to 1.5. Man, I cannot I cannot press keys with this band-aid on my finger. Is my nail healed? Could probably take this off. Hey, who cares? Man, the bigger problem than having this on my finger is that I'm thinking about it on my finger. So I feel like I'm slowing everything down here. No, even this, I think we should change the minimum opacity a bit. Let me speed this up. They're like never moving. Oh, because this is based on frame rate. Because it was just a quick way of doing this. I want to make them use a timer in the future. Yeah, it's just not visible. All right, let's change this then. Let's lower this by 1 and raise this by 1. I'm spending way too long on this. This does not matter. I just need this to be good enough. Yeah, Quickie Joe made some proper fish graphics. I think that's more along the lines of what I want. Yeah. I think it's good. Okay, cool. Cool. Let's check it in. All right. We can't check this in. I wonder, I'm going to keep this for now. And I'm going to put this behind a debug flag. Because, yeah, I don't want to keep having to code that every single time. So fishing pond, put this here. There we go. I'm still not going to check it in, but if I accidentally do check it in, it's not going to be a problem now. Hey, Campbell Soup. All right, looks good. Looks good. Yep. Cool. So don't check in town and don't check in fishing pond. Where's fishing pond? Yeah, so don't check in those two. But then this scene changed. I think we'll just check this in on its own. Fix UID and lever scene. All right, so we definitely want these. That, and that. Use colorful fish graphics. I got rid of the shadowy fish. Yeah. Cool. Second water layer that's semi-transparent to play with that instead. Yeah. I think we can put in some work and make this look better. But I didn't expect it to take as long as it did. So where we left off is adding the extractor. So for those who did not hear me mention this, I'll explain what's going on here. Fishing is not done like how it's done in other games. You're not casting a line out and catching fish. You are battling your pond, and as you do damage to the pond, you catch fish that way. So it's very different in this game. And the way that you even get the fish in the first place is with this device. So you should be able to drag a potion onto here, and it should produce fish eggs, which should just dump fish into your pond. And you can click this switch to make it so that workers will bring potions here automatically. So the first thing we're going to do is turn this into an item destination and let you manually drag here. And that means that we need the extractor to be an item destination. So it's going to be like the item bin in that case, which it's just a destination, not a source. We might also need for this to be outlined. No, just the levers outlined. Oh, how are we going to do that then? We need this thing to be outlined, right? This has a sprite. The sprite is this whole thing. We should be able to just add this then. Crop. It's not animated, so we can just put this one on. Then we need it to have a shader. There. Then, I don't know, I must have accidentally clicked twice. Then we need to use local to scene. All right. All right, so now this can have an outline. Now we need to implement all of these functions. Yep. All right, so how did item bin implement get outline shader? It was get outline holder, so we needed to get that. All right, that's fine. And how did we get that? Just get the node itself. All right. Done and done. Cool. So let's put this in here. Oh, I don't need the cropped one because it's not an Alice sprite. That's true. Thank you for pointing that out. Detach. All right, so get the outline holders shader material. Just paste this in here. It should be exactly the same. Just purchase a license. Oh, cool. Yeah. Yeah, I think it's great. I was using ShareX on Windows, and I thought that program was great too. So in my mind, these programs are both amazing ones to take for screenshot annotations. I recommend just hovering over any of these things and seeing what the shortcuts are. The ones I use most are like rectangles, arrows, and text, which are R, A, and T. So just remember rat and you should be fine. But then every once in a while, you take a picture of something like this. And it's nice to put in those little numbers, which is C, if you're ever trying to direct people in a certain order. Clean shot. I've not heard of that, Zabu. Oh, this seems similar enough. Yeah. Okay, next, the drop-off point for this thing. Drop-off point. This was just the global position of this. I think we can do the same thing here. Global position. All right, what's next? There are two more functions. Drop-off and will accept. Will accept is just going to be that the item is a potion. No, that's not entirely true. It's got to be, it must be a potion and the pond can't be full. All right, so how about this? Let's at least check the potion part for now. Return item.item category equals potion. Yeah, so to do, make sure the pond isn't full. You can also put those numbers in the screenshot. Yeah, I think like if you think about what you want out of screenshot annotation, it's probably some basic stuff like, yeah, text, drawing, cropping. And these are basic enough where I think if a program can do it and you're happy with it, you don't need to seek out a new one. The other thing I like is that you can kind of infinitely zoom. And if I press escape, it puts it on the clipboard immediately, but I can get back to it and make any other changes. So every once in a while, I'm like, oh man, this actually should be over here, let's say. And now I can just get that on my clipboard and be like, okay, now I paste that to somebody and I send that. So that's nice. I've at least gotten used to the workflow of this, so I'm pretty happy with it. The one thing I haven't still gotten used to, and I was talking about this on Discord, but I didn't really find a solution that I liked, is every once in a while I want two pictures together. So like imagine I want to show, oh, hey, here are the old fish and here's the new fish. I do not have an easy way for doing this. Like GIMP can do it. I can select everything and then I can copy it and I can like paste it into here, but I need to expand the canvas first. And it's so tedious. And I have to like expand it beyond the length I want it to be. And then if I didn't expand it enough, then that's too bad. I got to like redo that. So is there some faster workflow for just putting two images together? Because on Windows, I just open MS Paint and just like drag the canvas larger or something, right? And pasted stuff. And just GIMP is too heavyweight for that, I feel. And people recommended a bunch of programs and I went and downloaded all of them, but there was something wrong with each one of them. It can't be that something is wrong with all of them. There's got to be a better way. All right, we have one more thing here, which is drop off item. Drop off item needs to be the thing that gives you fish. Yeah, what happens here? There's got to be a fly-in item thing. When would this ever not be specified? Try paint with line? That I did not try yet. No, I probably should give that a shot. Yeah, that was the only one I hadn't tried. And then it would be a program that I've actually used before. Is there a way to search for all the ones where this is null? Wait, it's never null? There are dozens of us? Here, I guess? There's a question mark. That can't be... That can't ever be null. Yeah, that can't ever be null. This could be an exclamation mark here. Kevin, you might have the answer to this. Do you know if drop off item is ever called with this thing set to null? Because what I'm trying to figure out here is we have code to check if it's null, but why do we do this? When is this ever called? And it might be when a worker does this, but even then I'm not totally sure. No, it takes the worker's position. Yeah, we're animating all drops. Yeah, I think I could see why we wouldn't want to do this, but I think we can just animate all drops going into this extractor. Hey, Strawn, you tried pure ref? Good to have many images on screen at once. I guess that's not what you're going for, though. Excuse me. No, I haven't heard of pure ref. I'm not sure this is what I want based on what I see. Also, their logo looks a lot like Patreon's logo, right? What, they're like identical. Or at least this one was practically identical to this one. I get that there's a little tail there, but yeah. Hmm. Okay, so drop off items, same general thing here. We are going to do this. This doesn't even need... Oh, we do need to do this so it doesn't get pre. Okay. All right. Hey, Jumio. Start position. This was equal to this. This is assuming this existed. Yeah, I guess fine. I'll do this. I'm not happy about it though. All right, so now we need some kind of turn in item. Private void turn in item. Item. Turn in item. Cool. There is no, it's display name, right? Yeah. All right, this really wasn't too bad. Let's see if it works. So all we've done is make it, hopefully, so that you can drag a potion to the extractor and the potion will disappear and, I mean, print out its name. But yeah, the potion should disappear. It should animate itself flying into the extractor. And it should not accept armors and it shouldn't accept weapons. So here we have the log open. So I'm going to make just potions for now. That's not how you do that. And we're going to try dragging this over here. It did not work because I never put a collider on the extractor. Here we have a clickable area. That's what we should need. Yeah, this does not have a clickable area. How else would it know that this was even possible to target? Oh, something needs to find this as an item destination. Although I'm still confused about this. Something else should be happening here. Where's will accept item called? Yeah, I think we need to fix collision. And I think we need to find what will highlight this. Oh, yeah. Okay. Something needs to emit an event. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I messed this whole thing up. Okay. So let's write this stuff down. So I need to add collision and then something needs, or like connect event handlers so that player held item knows about this. And then I need to do one other thing, highlight the item, highlight the extractor as a destination. Both images should be the same height or width. Yeah, and that's the problem I have. Is like a lot of times I want to show a before and after picture. Like here's what fish used to look like, and here's what they look like now, and I want them to be side by side or top and bottom, and then like draw an arrow and write some text. And making all the colors pass something. I'm not sure if we want to keep it optional or not. We can make it required, and if anyone ever doesn't want to animate, they can pass the same location as the destination. They could pass the same location and destination or start and end, but there's a minimum animation time of 0.1 seconds. So we need to check for that and then make it 0, I guess. But yeah, I wonder if we should do that. The reason why I could see it mattering is for something like the garbage slime. Like you get items and you drag it onto the slime, and like I'm on the slime right now and I let go and it still takes 1/10 of a second to navigate to the middle. And that wouldn't really be necessary, but I don't think it's worth doing anything about right now. I think it's all fine. Trademark applications gaining progress. Finally got someone examining it and they sent me a form to fill out. Nice. Yeah. Yeah. I think my assumption is that it's a long process. And I only ever tried like personally filing for a patent once. And I went and talked to a lawyer and they're like, oh, you first need to do a patent search and see if this thing already exists. And that's not really straightforward and it costs a lot of money. I don't know how trademarks work with that stuff. If there's also like well, we first need to search that none of this exists, or if that's on the whatever office handles the trademarks. All right, let's start by adding an area to this. This was a clickable area, but it was only ever used for its mouse over. Yeah, so it can be an area 2D. Although something's wrong here. On clicked. What are you doing? Huh, I wonder if that needs to be an input. Do we purposely do that? This is an input instead of input event because player held item detects a drag release. So we need the correct ordering of events. Interesting. Took like 6 to 7 months to get this far. Yeah, man. Was for the lights? It was really, really stupid. Um, Way back in the day when USB-A was just becoming popular, I thought it would be nice to have like a dot or a sticker on a standardized side of it. So like that problem where you insert a USB-A into something and then turn it around and insert it again and then turn it around and insert it again. It would at least make it easier to tell which way was up. And then you could just remember, okay, the dot needs to go up on this device and it needs to go down on that device. And yeah, that never went anywhere. It was, yeah. And now USB-C is a thing, so it's a problem of the past. But I guess it was kind of a problem for however long USB-A was popular. Well, like 15 years or something, 20 years. And I know USB-A still exists, but I think it's slowly getting replaced. The USB logo is always on the upside. Yeah, but the USB logo is, I think not. It doesn't have to be there. I think there were some like Chinese project. Oh, I guess they wouldn't have to put the sticker there either. But and then also it was usually the color of the housing. I was picturing like what if there was like a pink dot or something that was always visible. So we get the drop off point for another call to the interface, which means it doesn't have to be related to the actual animation. The item display gives a drop off point. Yeah, and as I mentioned, I don't think this is a big concern. Always worried about damaging the connection. I don't think I've ever had that happen. I feel like they're pretty resilient, but I get that there would be a worry about it. That makes sense. All right, so we need the clickable area to be here in the extractor. So let's put that there. Then we need this thing to have a proper collision shape. So, excuse me, I'll make this editable so that I can hide the collision shape. Or no, maybe I shouldn't do that. Maybe I should just, let's delete that. let's go into the lever scene and just hide it over here. That way it's hidden over here, and that way we can just move this. Not that. Let's try moving the right thing. So I think the whole thing should be a drop target. Actually, I wonder if this should be a drop zone, because we already have that concept. I wonder what the garbage slime is. I think the garbage slime might have both. Yeah, I've seen comics like that. That's why I like SMBC comics. I'm just trying to think, is this smart? I don't know. I guess we'll find out. Yeah. All right, so this had is mouse over so that we could check here to see if you clicked this thing. Yeah, I guess that's what we're going to do. That is what we're going to do. This should be its own component that we use as well. But then input needs to be on the right node. I don't think there's a problem with that. We should probably have item destinations area 2Ds be encapsulated in their own class. I don't need to define the same general input method everywhere. Also, not all of those methods have the nice comment written for item display. All right, I didn't paste this in, did I? No, I didn't. So it needs to be an on-clicked. An on-clicked in this case needs to go to the town. The shop. What? Oh, no, wrong thing. What am I doing? Don't worry about a magnetic box. How does this clickable area thing work? You only have one of that, so you can access it anywhere like global, or is it like get the closest one? So I'm not sure if you're asking about the percent sign, but the percent sign just means that it's got a unique name in that scene. So it means that instead of having to say like, okay, well, the sprite has a hand which has a weapon, and I want to get like the pommel on the sword or something like that. Like instead of having to do that, you could just do percent pommel. So all the percent sign is letting you do is just cut out the absolute pathing. It's like if you somehow had a file on your machine that was named like, cat.png that you didn't need to specify the path to it. You could always just access it as like, oh yeah, just get me the cat picture I have on my computer. Which would not have much of a need, but it might for something like the home directory. This is a shortcut to that. By the way, the reason you want that, I know I explained what it does, but the reason why you want this is because you shouldn't have to worry about how your scene is laid out. Like, I know there's going to be a sprite in here, but maybe in the future it's actually part of another node because I need to position it differently or scale it differently. So that way, later on, when you add in some like scaling intermediate node, and I put this here, is if this was accessed uniquely with that percent sign, it wouldn't matter where in the hierarchy it is. I wouldn't need to go change a script. So that's why you typically want to do it. The reason why you wouldn't is if you obviously need the property of it being non-unique. So maybe you have like 4 different things called region, and you don't care about their names. Well, then, okay, fine, just call them region. And another reason you might not want to do it is that, actually, that's pretty much it. I guess naming, you need a unique name if you're going to have that. That's kind of the same thing. The file set up like that, yeah. All right, so item bin should have its on-click to get used by town. It's actually tavern, but then this goes to the town, I'm guessing. Yes, and that has clicked item destination. Okay, so that's the part that we want. The only way for this to work, though, is that this is owned by the fishing pond. So this would technically bubble up to the fishing pond, and the fishing pond would tell the town about it. I think it's fine to do that. Yeah, extractor dot on clicked. We don't even have it on clicked because I'm not typing any of this stuff in. Now, do I use this? Typer namespace action cannot be found. I do. Cool. All right, that's good. So now on clicked is going to go to some other thing. On clicked extractor. Then get this thing in system and go down to init and set that up. Should know what I want here. This is invoked with null. Oh no, it's invoked with the event. Which means I better have done that correctly. We should probably do this the same way the item bin does it. Yeah, it's called mouse button. And what's it called over here? Just add event. That's fine. Yeah. Yeah, I said to click. I mean, I eventually want to consolidate this stuff, but yeah, for now I'm going to use the convention that I was using in item bin. All right, next up is getting the town to listen to the fishing pond. Create fishing pond. All right, so fishing pond on clicked extractor. Player held item, clicked item destination. That should be it, but there's some problem here. What is the problem? This should require, oh, it's an I accepts item. Uh-oh. Is that an I accepts item? Okay, good. It is. Whew. Whew, indeed. All right, well, we could pass this in. Yeah, we could have it be the extractor actually, because we know that it's the extractor. Or we could have the town pass in. It doesn't really matter either way. Yeah. But now we shouldn't need to do this special thing over here, right? Oh, whoops, wrong way of doing this. This doesn't matter. It's this one that matters. Yeah. Okay. Let's try that. Yeah, let's try that. Extractor. The here I'll type this in. This is how fishing works in the game. You extract fish eggs from potions, and that's what populates your pond. So this extractor is what gives you fish in your pond, and here it is. So now let's try this out because we should have gotten this working, I think. Yeah. Hope it doesn't also activate this thing. Can't add child rigid body to extractor. Already has parent extractor. Okay, I don't know what that is. We're gonna need to look into that. What? Okay, I know it's saying that the item we have to. Okay, so here's what's happening, but I don't know how to fix this yet. But we have this thing here. We say we need to add the item so it doesn't get freed. So we add it to this, but then it says it can't add rigid body. It already has a parent. Oh, that must mean we're trying to add this twice. Oh yeah, there it is. Oh, whoops. How did that end up twice showing up? Huh, I don't know. How'd you approach learning Godot? Trial and error, of course. Was it your first game engine? It wasn't my first game engine, and how I approached learning it, I've actually got the VODs. So if you want to see exactly how I learned it, you could see that process. Where would it be? Playlist, maybe? I don't see the playlist here. Huh. Yeah. Oh, wait. The playlist wouldn't be here because it would. No, maybe it would be. I don't know where that is. Yeah, it should be on here. Why isn't it? Maybe it's in this? Ah, here it is. Learning Godot, episode 1. Yeah, let me mute this. Okay, I'm gonna link to this, but yeah, I don't know if this is a video worth watching or anything, but the short answer, in case you don't want to watch a video, is I went through their documentation and I just started testing some things out. Is it not Let's Learn Godot Engine? Oh, did I just miss it? I didn't see it. Oh yeah, my bad. Okay, there's a proper playlist for it. Here's the, yeah, thank you. But yeah, I think I just went through the documentation. And I think Godot is pretty straightforward. I think the ways in which it's not straightforward, some of the tooling is definitely unclear. Like working with tile maps was practically impossible at first, and it shouldn't be. You know, if you open up something like this, a tile map itself is pretty straightforward in that you've got a whole bunch of tiles and you can lay them down, right? But like there are tile sets that you needed to add, and just getting used to the quirks of Godot itself, like I guess this has changed a lot in that time. But having a tile set up here and then realizing that, okay, now I've only made something down here and the bottom of the editor changes. Those are things that were a little confusing. Once you get used to that, I don't think it's too bad. The UI system has a very steep learning curve. Yeah. I don't know how that is compared to Unity though, because I've never really done proper Unity UI. Remember the time you stopped streaming and concentrate working at Google? Yeah, welcome back, mortal. Yeah, I have been back to streaming since about a year and 3 months ago, I think. Thereabouts. All right, let's launch this again. We should now be able to drag potions to this. I think it was already working. I just got that error. Yeah, I will say though, once you've learned the quirks of a game engine and it doesn't feel like there's a lot of cognitive load adding features to your game, that it does feel pretty smooth to just do development. And ideally, you're building up a lot of reusable stuff you can apply to any new solutions you need. Yeah, so this is working. It's not highlighting yet. I know that. I haven't actually gotten that working yet, but we're going to do that now. So the way that we do this is player held item will highlight every destination. So there was like a, yeah, get all item destinations. Here it is. But this is every single destination. So I guess one of the things we need is the extractor. And that is fishing pond is null. Otherwise, get the fishing pond extractor. Now we don't have a way of doing that yet, but we're about to add that. Okay, public extractor. This is kind of dumb, right? We should just make it look like this. Get private set. And then rename it. And then rename it again. There. Now everything should be good. Yeah, I hope so. Okay, now we need to return this. So concat that. And then the next thing we need to do is there's something when you highlight stuff that it gets just the things that should be highlighted. Where's that? Valid destinations. Oh, cool. That should just work automatically. All right, let's try that out. It's, yeah, it's tough translating that to Godot. I feel like a lot of those tools are sort of built for translating it through CSS and HTML. Hey, Hilarious. Yeah, I used to work for Google until about a year and a half ago. And I guess any other sensible UI framework would make it easy to translate. But yeah, Godot makes it a little bit tough. All right, let's try dragging some potions over here. Actually, let's try dragging a bow. That should not work. Yeah, it doesn't. Unfortunately, it makes us toggle this thing, which is probably gonna be annoying. But if we drag a potion in there, yeah, nice. And it should say that we dragged a big life potion. Yeah, perfect. Okay, so the only thing that's missing still is for some reason it's not highlighting that thing. Why not? Why wouldn't it? We get all item destinations, which now includes the extractor. Then we get all the valid ones. And valid ones should be anything that calls will accept. Oh, no, it doesn't work that way. Oh, why? Why? Why did we do that? And why is this here? That seems not smart. Why did we do this? And is this only ever called from here? It is. Oh my God. I don't know why. Uh, it should be out of all of them, which we already fetched. Just check the ones that will accept the item, right? Okay, I'm going to try that. And that way it'll do what I thought it should have done. And we don't need to modify two functions here. So let's get rid of this. And let's do all possible destinations dot where dest dot will accept item. And the item is the item that we're dragging. So now we need to get that item. Oh, wait, I already knew. There we go, item. And we presumably get this somewhere else, right? No, we don't. Okay, let me just need link here. Yeah, it's possible that this is actually changing the functionality here a little bit. Cannot implicitly convert system generic IEnumerable item destination to a hash set. Yeah, we just need to call to hash set at the end of this. All right, hopefully we didn't break anything. Will we know is the question. And I'll have to look through that. There's probably a lot of context I'm just kind of glossing over right now. Okay, so let's try this as a highlight. Yeah, it does. Okay, so you can see right now that this is highlighted, which means that we could drop this on here. It's not highlighting in the same way that others do, though. And the reason why is because of the shader on this. This needs to have alter line over time. What is the variation? There's no description. I think I did that for when you drag an item from something to itself. That won't just update automatically here. But actually, reloading the game should be almost instantaneous because it just changes shader, right? Yeah. All right, so now it should highlight in the same way that the other ones do, which is it'll turn green occasionally. Yeah. All right, so when we drop this over here, we lose our item. When we try dropping this, yeah, it doesn't highlight at all because it's not a destination. Do all the other things work correctly? Does it highlight these properly? Yes. Does it highlight this? Yeah. Huh. Looks like everything works there. What about the recycler? Yeah. What about quests? Looking good so far. What if we try dragging an item that doesn't belong? I want the area around it to be dirt instead of grass to make the green stand out more. Yeah, I think there are a lot of little polish things we still have to do. This was cobbled together right now, and we need to also probably come up with a better graphic. Also, I wonder if we should make that gauge functional if we keep it. Because, well, even if we don't have graphics for it, I could definitely draw a little red line pointing upward or to the right. But yeah, I wonder if we should animate that somehow. Okay, I think this is fine. Let's go look at it and see if anything else is potentially wrong with this. So how does this work? This calls get valid. All right, this does have some special code for this, which is add item displays with held item. And we pass in true for that. So we'll get the display that has a held item, but doesn't that mean that just item display needs will accept item to take that into account? It doesn't. How does that work then? Oh, it's still considered valid? That doesn't make any sense. I didn't see a problem here, but I don't understand why there wasn't a problem. Like, it's highlighting this item display. I don't get how that's possible. It should be doing that. It's working correctly. Just why though? Let me look at this one more time. We pass in true, which means this is going to get called, and that will add in a display here. So somehow that display is already returning will accept item as true. Oh, because the item is the item that we're carrying. Nice. All right. All right. All right. All right. That's pretty good. Yeah, it goes, Taste Walk Kid. And thank you, Ghost. Wow, this is great. All right, so then that one's done. This one is presumably also done. Yes. This one is just the recycler. So must be done, right? And all valid. Yeah, recycler's right there. Okay, yeah, looks good. Then get all the shops matching the category. Get valid item destinations, same deal. Tavern. That is very weird that this even exists. Is this overridden from? Oh yeah, it's overridden from the drop zone, I guess. No, it's not. What? Why does this exist? I don't think this needs to exist. Well, 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 well. And then what about this? Does this need to exist? Yes. Because of this function. Okay, that's fine. And this? Yes. And then this must be also the same way, right? Yes. Okay, so then we can get rid of, if I'm not mistaken, this function. So let's delete this. And there's one other one. It's whatever this thing is called. Get valid item destinations. Oh God, something else calls this? No, 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 not that. This is this function right here. Yeah, so we delete this whole thing. Please don't be a problem. Yeah, I think this is gonna work. All right, well, I'm glad because that greatly simplifies my life. We don't need to modify two functions now. Yeah, cool. All right, so the only other thing we need to do is make it so that this actually produces fish. So allow manually dragging an item. When a potion is brought to the extractor, it'll be converted into fish eggs and automatically populate the pond. All right, so here's what I'm thinking of for this. We can just have a signal here that's like, oh no, we can't. We need this to know about the pond because it needs to know whether the pond can accept fish. So I guess we need to initialize this with the pond. Private fishing pond, fishing pond. This will get passed in over here. Technically, we could just get this from the town. In fact, we could get this from the town always, and we don't even need to store this. We could always just do town.fishingpond. In fact, why is this called initializing with the... All right, well, whatever. Let's pass this in through here, town.fishingpond. This is kind of stupid. If we're not going to use the town, let's just pass in the fishing pond, I guess. We'll have efficiency upgrade. How about we talk about broken nails again? Oh, wait, no, no, no. Sorry, we did need the town. I just missed that. My bad. Yeah, my bad. Let's just pass in the fishing pond anyway. Sometimes I have a whale of a time trying to keep in mind what references what else and where. Well, part of it is since I'm using C# and since we have this built in, just like press F12 and see where something comes from or see where it's used, I can just do that. And I think that helps quite a lot. All right. So now we got to go modify the init of this thing and pass in this. And now the only thing we need to do is all the stuff with fish eggs. So make sure the pond isn't full. How do we know the pond is full? Fish count and max fish. That's how. So we can make a non-nullable property must contain... Yeah, this should be something like that. We need to get some kind of like, are we at full? Can we do that here? Public pool is full. Sure. Okay, so now we can't accept this if the pond is full. So it needs to be a potion and the pond can't be full. All right, good. And then when you turn in the item, we need the pond to know that you turned in the item. So fishing pond dot... All right, this is going to get a little bit tricky because I don't know where we're going to put these perks that possibly modify how much money you get from a fish. Oh, we need to think about this a little bit. Hey, Nomad. Sorry, what's the limit for the pond again? So the limit, there's a number of fish you can have in it, and it starts at 15, although I just made up a number. I don't know what this should be. So you can have 15 fish, and then there are eventually going to be perks that allow you to increase the max. So I don't know, maybe you go up to like 50 and then maybe 100 and maybe 1,000 or something like that. I'm not actually sure yet, but that's the only thing that's going to control the maximum, I think. I don't think there's going to be any other way other than this perk that lets you do that. But what we got to figure out is there's a ratio of like potion value to fish count. And we got to figure out what that is. So how much should one fish cost? I have no idea. None of these numbers matter. I should just come up with something. Let's just say 5 gold. Sure. Yeah. Easy. Okay. So we'll code that in over here. Private const. We'll make this a float. And what do we say here? Like item value per fish. Does that make sense? I'm going to just write a comment here because I don't think it probably makes sense. Every time you turn in a potion, and yeah, potion, its value will be compared against this number and you'll get that many fish. It's possible that the item is worth less than this number, in which case you'll get fractions of a fish. So now what we need is to know how much you've put in already. So private flow, actually no, this needs to be a long. What am I doing? Private long, this is like accumulated item value. Starts at 0. Hey Arm, welcome in. My posture is actually, it looks better than it is. I should be leaning back a little bit more. What it could relate to, especially when there's zero context in the past streams. Exactly, Oppressal. Welcome in though. Happy Monday. All right, so every time you turn in an item, we need to increase the accumulated value. And then we need to do this and then subtract. Huh, and you know, percent equal was the thing. That's pretty good though. That works exactly how I want. That's good. And then add fish to give. Yeah. Welcome back, Matt. Thank you for the resub. You're almost at 1.5 years. Good to see you. All right, so we don't have an add fish function because I have a set fish function, but add fish is very easy to do. So public void add fish. Easy peasy. Okay, so add fish to give. That should limit us to the maximum, right? Yes. Now, why is this? Can't convert from long to int. It should be an int. Can't implicitly convert from long to int. This is a long, this is a long. The result should always be an int. You mean we drink fish eggs? Yes. Minute amounts of fish eggs. But yes. All right, I think that should work. Yeah. I think that's it. So let's go test this out. Nothing's going to tell you how much accumulated value you have. Yeah. I eat roe all the time. Yeah. And roe is like rice in that you eat tons of it at once, not just 1 or 2. Okay, so here's what's gonna happen. I have 2 fish in the pond right now. I'm going to add in a small potion and it'll still be at 2. Yeah, but then when I add in the next one, it should be at 3. And we should see a fish appear in here. Yep, there it is. There's our third fish. Okay, so now our accumulator is at 1. So now I'm going to add in a potion and it'll go to 4, which does not give us a fish. I'm going to add one more and it'll go to 2 and it will add a fish. So there's our new fish. And now when I add in the next potion, it will add a fish as well. Good. Now, I wonder if we should have made this whole thing a drop zone. I'm going to write that down. Make the whole pond a drop zone for potions. Yeah. All right, so now when we drag a valuable potion, like this is worth 15. So this should give us 3 fish. So we're currently at 5. If I drop this here, we go up to 8 and we see 3 new fish fade in. Yeah, wow, cool. It's working. Now let's try maxing it out and see that that works. So this brings us up to 11. This brings us up to 14. This brings us up to 15. And now when I try dragging another thing, it shouldn't even allow me to. Yeah, because we're at max. And there's our full fish pond. We can have a sushi shop? No. You're gonna battle the pond and get fish and convert them into scales. And one of the ideas I just had this morning actually is, what if the fish were items and you had to bring them to some sort of like fish mulcher, which gave you scales? It wouldn't be called a fish mulcher. It'd be like a descaler, I guess. But I think that's an idea we should probably save for the future and just see if we like that. Yeah, considerations. We could make fish into proper items that you have to bring to a descaler. Yeah, I guess the issue with this is that you would probably be getting tons of fish at a time. So you would pretty much need items stacking. I don't know. I don't know about that. Hey, Ben6, collabing with Dave the Diver. I haven't played that game, but I've heard good things about it. Yeah. Anyway, I'm pretty happy with how this is turning out. This is all shaping up to be what I'd envisioned here, which is great. Yeah, I'm quite happy with this. Okay, so I think we're ready to check in. Have we done all this? Allow manually dragging a potion to the extractor. When it's brought to it, it'll be converted to fish eggs. Disallow accepting a potion if the pond is at maximum capacity already. Good and good. Now, we don't do this in the nicest possible way to the user. Let's say you're at like 14.99999 out of 15 fish, and then you drag a potion worth like 1,000 gold. We're going to give you that 0.0000 or whatever 1 fish, and that's it. We're not going to give you the accumulated extra value. We could make it so that you're really at like 35 out of 15 fish, and then as you spend the... I'm not going to do this. Yeah, whatever, it doesn't matter. All right, make sure this is navigable. We haven't done that. Needs to track total value of potions. Done. Consider adding a sound. We got to do that. Add a sound when you toggle the switch. Give it an in-world switch. Valid destination. If you both... Yeah, cool. Okay, so this is the stuff we got to do after I've committed and probably taken a break. So let's go commit. So we added the shader here. We added the collision shape. Looks good. We turn that off. That's also fine. We cleaned up this function. That's pretty nice, actually. In fact, it should probably be checked in on its own, but I'm not going to do that. This is looking good. Yep. Cool. Yeah. Yeah, this it's all looking exactly like what I expect. We shouldn't check this in. That's a problem. Yeah, that's a problem. Everything else there looks good though. And then we shouldn't check that in either. I don't like getting rid of those things because it's annoying. Let me see if it's easier to do through this UI. I don't think so though. Unless we can click the minus. No, you can't. You can like You can unstage it. I guess we have to do that. Fine. Am I the only one that does code review? Generally, yeah. So the other two people working on code are Kevin and Darkstorm, and I will review all of their stuff, and yeah, and I don't expect them to review my stuff. Hey, Merkin. Be hilarious if there's a bug to later overlay this video. Yep, looks good. Yeah. All right, let's click this button. There was stuff I needed to not check in, which it's easier to do so by subtracting it than by adding all the other stuff. So where's the stuff I don't want? This stuff is all fine. Here it is. I don't want this. And I don't want something in town, this. Okay, everything else should be good. Cool, so allow extracting potions. You can only do this manually for now. I also simplified the process of finding valid item destinations so that only one location in code needs to be modified when you do something like this command. All right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Like I said, this is all shaping up to be pretty great. We can remove all the fish from the pond by doing this, which is a debug function. So now they're all faded out and gone. And then if can we get an ogre blood potion? Yeah, there. If I drag this should give us maximum fish immediately because it's worth so much money. Yep, they all repopulated. This is so cool. I love this. I think this is great. So next up, after the break, is getting workers to be able to bring potions here. And then after that, it'll be allowing you to battle the pond. And battling the pond is how you get fish. But like I said, before that, I'm going to take a break. So is it jump time? It's jump time. Hey again. Oakley, so I saw you trying to use the glow command. I don't know if you figured it out, but it's all inside this. Hang on, close the game. I recognize that by showing you this, you won't be able to use this because I just closed the game. But there should be a glow thing here. Yeah, it's just glow without an exclamation mark. And then the color is either taken from Twitch chat or you can type in a color if you want. But it wouldn't have worked on the final screen anyway. It doesn't save there. But yeah, there you have it. Okay, so first things first, we got to make this navigable. It's easy to make it navigable. It's hard to make it look good. So we're just gonna make it navigable. So characters are probably gonna walk through trees. Maybe we'll just remove the trees. But the thing is positioned right here. So to make this thing navigable, we need to get rid of this little path. So let's go do that. And probably, yeah, let's just start with that. Yeah. Maybe delete like another one of these. And then we probably have to get rid of this tree or just move it to the left. So let's take you and put you there. Okay, and then we got to get rid of maybe this tree. Let's put you there. And then let's add in some extra nav blocks. Like here, down to here. No, that won't work. To be like that. Then we'd add them in here as well, right? Okay, that'll kind of work, I think. Let's try that out. Yeah. Yeah. All right. So make sure it's navigable. Done. Consider adding a sound. We haven't done that. We need to do this part now. So when this toggle switch is on, workers can find it as a drop-off point for items. But not only will they find it, they will prioritize it. So we need to figure out how that works. There's a drop-off item. A drop-off item finds a target somehow. Wait, what? There's a state before this that goes into drop-off item. What is it? Where is it? Pickup item. Just transition into drop-off. Interesting. Okay, I guess I'm misremembering what this looks like. I thought this had code here for... Oh, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. All right, well, whatever. I guess we modify this. So if the tavern accepts it, then we do that. Yeah, no, so not anymore. Now it's if the fishing pond, I guess the extractor will accept the item. That's not what this has to be, though. It's got to be that it accepts the item and that the switch is toggled on. But how about we just do this anyway? So, and we'll just write it to do here. Make sure the switch is toggled on. So what this should do is make it so the workers will now bring potions to the fishing pond automatically. So let's try that. But they'll never stop. No, wait, no, they will stop once once the pond is full. But it should be based on whether this switch is toggled, which we're just not going to deal with yet. It's just a Boolean. It'll be very easy. I just want to make sure this is working. All right, so we're going to grant some items, and we should see a worker go pick it up. Yep, there we go. I'll just make a worker over here so it's faster. So they pick it up. They go down here. They should look mostly like they're walking in the right spot. Nice. Nice. And then we should see, if we do this enough, let's grant a bunch of potions, we should see fish spawn in the pond. Yep, 3, 4, 5, 6. Very cool. Now there is no collision on the extractor, so the workers are walking on top of it. They probably shouldn't be doing that. So we got to fix that, and we got to fix the switch thing. Item bin has a collision, right? Yeah. What is this thing's collision? Why does it go to the left? Oh, it goes to the right as well. It just goes more to the left. It's not really a big deal, but yeah, let's see if we can fix that for this. All right, so static body, this is the actual collidable area. We want to set this to be roughly this size. Yeah, let's do it like that. Yeah. And then when you build the fishing pond, we need to make sure we rebake the navigation mesh. We do. And now all we need to do is take into account the lever. We have a lever here. The lever itself should know whether it's on or off. It does. So now all we need to do is be able to get that from over here. So public bool should workers prioritize, or no, not even should they prioritize it. No, maybe it is like maybe just can workers drop off items? Yeah, something like that. And make this be the lever is on. Okay. Now I had that to-do item over here somewhere. Yeah, so we can get rid of this. So this is if this will accept this. Maybe we should just make a like will worker drop off item or something like that. Yeah, I'll make like a will accept item from worker. And we take in an item. And it has to be that the lever is on and that and this. Sure. Yeah, cool. All right, and that way we can simplify this and we don't need to come up with a crazy if statement here. And that's that. Now there was one little thing that was missing, right? Oh, the collision, which I did. All right, I think that's the whole feature. I think the extractor is, it just needs sounds now. It might even have a sound because of something else. But yeah, let's try this out. So we add some workers, we add some items. Oh, it's off, so they're not going down here. Oh, they're going to bring it to the shop, but if I turn this on really fast, then this should turn around? No, they already picked it as a destination, but now any future potion should go into the extractor. And if I turn this off, no, you can't stop it. Okay, we should probably make it so you can stop that. Oh, I think I know why that's happening. Because previously we didn't have to differentiate between a worker dropping off an item and you dropping off an item. And now I guess we do. Get valid item destination for entity. Don't we check this? Yeah, we check will accept item. Oh, drat. Oh, this is the one case where now the source is going to matter. Oh. Well, one way we could do this is change every instance of will accept item to have it pass in whether it's a worker or whether it's you. Hey, Mr. Ray Ray. I think we have to do this. Yeah, I think we have to. So the problem is that workers will still bring items to the extractor, even if you, like if they find it as a destination and then you turn off the switch. And the solution is, yeah, will accept item needs to pass in the source. Worker versus you. Does item know it's holding it? It does, but the problem is, I'll show you what the problem is here. So when this is drop off item, this is inside of the worker states. So a worker has this code run on every frame, and it says if there is an item target, then we just check will it accept the item. We don't know that the target is the extractor here because the target is a generic interface and item destination. So what we could do is we could cast it here. We could do something like this. We could say something like and or I don't know. Let's say we did something like this, like extractor, or if item target is, oh my God, I can't type. If it's the extractor, then check to see if it'll accept the item from the worker. This is another way we could do this. And here we could just say to transition back to like, I don't know, some other state. This works, it's just kind of a violation of like proper object-oriented coding. And we're gonna have to do this again when it comes to the farming thing. Hey, James. Also, what do we do in this case? Reach target will accept item. I mean, I guess you might have turned it off. In the extractor, can we check if the item is held by a worker? I don't think you'd want to do that though, because the only time they actually call drop off item is when they're at the extractor. So basically they'd start walking to the extractor, and then while they're halfway there, you would turn off the switch. And now they'd still continue walking all the way there and then realize when they make it here, oh, whoops, I shouldn't be here, and then turn around. So what we want to have happen is as soon as you toggle this switch, they just stop trying to navigate to this thing. So that's why we need to do it in the worker's logic and not in the extractor's logic. So like I said, this code will work. It's just bad. Like I think we should just modify will accept item. Plus then anywhere else that we do this will also know and will be modified. I guess we'll just pass in the entity carrying the item. It can pass in an entity question mark. If null, it means you're dropping it off. You have a mechanism that'll trigger them to recompute if the target item display gets occupied. We should maybe do something like that. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Like someone has computed that this is their item destination, and then we have some like signal that they listen to that says when the state has changed. But I still think it's better to just pass in the entity. Yeah. Like I said, I think the best solution is just change will accept item. There aren't even that many references to it. There's like 15 or something. How many are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 12, 16, 19, 23. I might have counted wrong, but I think there are like 23 of these. Do you have a plan for playtesting before the game's released, since at some point the content can't be in the demo? Yes. It is to ask you to play the game on an alpha brace. More seriously, it's that plan but expanded. So it's like, yeah, have some people who feel like testing it out every once in a while. Just kind of play through the game. Yeah, this is, by the way, this is what we're going to do with fishing. So fishing is probably going to take all of today and probably all of Wednesday. And then maybe like Friday or Monday, we'll push to a special branch and then give people the password if they want to try it out, and maybe even a save file. And that way you can just see like, okay, does this work? Does it feel good? Is it fun? Problem is we probably won't have the rewards in place by then. You can also make it null by default, only pass it and receive it when it matters. Yeah, the problem is it mostly matters. It doesn't matter when you're the one passing it in. I guess we could invert that. We could have it be like, well, no, we gotta get the entity information probably. You buy stuff through itch like that, and then people like us buy early. You could set it up for purchase, but I think it should just be like freely accessible to people in this stream at least. Like I think just password protecting the branch is fine. There's a chance that somebody out there was considering buying the game and they play this password protected branch and they're like, oh, well, now I don't need to buy the game. And like, yeah, okay, that's fine, I guess. Because in exchange, we get testing. So it's a somewhat strange distribution of rewards, I guess. But I'm Not the end of the world. Was there anything else I mentioned here? I don't think so. Oh yeah, I wanted to test this really fast. Okay, let's try it. So now as soon as you toggle this switch, they should go over to the potion shop instead. I hope. Because if that works, then we can be reasonably certain that the proposed solution will also work. All right, how do we do this? We click this, then we turn this on. Oh, they're not going to find the target unless it's new workers carrying it. All right, so they go down here and I turn this off. They did not turn around. Those jerks. Oh, whoops, I see, because we're transitioning into this right after what I meant to return from this. Oh, wait, nothing's gonna make that work, will it? Oh, I see. We gotta not make them wait anymore, I see. I do not know what that is, Trackley. Wait, this person? Julian? No, come on. We don't look alike. All right, well, I'll add it to the list anyway. This one is the closest one in my mind. But there, we'll add Trackley's line. And say you look like him. Okay, fine. Deleting it. Don't care. Gone. All right, so we turn this on. We do this. We then turn it off when they're on their way over there. And they should turn around and they're not. I guess because they're still getting into this state. I don't understand how that's possible though. Let's put a breakpoint here. Yeah, so turn that on, click this, turn it off. What? Maybe it's not the extractor? Maybe it's the fishing pond? This thing is an item destination though. I'm confused. Where do we find the target? Here. And we find the extractor. Oh, this is if it won't accept the item. Oh my god, I'm stupid. Okay, whoops. It will always accept the item. Yeah, my bad. We got to do this in here. It's the way you talk. Okay, well, I'm not familiar with this person. It is entirely possible I talk like they do. I imagine if they're doing restoration while they're recording themselves, then maybe it's got the same like cadence of them trying to think as they're doing whatever they're doing. All right, so they grab the item. I click this. They turn away. Yeah, perfect. Okay, but nothing makes them steer back here. We need to fix that too. Need workers to switch to the extractor when you toggle the switch. Yeah, this is going to be a problem. This would probably be something that they get a signal for. They need a signal for this. Because the whole point of this is they prioritize getting that item. So what would happen here? What would happen? They have a target already. It's going to be the potion shop. We somehow preempt all of that. And we figure out that they're holding an item. Yeah, I guess we just need a signal inside of drop-off item. This would need to listen to something. All right, so we have two things we got to do. Make it so that workers can preempt their destination by adding a listener to the extractor's lever turning on. I guess if we're adding one to it turning on, we could just add it to one turning off as well, right? Like and then we don't even need to change will accept item. So it's like, no, but then you need to know that your destination is the extractor, which you could do. Yeah, maybe we do just do that then. If it just turned on and the worker is targeting something else and the extractor will accept the item, switch destinations. If it just turned off and the worker was targeting the extractor, switch destinations. Yeah. Amrox. The right neon pink lights, he's a 1-to-1 match. Excuse me. I only muted the second half of the coughing fit. Okay, well, I think this is what we need to do. And I think it's only drop-off item that needs to care about this. So how do we do that? We need something that knows when you've toggled this on or off. And it should ideally be the fishing pond that knows that you've done this. And currently nothing does. We listen to this, what, over here? Yeah, on lever toggled. Well, this is where we're going to do something about this. I guess we're changing our print that we had. Toggled lever. And this should take in a Boolean. Okay, done. Now the fishing pond should have its own listener for that. Here. And that is also going to be a Boolean. That is toggled extractor. I haven't been typing extractor properly, right? Yeah, good. I've only been typing it in properly. Good, good, good. All right, so toggled extractor. This goes into the same thing we had over here, which is toggled lever plus equal is on. Good. And then the town can listen for that. Alternatively, I wonder how we want to do that. We need to know that this thing was enabled. I guess when they enter the state, we could just do that. Town equals town component dot get for the entity. And then town dot fishing pond dot, what did I call it? Toggled extractor. Yeah. And then the same thing down here. The event can only appear on the left hand or right hand side. Oh, darn it, right. Well, let's put this in the town then. Did I get the chair on discount? Yeah, slightly. I think it's inside the spec sheet. Chair. Yeah, that was when I worked at Google and they gave a 30% discount. So it cost apparently $1,300. Should probably add that to the chair command, huh? See specs for pricing details. And I guess I could just put it on the the thing, whatever. I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna make things any easier. Okay, so we're gonna have an action here for toggled extractor. And whenever we set up the fishing pond is when we're gonna do this. There's on clicked. This is toggled it. All right, cool. So now we can just listen for that, right? Hooray. And then we just need to write this function. All right, here's the logic for this function. So we can just paste this in here. All right, so it just turned on and the worker is targeting something else. So if is on and we're targeting something else. Oh, darn it. We need the extractor here, don't we? I mean, I guess we could get it. We know the extractor has to exist. I just don't like how I did this. Yeah, I don't like how I did this. Fine. Fine. I'll go change everything. I guess we'll put this first. I feel like that makes more sense to me. All right, let's go do everything differently. Yep. Oh, wait, no, we don't need to. What am I doing? We don't need to change everything. We can just change it here. Fishing pond dot extractor. Easy. Yeah, that's not bad. All right, now we can put that here. Okay, so your item to target is not the extractor. Then switch destinations. So how do we do that? Transition this. Make a target location component. We could just change the target location. Yeah, we could just do that. Hello, I want the name TC here. Oh God. There. All right, so TC. Oh, there's no set destination. I guess we need like a change destination. Yeah, let's go make that. Public void change. Yeah. Interesting. Very interesting. This is exactly what I want here. All right, cool. Hey, Atomic Man, I'm doing pretty well. I think we've been making good progress today. All right, so and I'll show this in just a sec. We're handling what happens when you toggle this switch. And if it just turned on and the worker's targeting something else. Oh, and the extractor will accept items. Yeah, and the extractor will accept whatever item. I don't like that. Will accept item. So we know that you're holding an item? We don't even know that you're holding an item. If you're not holding an item, we don't care. No, you have to be holding an item. You're a drop-off item. Is there any way that there could be a race condition where this happened and you're still in this state? You would leave this state and you'd stop listening. So no, I don't think that's possible. Maybe we should just double check here though anyway. Maybe, yeah, maybe we do that. Or null. This shouldn't be nullable, but we might as well just be safe about it. If it is null, just return. If it's not null, then we do this. Okay, cool. So if the switch is toggled on and you weren't targeting the extractor and the extractor will accept an item, then change destination. I actually don't think we even need this part here. Who cares if it was or wasn't the extractor? Just make sure it is the extractor afterward. So yeah, I think that's fine. Else, if it's off and the worker was targeting the extractor, then now target something else. So the target something else is just going to be to transition into the wander state and hope that that does everything just fine. All right. There we go. Now what's the problem here? Entity doesn't exist at this point? Oh, it's got to be passed in? Okay. Why was that capitalized? I don't understand. Did the AI write that for me? I don't remember even doing that. It used to be lowercase. Yeah, I don't know why that was. Okay, it must have been AI. Well, we can fix this now by changing this to pass in the entity being this. All right, I think we're good. Let's try it out. Woo. This was not bad. I thought this was going to be a harder or worse looking in the end. I guess we're going to have something pretty similar for when you toggle the fertilizer thing for farming. And maybe then we want to consolidate this. But anyway, we are going to do this. We're going to watch this worker walk over to the left. And before they can get there, we're going to turn on this lever, which should make them go down toward this thing. Good. Now, while they're on their way, we're going to toggle it again. And they should have turned... Whoa. Whoa. Okay, that's a mistake. So we turned it off. And they were targeting the extractor. And we transitioned into worker wander. And a whole bunch of stuff went wrong. We removed their target location component, but they still were going over there. Can you transition to the same state you're in? I'm not sure if I allowed for that to be possible. Because, yeah, I guess all we need to do is delete the... Oh, whoops, this should be gone. Maybe that's what caused that. I didn't realize I still had that code there. I didn't even think about it though, as in like, would that have fixed the issue? I'm just testing it. And if it fixes it, then great. And then maybe I'll think about it. It's called lazy development. It's a great technique. All right, so we turn this on, we turn this off, they turn away. Nice. Okay, that did fix it. So why did that fix it? Now let's actually consider. So their target was still considered the extractor because all I tried doing here was wander out of this thing. Ooh, that shouldn't have made any sense. No, that definitely doesn't make any sense. I don't know how that fixed anything. How did that fix anything? Turn this on, they start walking to it. We turn it off when they're close. Yeah, they're still walking to it. What? Why? That should get hit. Okay, I realize that shouldn't have fixed this. All right, let's try this out again. We're going to turn this on. Turn it off when they get close. Then this gets called, but somehow they get back into this state. Worker wander is going to realize that they're holding an item. It's going to just immediately switch into drop-off item. It knows that they have a destination. They transition in this state. They get in this state. They remove their current item target. They remove a target location component. I don't get it. They shouldn't. This shouldn't happen this way. I'm trying to figure out, okay, so what's going on? They're reaching the extractor, which was their target location, which shouldn't even exist. And then treating it like they are going to the shop. Okay, carry on. This makes me think that reach target is being called on the old target location component. I'm just not sure how that's possible. Yeah, I think the nav target is being retained somehow. I'm just not totally sure how. Like, is the nav system keeping track of this? Because we have on component added and on removed. So this should be calling on removed. And it's a target location. So we just remove it from here. And remove from here, yeah. That's correct. I guess this thing will still exist and we'll still have a listener. But nothing should ever be acting on it. Well, all right, let's start this over from scratch and just see what's going on here. So I guess I do want a breakpoint here, and I guess we're going to restart the entire game. And I want to get into this case and then figure out how reach target is being called. This looks scary too. Why would this ever get hit? Because nothing's going to Nothing's going to get us out of this state. Oh, wait, yes, it will. This will. I guess it's only safe to do. Hey, Carson. Okay, so we turn that on and we... It's a navigation agent, the one that actually has a target. Yeah, I think that is possible. So we've turned this off. Let's go look at the change destination thing. Nav.set target position. I see. That's not good. Do we need to remove this? What? Oh, I'm so confused. Okay. Let me put a breakpoint here. It's going to think that it reached the target very shortly, I think. So I'm going to hit the play button and it should break in again very soon. No, it didn't break in. Is this a race condition? It probably is. Oh, interesting. I turned this off and it hit reach target before it hit toggled extractor. How is that possible? I clicked the button. Maybe maybe it wasn't in the state. Maybe oh, that's not good. Yeah, possibly it's not. No, it's not a race condition. This got hit, but this condition wasn't true. How was it not true? Either they weren't holding an item, which I don't think could have been the case, or they were holding an item, but then this wasn't the case. We turned it off, so it must have been this. And the item target wasn't the extractor. Wait, that just got hit again? Oh, because they made it to the shop. All right, whatever. Let's try this again. Let's do this. Make sure this is on. They will now walk over there and then turn it off. Okay, so something here is wrong. Are they holding an item? Yes. Is on should be false. Item target should be the extractor. It is not. How is it not? What's going on with this text right here? All right, I don't know how to fix that. Let's just clear the console. What is the item target? Name. Does not contain a definition for name. Okay, well, if we convert it to a node, it will. It's just node 2D. What are you? Does it target the pond? I don't think so. Also, the pond would have a name, unless I forgot to name it. No, it's named Fishing Pond. All right, what's the parent of this thing? The parent is item displays. So this must be a shop. Yeah, if I do dot item category, that's probably not going to work. Oh, I don't know how I would get that. But anyway, if it's got item displays, it's probably the shop. I guess it could be the warehouse. But how would it target any of that stuff? This thing was on. It was going over here. It's targeting some random garbage. I don't get it. All right, well, let's just see. Where are all the places we can set this? It should only be one. Yep, it's only one. And it's this. So if the extractor will accept the item, then return the extractor. Otherwise, try to return something else. We don't even have a warehouse, if I remember correctly. No, we don't have a warehouse. So it must be the shop. It's got to be the shop. It's finding the shop, but just why finding the shop? And the only thing I could think of is that this is returning false. So it won't take... Oh my God. Is it because of a race condition between when I toggle this thing? Oh God, if that's the case, then this is really stupid. Do I do this in the wrong order? Yes, I do. Whoops. Okay, I think this just needs to be up here. Oh, wait, no, we got to keep track of the old value, though. Oh, God. All right, so bool changed. Yeah, I guess that's what I want. And then up here we do this. And then here we check is on and changed. No. All we care about is this. If changed. Yeah. Good. All right, I think that'll fix this. Let's try again. Yeah. Wow. Crazy. Yeah, I was using the wrong state in that check that we had because of the order of operations there. Order of operations being a race condition, not a mathematical operation. All right, so I toggle this on. It looks like it's turning on and off. Yes, good. So that's working correctly. I put a potion in the world. And then while this is running over here, I toggle this off. And they should just turn around. Yeah. So I can make them... Oh, no. It's still broken. Okay, so there's still a problem. So it wasn't entirely caused by that. But we still need to get to the bottom of that. So let's put a breakpoint in here. Give you an item. You pick it up. You find a destination. It should be... No, it should be the... Wait, why is it the extractor? Is that on? It is on. Okay, so that's correct. And now we go back to the game and turn this off. And now this is false. Yes, good. So it should find the shop. Yeah, it does find the shop. Okay. So then why are you not turning around? I want a breakpoint on this. All right, I'm going to put this on the other screen again. We're going to toggle this on. It's going to go to that. Sure. Then before it makes it there, we're going to toggle this again. Okay, now what is going on? I can't maximize this for some reason. Oh, it's just super slow. You want to maybe go in the right spot? Okay, good. So we should be holding an item. Yep. And then this should be off. So we're here. And then this is false for some reason, which is not expected. Yeah. So why is that happening? I want the node item target get parent. This is a shop, is it not? Name is what? Item displays. Yeah, so it's a shop. Wait, maybe the problem is backwards then. Maybe that... No. Oh, man. I was going to say maybe the worker is walking to the extractor but thinks it's trying to go to the item shop. Is it worth logging those? It might be. I am curious if we can figure it out from this. The only place it can even change the item target is right here. So we should probably just log what that is. Out of curiosity too, why is the name of whatever node this is not named? Shouldn't it be named item display or something? Because like this parent has... Oh no, this parent is item displays, which means that this is an item display, which means a shop has that, right? Yeah, item displays right there. Item displays dot add child. Item display node dot add child. What did I call this? It was item displays node. I typed item display node, I think. All right, so here's where the item display gets added. We should just give this a name. Yeah. Why doesn't it get... Hold on, I'm a little confused by this. Item display has a name, but I guess only the very first one is what's going to have a proper name. So if I did this dot get children, we'll only see one that's named. Count 2. Yeah. So 0 dot name is item display. Yeah. And then 1 dot name is some random thing. Yeah. Well, that's fun. Why can't it just give it a better name? I want it to be item display for all of these. Maybe we give it an item display, and yeah, let's just do that. Let's say item display dot name equals item display X, comma Y. Yeah. Change the code, it still doesn't work. You try again, nope, nothing. Go back and forth, still nothing. After 20 minutes, you realize we were refreshing live build instead of the dev build. Yeah, that's always frustrating when you're not even testing the right thing. Not moving the listener on reach target. Yeah, we're not, and I didn't think that mattered, but now I'm starting to think it might matter. Because I guess what's happening here, we reach target is being called on the target location component. Problem is, the only way you should be able to get a target location component. Oh, maybe we overwrite it here? Is that possible? Because down here we call change destination. Here, if we were overwriting one that existed, I guess it would make sense that we just have two target location components. But I think that should raise an error. Yeah, existing component. Existing entity already has a component of type. So we're not adding another one. Or if we were, it would be erroring. Did it? No, it didn't error. Hey, Richie. I also think we should set drop-off item target to null when we leave the state. Yeah, I agree that we should. Although it's never used outside of this state. But that shouldn't have an impact on this. All right, so how do we know that you're finding a shop? I guess let's log something here. Print found item target. And we'll say node item target name. This might help at least make something a little bit clearer. Oh yeah, that won't work unless we do this here. Okay. Well, the thing that is not expected for me at least is why are we finding the shop as our destination if the worker's walking to this thing? And I turn this on. And I guess get rid of this. It should say, yeah, found the extractor. Now I turn this off. And it has not switched destinations yet. Oh, maybe it's when I do this right here. Oh, darn it. Maybe, oh my God. Yeah, that's why. I forgot to set the item target. Whoops. Done. Okay, I think that should fix it. Oh my God, so stupid. All right, I think that does it. Yeah. Well, we got there in the end. I'm pretty sure that'll fix the problem. We had a destination of the extractor, but the item target was still set to the shop. So yeah, the repro was actually that I grant an item, let the worker walk over there, pick it up, and then they go to the shop first, and I would toggle this on, which would make them go to the right location, but have the shop as their destination. Then when I turn this off, they would still be going to the, I don't know, whatever, something was wrong. And now I think everything should be fixed. So we're going to test this by just kind of, let's let this go over here. Yeah, good. All right, that looks good. We're going to do this again one more time slowly. So it's going to pick up the item. We're going to turn this on. They're going to drop it into the lake. Good. And now we're going to add in 1,000,000 items and 1,000,000 workers. And we're just going to indiscriminately toggle this. Yes, good. They're working. Okay. Now, what happens when they're waiting over there? That might not work. Yeah. Oh, wait, it does. How? Huh. How does that work? Also, this is going to kind of a weird location here. We should probably change that pivot. Where is the pivot? You don't change the pivot. We just need to set it to a specific point on the sprite. Offset. No, that's not what I want to do. What? What do I want to do? I guess we could just give it a region or something, right? Is there like I guess we just give it a node 2D. Drop off point. All right, now we just move the drop off point to be like the top of that thing. Yeah. Hey, Goose. All right, so now the drop off point, we got to go fetch private node 2D drop off point equals null. Go into ready, get the drop off point. Then whenever we get the global position of this thing, we get it of the drop off point. Okay, there's a state, which is like wait for, yeah, this thing. How does this work? Every so often, it's going to check for a destination. Wow, cool. Yeah, great. I guess everything's working. Another problem solved. Yeah, so here's the problem that we've created by solving it this way is we have a toggled extractor function because it's currently the only thing in the world with a lever. But we know for sure we're going to add the farm at some point, and the farm is going to have another one of these things. And once we have two of these, it means that we're going to need two of these functions. We could actually, once we have two of these, we got to change this logic too. Yeah, how would we change it? Because they're going to be equal priority. Okay, that's going to be an issue when we get to farming. I'll just write that down on the farming task. Add farming system. Yeah, edit this. If both this switch and the extractor switch are on, then workers will randomly pick a destination. This will involve modifying drop off item dot toggled extractor. Currently, that function forces an entity to move to the extractor if it was just toggled on. But now we don't want to change the destination if a switch was I don't know. Now we only want to change the destination if the current destination has a higher priority and both the farm and pond have the same priority. Well, will have the same priority. Well, that's a problem for future us. All right, so what we do, given an in-world toggle switch, when on and when the pawn is in max, become valid destination. All right, so did I test that out? What happens if we add in a bunch of items and this is on, but it's already at max fish? Yeah, but then I hit page down, so now it's not at max fish. Oh, that's a problem. So it's really just any time. It's not that you toggle the extractor. It's when the pond becomes a targetable thing. Although I'm not sure we want to change this bit. Here's the problem I just uncovered. As you catch fish, should, well, I guess there's a question. As you catch fish, should workers target the pond with potions, or should they preempt restocking shops when the pond can now accept potions? And I don't think it really matters. Again, to show this off really fast, it's like these workers will all go to the pond until it's full, which it just became full, but now I'm going to manually empty it. So now there are no fish in the pond and they're still going over to here. Now, when two put the potions in, they're going to go back over to the extractor because now they're like, oh, I got to my destination and it was full. So I'm going to go back over to here. And yeah, I think that's a little weird. Also, I want to see if the drop-off point now looks correct. Maybe, I guess, oh, I guess what we'd have to do is make them wait there. Why don't they wait there now? If it won't accept an item, then transition into wait. They are calling this. But what does this do? We don't care if the tavern exists or not. Workers aren't going to idle near the tavern in the hopes that a quest starts. Ah, therein lies the problem. Yeah. Should workers wait near the pond? I don't know. I don't know. Yeah. This comment needs to be updated. We don't care if the tavern exists. Tavern slash pond slash farm exist or not. Workers aren't going to idle near those in the hopes that they become available. I don't think they should wait next to the pond either. I guess that preempting question still becomes a case that we need to ask. But let's see what people say about this. If they get annoyed by it, I mean, they'll probably leave feedback, and they've been annoyed by things in the past, and they left feedback. So let's see. They should now drop potions in this little hopper here instead of in the whatever, some weird area there. All right, so turn this on and wait. That did not look like it worked. The drop-off point is set up here. And when you drop off an item to the extractor... Oh, I know what's going on, I think. End position is global position. This should be get drop-off point. In fact, probably every flying item should be doing that. Yeah, I think this is technically a mistake. Player held item. This is you dropping it on the ground. Yeah, let's not worry about that then. This I just changed. This should be get drop off position, right? Which happens to be global position, but it might not be in the future. This is item slot dot global position. Isn't that what drop off point should be then? It's just global position. Are they the same? They're not the same. Are items anchored at their tops? They're not. What shouldn't this... Something's wrong here. I think this is going to look off by a few pixels, but I'm not actually sure. Oh, I see. There. Okay, never mind. I know what's going on. Then doesn't this mean that we have the wrong drop-off point when workers put this there? I guess not. What is this used for? This is used for walking to this thing. And it's just the position of the item display. when I guess we want it to be where the item slot is. I don't know, actually. Yeah, this is a bit perplexing. I think these should be the same. It's going to change where workers walk, so they try to approach it from the top instead of from any direction. But I want them to be able to approach it from any direction. All right, so then we don't change that one, but we probably change this one. Get drop off point. Yeah. Okay, let's try that out. Whatever mechanism comes out of this should probably also work for item displays. 2 would feel more natural. Are you talking about for preempting? Like all of this message is talking about one thing and not the get drop off location stuff I was just talking about? I'm just trying to think as you fish. I guess it depends on the duration of time with which you're fishing. If they're going to preempt, then I feel like they need to wait at the destination. Otherwise, they can keep getting preempted in both directions and never actually make it anywhere. And I think that would be a problem. All right, we turn this on. Again, we're just trying to see, does it drop it into that hopper there? Yeah, it does. Good. All right, now we add a bunch of items and a bunch of workers. Yeehaw. So if we preempt workers going to shops, then they may wander back and forth forever as fish are taken from the pond and then put back in. So yeah, either we allow waiting or preempting and waiting, or neither. Let's see how it feels. I don't think this is the kind of thing we can decide ahead of time. If, as you're playing the game, you're like, man, my workers are dumb, then we'll have more clarity on what to do. All right, but I think we're done now. This, we're just going to save until later. Excuse me. So all we need are our sounds. Excuse me. But first, we got to go through this stuff. Okay, that looks good. That's good. Good, good. Why is this yellow? Non-nullable must contain a value. Where'd the question mark go? Oh. So we still don't check in that. Everything else is looking fine. I'm not sure if fixing this mattered. I don't want toggle to get called when it can have the wrong value though, so I think it makes sense. In fact, we should probably check that in on its own. Lever. Fix toggled event order. We were calling lever.toggled, or I guess invoking, before we changed the state of the toggle. This may never have had an impact, but it was not the right order of operations. Now let's keep looking through the rest of these. Oh, this is its own tiny change. Name all item displays. I don't like that Godot does this. If you name a scene, so we named a scene item display, and then you do something like this, add child, like I'm just gonna, this is not the real code for it, but imagine it is. The first one is gonna have the name item display. The next one is gonna have something like node2d at, and then some like hash or something. And then this will be something else too here. And I'd love for them to all just be like, instead of naming it node2d, just call it item display and then put the hash. I don't mind that, but instead it gets the name node2d. In fact, I wonder if someone's complained about this. Node naming when duplicates exist. Some destinations will have different drop-off point and animation endpoint. Makes sense to pass a nullable start position since we cannot otherwise have a proper way of dropping off without animation. Yeah, I think it makes sense to have that. I was just wondering if we ever did that. I don't know how to search for this. Node name duplicate. I'm not gonna find this. Hey, Paj. How you doing? Is your character still alive in PoE? Yeah, I'm not gonna try to find this. Anyway, I don't like this is happening. I want to just check this in. Name all item displays. Godot only uses the scene name for the first item display. Then the others are named node 2D with some kind of hash afterward. I now name them with their coordinates so that it's at least obvious that they're item displays. Okay. Let's keep going through this. This should not be checked in. Extractor, yeah. All right. So we don't want the town code checked in, and we don't want the fishing pond code checked in. So not this. Unstage, and not this. All right, everything else should be good. Let's verify one more time. I'm gonna go through this pretty quickly because we already looked at this. Just want to make sure nothing made it in that shouldn't have made it in. Yeah, we're looking good. I just don't like this. Just don't like it at all. Could we have fixed this by just changing will accept item? I guess no, we couldn't have because the shop will still accept it, but we do want to preempt entities. So that's why we need this. Yeah. I want to put a comment in there. Let's do that. Toggled extractor. So we need to be able to preempt hyphenated. No, we need to be able to preempt workers that are going to a valid location when this higher priority location opens up. Yeah. All right. So what do we do here? Allow workers to access the extractor. All right. So now the only other things we have with the extractor are the sounds. So consider adding a sound. Is there somehow already a sound in here? Let's find out. Turn this up, and we're going to try having them drop off potions. I don't think it'll make a sound. No, it doesn't. And then same thing for the lever. So those are the only two sounds we want, right? Sound when you put a potion in, a sound when you toggle the switch, yeah. All right, we got to figure out what sounds we want for that. How much trying to donate to get put in the game? Oh man, I don't know. I don't think it's an option right now. All right, so dropping off a potion, what sound should that make? Like a liquid pouring sound or something? Do we have something like that? Home, download, Leo. Drink. No. Liquid? No. Potion? No. Water? Okay, we have a bunch of water stuff. Maybe one of these will be good. Like an object being dropped into water. Yeah, but we need one of these to sound like that. A bloop sound. Yeah. Let's open these things up. No, that's bad. No, that's really bad. No, this is all really bad. No, I don't like that. Water ball? No. Water jet? Water slam? These all sound like waves. Not like a drop of water. Step water? That could work. Okay, so this is the best candidate right now. No. We should use one of these when you get a fish. Yeah, I like that for when you get a fish. Do I have that written down here? Add sound every time you catch a fish. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So probably that. All right, anything else that could potentially work here? Watering 1 for farming? No, water elemental? No. Oh, how's that? That can work. And then water rune? No. Okay, well, let's go with that. Water elemental damage. All right, so CDO into that thing. Whoops, home, download Leo, CDO, open. All right, so where is it? There. I gotta put this in the right spot. This is audio sounds. All right, what is it considered? It's a town sound when you do it, and it's a UI, or no, it's a UI sound when you do it, and it's a town sound when the workers do it. Excuse me. I think we need to look up what we did for drop off item. Oh my god, my throat. Where's that? Item display. Drop off item doesn't work anymore. It doesn't make a sound? What? What? Play sound, manually pick up item, manually draw. Oh, okay, so we have special things for that, but we don't have them for when workers do it. That's too bad. What do workers do then? Don't they? Maybe they don't make a sound. Oh, maybe they don't make a sound. All right, well, let's plug this into the town, I guess. Yeah, we're not very careful about this, huh? Water elemental damage. That's what we want. Sound ID. So this is going to be extract item. No, I'll say place item in extractor. All right, then all sound data. So this is a town sound, we said, right? These are considered UI sounds. Oh, and this is considered a UI sound too, even though it's in the town folder. God. All right, where do we have the other item stuff then? Quest item turned in. Here it is. Yeah, all right, we're going to copy this one. Oops. This is going to be place item and extractor. I don't know about the pitch. We'll have to try that out. Anyway, when you do this now, so when this thing accepts an item, we have it play the sound immediately or only when it flies in? I guess turn an item can just play the sound. Town play sound. There. We don't save this thing, so we need to save this thing. Good. All right. So this is going to happen when workers drop off the item, which that's currently what happens when they drop them off to a quest bin. It's just not what happens when they drop it off to a shop, I think. So I'm going to leave this thing off, and we're just going to see what happens when we try dropping them off at a shop. They're not making sounds right now. And I don't think they make a sound when they go over here. No, they don't. But now I'm going to turn this on, and they're going to make a bunch of sounds. I like it. All right, cool. Yeah. And now is it too loud compared to other things? So let's start a battle. It's a little bit loud. It's hard to tell. I guess we'll start many battles. No, I think it's good. Yeah, cool. All right, I like it. Vibes. It is all coming together, though. Also, did you see? I don't know if you were paying attention, but when you drop off potions now to that thing, it actually puts more fish in the water. So this is, I have 2 fish right now. And if we just grant a bunch of workers and a bunch of potions, you can watch the fish count go up. Oops, I gotta turn this on. We should probably have that start on. Yeah, now we have 11 fish in the pond. And you can see them start to show up. It's great. Let's get our way up to 15 fish. Yeah. So cool. Yeah. This is why I think it's great watching people play the game. Because I know Pige commented on this, like, oh, there's water. That means there's going to be fishing, right? And that was never the plan. The plan was just to have water in the town. It was just aesthetic. Now there is fishing. Shoots fish out of the top of that building in the pond. Well, what I was picturing is that what it's really doing is producing fish eggs into the pond. So maybe this could be translucent and there could be an animation here. But yeah, in general, the way this is working is like this does some processing and then just puts fish eggs in the pond. Okay, so we've got a sound for, we needed it for 2 things, right? Oh yeah, we got it for that. Now we need a sound for when you toggle the switch and maybe have different ones for on and off. All right. This should be a UI sound. We got to go find those sounds though. But what if it launched fish? I mean, it could. Here. Okay, so we need a, is there like a toggle switch thing here? No, there's pause and unpause. How do those sound? That's too digital sounding, I think. Yeah, what's this one? Oh, that could work. It's not bad. It's not great. Let's keep looking. No, I don't think I like those. That could work for turning it off. Let's look at some of the other ones we have. Pause sound 2 sounds like a robot farting. Let's look at all sound data and see what we've used so far from all the confirmed things. We've used confirm 8 and nothing else. And we used decline 2 and 3. So we can't use those again. That could work. Yeah, I think I'm leaning toward either that, decline 4. Do we have an opposite in confirm land? No, it sounds like dialogue. I don't know. I don't know what to use for this. I like pause 3. Wondering how to get generic sounds for videos. These were gotten from an asset pack that's in the credits here. It is this bundle. Wait a second. What? $35. Didn't I pay 50 for this? Hang on, I'm looking at my ledger now. Where are these? No. I paid 33 apparently, so it's actually gone up in price. Okay, I thought it went down in price. It's fine if it goes up in price. Yeah, so anyway, they typically have like what's that site called? Shutterfly. They have sites like this but for audio. So Shutterfly is just a bunch of stock photos. They've got audio sites that you can license this to. And yeah, they're royalty free things you can get too. I think this is worth buying for a game. But if I were making a video, I'd probably want like, 3 or 4 sounds I use all the time and just find those royalty free. In this case, it's a little bit tough because I don't think we really have like switches turning on. Do they have a switch? Whoops. Toggle button? No, it's just the like confirm deny sounds. Book parchment, maybe mechanisms, machine. No, it's for the switch. It should be more clicky sounding IMO. I think that could work for turning it on. But yeah, maybe more clicky sounding. I wonder if we could just take it from something else over here. Oh man, I don't know. Yeah, I don't hear anything that's great. What else? Any other categories that sound like they would fit? Not really. Yeah, not really. Okay, well, then I think we've got to find the best ones of those UI sounds that we have. Just looking through this to see if there's anything else that's obvious. This maybe? Maybe something in here? This kind of sounds like turning on a switch. That could work. I wonder if we just find a click thing and then just modulate it myself. Modern UI. It's kind of interesting. Okay, typewriter is great. Let's just go with that then. Where'd that go? Here. Yeah, we'll go with 1 and 3. Check one word in the game. Is it bassinet of rain or whatever? All right, so plug this into these. Typewriter low 1 and 3. And this is going to be like toggle lever on and off. And this is something only you're doing. So I don't think we need to pitch shift it at all. And what's another thing that you're doing? I guess level up is? No, not level up. Skill up is. Yeah. Let's get that toggle lever on is going to be... Ooh, did I put those in the wrong location? No, I did not. Good. All right, on is 1, we said. Is that correct? Yeah. And off is 3. Okay. Now we just go use that inside of lever. Does lever have access to the town? Of course not. Of course not. It could have access to the town though, and it gets it. It just doesn't save it. Private town. Okay, so whenever you toggle this, if it changed and it's on, oh, I guess there's a toggle thing here. This could just be used for whatever listens to it, but I guess any lever should just have its own sounds in it, right? All right, so town.place sound. This is on, this is off. Ooh, all right, cool. Well, at least we have these sounds we can use, and I don't need to make new ones yet. But I do feel like a lot of sounds in this pack are just sort of phoned in a little bit. Some are good. All right, cool. That's it. Now, what I'm curious about is what if we were to pitch this downward? What do we say min pitch is 0.7 and max pitch is 0.7? So now it's going to be 30% lower. Oops, that's the wrong one. I want this to be over here. There. All right, so the toggle off is going to be a little lower. Does that sound better? Does it sound stupid? I feel like they're not obvious in isolation which one's on or off. And it's not in isolation, so that's okay. You also have the visual. It's a little better, to be honest. But if we're going to do that, why don't we just take the same sound effect and lower it by 30%? Probably all they did anyway to make the sound. And then we can delete one more sound effect from the game. Okay, not sure about 30%. Or by only 20%. This game better be the best game. Yeah, that's pretty good. Yeah, I like that. Okay, let's delete the other one then. So we don't need this anymore. All right, let's check that in. Just added 3 new sounds. Yep, sound IDs. Save the town so we can play it. Don't check that in. And don't check that in. Yeah, cool. Looks good. All right, on stage and fishing pond on stage. And make sure that we've got everything we want. Yeah, good. Add sounds for fishing. There is a sound when dropping off a potion, and there's a sound when toggling the lever. That brings us to complete on the extractor. We now move this to the bottom of the list and start the battling at the pond thing. All right, so we're not great on time before lunch, but I can at least get this started, I think. Show the fishing pond on the battle map after purchasing it. It may be easiest to just use the town node on the map unless we can add a special node that has no path going to it. All right, how about we start with this one? Figure out how we want certain characters or skills to work. The rogue has execute, which I'm guessing would be pointless. What about AoE? So I think there are a few styles of battle we can do. How should battling for fish work? So option 1 is you, like, the pond itself is the enemy and you don't see discrete fish. So you damage the pond and every so often a fish flies out of it. And by the way, the context here is adventurers have different abilities, e.g. Warrior can counterattack when hit. Rogue can automatically kill enemies at less than X% life. And what are some other things? Like Mage has AoE. So, like, should these abilities matter? The only way to counterattack is when you get hit. So, like, should the fish hit you? And I think the answer to that is no. But I think these other things, like, yeah, there should be something with a life value so that the rogue actually matters. There should be multiple enemies so that the mage actually matters. Yeah, so that's what I'm thinking is option 2, which is the fish are enemies just like in a regular battle. So e.g. if your pond has 3 fish, you see 3 enemies. If it has 500 fish, you see 9 enemies because you can only have 9 at a time. And then they have their own life bars. So now AoE works because there are multiple fish, and this automatically execute enemies thing works because there are life bars. Any on-hit things wouldn't work. But anyway, this is what I'm leaning toward. The downside of this is that if you ever have, say, like 5,000 fish, then battles may take a very long time. I guess at that point, we could just make stronger fish that represent like 5 at a time. Yeah, that would work. Yeah. Yeah. Alternatively, we could render, no, that's, I was gonna say that's bad. We could render like a whole bunch of fish in the pond, but at that point you're kind of just an option 1. Yeah, I think this will work. I like option 2. So I guess the only other question is, should on taking damage abilities work? Like zombies have poisonous skin. Warrior has counterattack. Paladin has that holy light thing. What else? I guess Archer has a negative ability. Hey, Spike. Last exams in university. Next year I'll defend myself. I think I need to think what topic to choose on my engineer work. Is this for a PhD? I've never heard of defending something unless it's like a doctoral dissertation. Oh, maybe you do for master's degrees too. Anyway, I'm leaning toward no for this. Yeah, master's you too. Okay. Hey, Brady. Welcome in. Yeah, I did not do a master's degree. I stopped at a bachelor's degree. I remember it was like year 3 or year 4 of that, and I was just like, oh, I'm so done with this. I don't want to keep doing this. Oh, you do for bachelor's as well? Wow. So what would be the downside of this? It would mean that some characters are just worse at fishing, but I don't think that's a problem. Yeah, I think we're going to say no for this. Okay, so then let's write this down because there's a consideration that I want to capture for the future. Where the considerations go? Okay, yeah, here. If we ever allow for tons and tons of fish in a battle, then we could just have different fish graphics represent different numbers of fish and have their life bars scale accordingly. Actually, it would be kind of funny if there's like a fish boss. If you have more than 500 fish in your lake or something and you get into a battle, you're just fighting one giant fish. Maybe it does fight back. That could be kind of cool. I don't think it'd be very interesting, but it could be kind of cool. Where did I write that down? Here. Yeah. Could even have something like 500 fish be represented by a fish boss that does attack you. In general, I don't want the fish to attack because it doesn't make much sense, and because it's okay to have different characters matter more for fishing. And even for the characters who don't necessarily matter as much, like the warrior. If we grant a bunch of skills here, so the warrior has counterattack. Yes, this is going to be pointless. The warrior also has taunt, which I guess is going to be pointless. So already they're looking like you probably shouldn't use this character. Well, let's say you really wanted to for some reason. I guess you would just put your point into, you put your points into this. None of these would matter. So you just pretty much try to skip this tier. And in this. So you only have 4 skill points that actually matter for fishing. So yeah, like I said, it just points to you probably shouldn't use the warrior. But if you powered up the warrior and you don't feel like changing them around, then great. Okay, fine, do this build. You're first an engineer and then a master's degree, and each exam is preceded by a defense, and for each defense you have to write a project. I see. Okay. Gotcha. Huh, interesting. Last semester in degree, I do a big project, then defend it. Yeah, neat. I wonder what mine would have even been. What was I working on, or what did I do? I don't know. I did a bunch of like game stuff, even though I wasn't in gaming classes necessarily. Yeah, all right, I'm fine with these conclusions. All right, figure out how we want these to work. So I'm done with this. Maybe a good idea to show the 9 fish in slots just like regular enemies. Each time you kill one, it gets replaced. Probably not worth starting with this idea. I think it is worth starting with this idea. The fish battles will probably last for a minute, regardless of where you are in the game. That way you can have fishing builds. Yeah, let's save that. I think that's a pretty good idea. Yeah. God, this is like unmanageable in GitHub. I pretty much need to look at it over here so I can actually tell what's going on. All right, I think it is worth doing this. Show fishing pond, manifest the fishing instance. When fighting, the battle is infinite. Check should be disabled. Battle should probably render how many fish are still in your pond. Fish should get summoned every time there's a free slot and your pond still has fish. Every time one is summoned. No, every time one is killed, it should be taken from your pond. That's not going to work though, is it? Darn it. I think fish should only be taken from the pond when they're killed, which means we need to add the total number of, which means we summon a new fish when pond fish. I'll figure this out when I'm actually coding this. All right, every X damage you deal, another fish should be caught. Every time you kill a fish, you're actually catching it. You should immediately get the reward in scales. It should probably show sticky text somewhere saying that you caught a fish. Add a sound when fleeing. The tooltip for fleeing should probably say, yeah, cool, okay. Honestly, this doesn't sound too bad. I think there are going to be a couple of sticking points here. But I'd like to make progress on this in the afternoon. And then that would, I don't think we'll finish it today, but that would be nice. And then we have perks, saving and loading. And that's kind of it. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I think we're looking pretty good. All right, well, I have a treat for you all. I don't know how many people are even watching. But I'm going to take a lunch break probably now. That's about noon. And I'll probably be gone for a shorter amount of time than normal. I'm going to try to aim for like 25 to 30 minutes. And the treat is that we've fixed up Animal Royale so that it's hopefully easier to play. So I'll stick around for like 1 or 2 matches. And we'll see how this works. Is it TNT time? Okay, so I think it's got the text up there on lunch break. Yeah, so it's launching Minecraft right now. And hopefully this is more fun than it used to be, because hopefully it's more understandable. But it's still not going to be like super clear. Did I push after changing the imager stuff? I did, yeah. Okay, so you can join the game by typing !join in Twitch chat. And you'll connect as a sheep. And the goal is to shoot TNT at each other. So you've got a limited amount of time to join if you want to. If not many people play, I'll probably just end the stream. Because, yeah, if people aren't playing now, I don't think they're going to be playing over lunchtime. And then make sure to click that image in chat that typed like 5 messages above now for how to play. Because it's not the easiest, but it's gotten easier. So you're going to use the TNT command and then a direction and potentially a power and a time to live. But yeah, like I said, it's not going to be super obvious. Yeah, so something like !TNT, right, up, down, northwest, something like that. Those will all work. But it can't just be TNT. It's got to be TNT in a direction. Yeah, so like iOS dev guy's there and is aiming north, which is technically not aiming at anybody. You can also teleport. Kevin, did the teleport commands also take in new directions or no? Oops. Yeah, and if you don't know where you are, you can use !identify and then a color if you want. Okay, so Nabu blasted themselves. And changed TV? Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, so there's whoever just used orange is at the bottom of the arena there. That's Xana's. What happened? I don't know. I wasn't looking at where you were, but it's possible that you shot TNT too close to yourself. Anyway, the game is, it's got a learning curve for sure. So if you type !AR, you'll see the entirety of the commands you can use. And I'm going to just let this run while I go get lunch. So you'll be able to play for however long I'm gone for, 25 minutes, 30 minutes. I don't know. The rounds are discrete. So whenever there's a winner of this one, you'll get to play another round. So have fun. I'll be back in however long. And yeah, see you then. And we'll work on the battle code. We're spinning that around. I'm back. Who do we have here? We have Kevin at the bottom right, then Lime Oats at the top, and Xana's at the left side. This will be the last match. I'm done eating my lunch. Looks like only one person's playing anyway. I don't think we'll probably play Animal Royale after this. I just feel like it's too complicated for most people to jump in. And because there's a big difference between the skill floor and the skill ceiling, it means that the people who know how to play kind of just win the game very quickly. And yeah, I don't know. I'll have to think about maybe doing like a game jam style longer game. But the people can still play and have fun. All right, let's make this. Whoops, not Java, lava. There. All right. Oh, nice. Okay, cool. Close the game. New commands are good, but their usefulness. Oh, I gotta switch back to regular streaming. Is over after round one. Yeah, I think that's the thing that I saw. Like, unless someone's at exactly north or northeast or east or south or something like that, then you're not really gonna have any benefit when they're 6 degrees off. You still need to learn these other commands. And I don't think that's too bad necessarily, but I wonder if we should have something like adjust left or adjust right. In general, I just don't think having a 3D game that you play using chat commands is ever going to be all that fun. Or at least not this style of game. So yeah, I think we're probably going to drop Animal Royale from the stream. I'm not like super bummed or anything. It was a fun thing to make. It was a fun thing to play now and then. Yeah, but it's not worth continuing with. All right, well, anyway, hi again, everybody. We are back from lunch. I tried to not spend a ton of time. I don't know if I can even scroll up in chat. Yeah, I don't know when I took my break, but I tried to keep it as brief as possible. I still need to eat. All right, so show the fishing pond on the map. I think the way I want this to work is that you will just hover over this and it'll say like fishing pond here. Or maybe we have a node that is the lake, but I think we just use the town node. So let's try this stuff out. I think this is going to be a little difficult to get set up. Fishing pond equals 9. Tried adding a desert for future expansion. Fun. All right, now instance map. How does this work? Oh, there's going to be a problem with doing things this way, right? Because this is a special instance, and it probably shouldn't show up in instance IDs because it's going to seem like it's the next instance in the list because of how get next instance works. Oh, no, that's not how it works. Okay, we do manifest what the next one is for each of these. Yeah, hopefully this just doesn't break. I don't know. All right, so where do we show the town node? Here it is, town point. And what the town point is a special point, and that it's not added to. Where do we do this? We have map routes. Huh. All right, well, where do we do the tooltip stuff? Update instance tooltip. Selected instance IDs. There's something that prevents us from selecting. I guess let's start with that. What stops us from selecting the town? Set selected instance ID. Here it is. What calls this? On-clicked location point. All right, so it's possible that just the town is not ever in unlocked instance IDs. I'm gonna try this out. Might as well make a full Minecraft server. Yeah, where people just connect during my lunchtime. They become the sheep. All right, instance ID dot fishing pond. This is the town node, And it needs to know that it's the town node, and it wouldn't. I guess we could put another point on top of the town and make it look like you're selecting that one. At which point, should we even show the node that is the town? I guess it is nice having that route there. Yeah, I'm not sure how I want to do this. All right, let's go over to here. Look at instance map. Instance map has that one point. Yeah, town point. Oops. This is going to correspond to something else. All right, selected instance ID. All right, what calls you on clicked location point? And where is that done? We go through the points and we just set other GUI input, and we just don't make one for the town doing this. But we would have to, but only after you've unlocked the fishing pond. So we can do that. We can set up a point. We can change this function around so that we pass in like a setup point kind of thing. Set up a tooltip for that. What is this? Update instance unlock status. What does this do? Change the modulate color and stuff. I don't know if we need to do that. All right, I'm gonna make a function for this. Private void testeroni. We get it from the instance ID. So this would be called like fishing pond point. Okay, that's fine. Fishing pond point. So now town point is never something that we fetch like that. This is always going to be fishing pond point. Oh my God. I can't tell if that's happening because I'm too scared to press the key with my ring finger with a bandage on it. But yeah, I am definitely messing up my typing a lot more today. All right, so now we have the town point set up. Now we need to go into setup locations and get all of this stuff set correctly. So yeah, we have a special color there. We already have the route and everything else. I'm gonna just copy paste this stuff. We're gonna put it into here. And then I don't think we need create route. I don't think we need this. If next instance ID is none, return, and we don't need any of this then either. So we need these things. Instance ID in this case is going to be the fishing pond. I can't type command. In order for me to press command on this keyboard, I need to press these three keys at the same time. And I just can't. Oh, wait. Oh, I'm typing an O when I do that. I must have my finger too far to the side and I just can't feel that it's there. All right, then something needs to call this function. So let's search for page up and copy all of this and just delete it, I guess. We'll eventually put this back and then put this here. So when you press page up, we'll call the testeroni function. All right, let's try that. See what happens. Then we can refactor this. All we're trying to do is get to the point where you can choose the town. And yeah, hopefully this works. No, I broke everything. How'd I break everything? Key not found. Fishing pond not present in dictionary. Oh, because the only instance IDs we used to have were ones that were all inside of instance ID. Or sorry, I said that stupidly, but I at least know what I'm talking about. We need to search for where we iterate over every instance ID. So where do we do that? Oh, there's no instance data associated with it. Is this what's happening that's wrong? Yes, this is. All right, so the town is special in this case. I wonder if we should do this differently. Because we're going to need a special tooltip and everything too. All right, we should delete this from here and put it in the testeroni function right now. Unlocked instance IDs dot add that. I guess it could just be instance ID. So this isn't going to make this code work. It's going to cause the exact same breakage that we just had, but that's not why I'm doing this. I wanted to figure out what shows when you hover over this now and what should show up. Excuse me. Wait, why did it break this time? It shouldn't have been anything different. Oh, are we doing get valid values or something like that? Yes, we are. Ah, fun. Update, unlock status. You know, we could have something that just returns valid instance IDs. Ones where we actually have data that they're reachable. Alternatively, we could just make a special point that exists outside of all of this stuff. The more I think about this, the more I keep thinking the fishing pond is probably going to be special. It's probably going to be a lot of special handling here. Like maybe we want to say right there on the fishing pond how many fish you have, which would need to get updated potentially in real time. And we don't have the way of doing that here. So this is something that needs to keep getting updated. Alternatively, I wonder if we should just fetch the tooltip from the fishing pond. We probably have access to the town in here. If not, yeah, we have the town. So we could get the fishing pond from that. I still just want to see what this looks like. So I guess let's get rid of this for now, which is then going to break all of this code. Yeah. All right. So when you hover over this, here's what it shows. I definitely want a picture of that so I can keep looking at that without having to open this. So what I want to be able to show is something like fishing pond and then kind of none of this stuff. It would just say something like how many fish you have. And I guess it wouldn't even show the level. Yeah, it shows how many fish you have. And it says something like battle here to catch fish. The battle will last until you flee. Tooltip for the fishing pond. Show number of fish you currently have. This should just reach out to the fishing pond itself to get that tooltip, since we already construct it. And say something like catch fish at your pond. Each fish you weaken will be, each fish you defeat will be converted into scales, which you can use to upgrade your adventurers. Flee the battle. I think fleeing the battle will be obvious. There won't be any other way to get out of that window. And there are only going to be 2 controls there. We probably have to do something special with auto battle there. Like it wouldn't matter if it's on or off. We could just not render it. So still, what do I want to do? We could always add in a special node here too. It's just, if you have multiple locations unlocked and you actually click the town, it's going to show town and then say like level 1. I guess we have special handling for that for bosses though, right? Because you can unlock this, harder elites. Here it says level question mark. Why doesn't it say that over here? Now it does. Oh, I guess because you need to beat it. Yeah, what is it even called? It's in battle panel that does this. And it's called the selected instance label. Yeah. Also reflect how many fish you have and should get updated. Okay. So I'd like to have this code somewhere else. So this would be a special handler and it'd have its own mouse over things and a way to get the tooltip values. And that way it doesn't need to pollute battle panel or instance map, which are already pretty large as it is. But first we need to get this stuff to even render. On clicked location. Should we have this? The set selected instance ID. That's what set it to the fishing pond. I feel like that's a good thing to have. Yeah. Yeah, so I think we keep that. Let's keep going back to this and see what else we have here. That's fine. Don't we already do this? Maybe not. Use press cursor, play a sound on mouse enter, on mouse exit, pretty much the same thing. Set up the tooltip. So setup tooltip is called every single time you select an instance? No, it's only ever called once at the very beginning. And we would need to do something special for that. All right. So I'm thinking of making a special node. I guess the only real difference is that it has a thing to update the tooltip whenever it's needed. Alternatively, we end up putting that in here in some kind of process. What does updating the tooltip actually do? At some point, we should have the selected tooltip, right? Update instance tooltip. Yeah, just none of this text is going to matter, right? There's no defeat elite monster, etc., etc. So I do think we encapsulate this in a new class. Okay. All right, I am slowly building up an understanding of how I want to do this. So we need a new class to handle the tooltip setting and updating. But it should only happen when this thing is actually selected. So it'll be tightly coupled to the battle, or probably the battle panel or the instance map, which I think is fine for now. This thing only exists in that context anyway. So now instead of getting valid values here, we need to get all the ones that, wait, is this the only place where this happens? No, this happens in several places. And what does it do? It goes through all of the possible like battle locations and does this stuff. So these are going to be just not the fishing pond. All right. And this is just an IEnumerable or what? Yeah, it is. All right. So private IEnumerable instance ID. Get like battle instances, not fishing instances. Yeah, and it's going to return this minus where ID is not equal to instance ID dot fishing pond. All right, now we call get battle instances every time we would have done this. Yeah. Okay. All right, so that should fix problem number 1. So now we can mark this as unlocked if we wanted to. And this function can do some different things. In fact, we could do pretty much all of this. This isn't going to work though, because this point is going to try to get instance data and it won't be able to, I'm pretty sure. Setup tooltip. Yeah, this is going to fail. Although we could just make it not fail. It's not going to have enemies in it or something. Yeah, this is going to be a very, very specially managed case for all of this stuff. There is no room spawn stuff. There's no next instance. There's no cost to unlock this. There is going to be a scene path though, so yeah, I guess we do need this to exist somewhere. Okie dokie. Let's go do that. Fishing pond. So let's make it look like, well, let's call it fishing pond first, I guess. Recommended level doesn't matter. So it's a 0. Scene paths should be the waterways because it's the wateriest one. Cost unlock doesn't matter. Next instance ID shouldn't exist. Yeah, instance ID dot none. Room spawn data doesn't need to exist either. Or maybe it just doesn't need enemies in it. And the drops also shouldn't exist. All right. Great. Let's just try running this and see what happens. It'll probably work. It's just not going to do anything that I actually wanted to do. I mean, it'll build. Hopefully. Even if it doesn't do anything I wanted to do, I still wanted to build. All right, built. I press page up. It says will set later. Where's that coming from? Setup tooltip does this. What happens if you start a battle there? I'm guessing it won't find any enemies. Yeah. So the battle will just never end. And when we win, it won't give us any loot. But it doesn't break or anything. That's kind of nice. It says fishing pond level 0 there. Oh, now it's set up. So fishing pond level 0, max adventure is 6. So yeah, this is where I was saying I think this should be a special node. Also, if we wanted to update this immediately, I guess we would call update tooltip and pass in instance ID. Peaceful town. Is this even building? Yeah. Okay. All right, cool. Yeah. Fishing pond. Beat once to reveal reward. Oh, we can't select. Oh, what? That's weird. Glitches out. Node not found fishing pond route. Fishing pond route. God, that's hard for me to say for some reason. Update instance unlock modulate. This is done when you select an instance, I guess. No, I don't know. What was this trying to do? 469. Set the routes modulate because the route doesn't exist. We could have some special case for this. Where's that happening from? 190. Yeah, this is when you set the selected instance ID. But this is changing the modulate on that node too, which I don't want any of this stuff to happen. So it's not just that it's unlocked. If it's not unlocked, or if the battle locations, what I call that? Get battle instances. Yeah. So this just won't do anything now. Oh, but we got to update the label. Oh, rat. Yeah, we need this. But not really, actually, because the info string's got to change. Oh my god. We're going to have a bunch of custom stuff in here. All right, fine. Let's do that. So this is going to be done. Whoa, what happened there? This is going to be done if this does contain this. There. Whoops. All right, now the label. I mean, we might as well write this in here, right? Selected, get instance info string. This does a whole bunch of stuff. Oh, God. Oh, this is going to be needed. I got to get this to match what we had. So we have the display name. And then in a smaller font, we have the details. I'd like this code to exist elsewhere. For now, I am going to just kind of shortcut everything, and then we'll think about the organization of this in a bit. So if this is the fishing pond, I don't know why that didn't type out the dot there. Then we're going to return this. That looks good. We don't need an elite symbol. Then we have details. Fish 4/17. Yeah, let's try that. Is game dev getting relatively easier or harder in your opinion? Headwinds of so much volume of games made, expectations of gamers. That's a really good question. Here's what I think. I think that if you take any already made game and compare it over the years, it's getting easier and easier to make that game. But if you take what gamers expect and try to make that game, it's getting harder and harder. Because I think expectations are generally rising out of games. And I kind of mentioned this when I was talking about this game, but think about just picture any genre of game and then picture it having an overwhelmingly positive review aggregate score on Steam. Like, what systems do you think that game has without knowing anything about the game? And it's like, I'm going to guess there are probably achievements in that game. I'm going to guess there's a settings menu that accommodates things like different resolutions, audio levels, I don't know, whatever else. Like, there's probably going to be a title screen. There's probably going to be a pretty good soundtrack. There's a lot of other things that you could list here without even knowing the genre of game. But then once you do know the genre of game, you're probably going to be like, okay, is it an FPS? Well, then I'd expect there to be controller support. Is there, if it's whatever, I don't know, like an RPG, I'd expect there to be some sort of like extensive or well thought out like skill system or talent tree or something like that. These expectations, I think, keep rising. And I think there are little ways that people have had their expectations change that they don't realize. I think a big way is about tutorials and like guiding players back on track. So my wife just played Astrobot, and I didn't watch her play all this, so I didn't see this happen myself. But she said that she was struggling on like one section of a level, and she struggled apparently enough where it just skipped her past that section. I don't know that that actually happens, or if she misunderstood, or if that actually did happen. But like, that's a way of getting players to not experience frustration with your game. When in the end, if the game is just there to be fun and you're struggling on some section of it, why not just skip you right past it? And like, maybe there's a setting where you could turn that off, or who knows. But that's another kind of thing where it's like, that was a great quality of life feature and she really appreciated that. And when it comes to introducing players to games, it's you have to accommodate just so many different things. People who aren't going to read a single word of text, like how do you get them back on track? People who read everything and then stop playing for a week and then forget everything. People who whatever. So much to consider there, and it's like, I think your intro to the game is super critical for getting you to keep playing it, and on Steam not refund it. In real life, that doesn't matter as much because um, the store might absorb that cost. I don't know. It depends on how things are done, but yeah, anyway, I think expectations of gamers is going to keep rising, and I think it's reasonable for it to rise. And then you consider things like, okay, what about just asset fidelity? Like, can you make a 3D game that looks like a PlayStation era game anymore? Not really, unless that's explicitly the aesthetic you're trying to go for. So, yeah, I still stand by this. If you were to try to make like the original Legend of Zelda, oh yeah, you could probably make that way faster than they could have made it way back then, assuming you know your tools as well as they knew their tools, and you could add new features more easily. And but like, could you make Legend of Zelda nowadays and have it be good? No. All right, did I relaunch this? I don't actually know if I did. Yeah, it says fish 4/17, and then it says beat once to reveal rewards. Where's that coming from? In update instance tooltip. Okay, so that's not gonna happen here. We are gonna do this somewhere else. We call set text and content and update content. And the content is a map rewards thing. Okay, we don't need to do all of that. We could do something here like if instance ID equals the fishing pond, to just do tooltip.set text and update tooltip. And then this, we need to have it at least matched kind of generally what you'd expect. I don't know. Maybe we want this color here. I'm not actually certain. But anyway, something like this, and then we just return from here. And what did I write down that I wanted this to say? Catch fish at your pond, blah, 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah. That sounds good. Why is this crossed off? I don't think I've ever seen that before. What are you doing, Mr. Parenthesis? Does it know that it doesn't match anything? Wow, that's pretty impressive. Huh. Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen that. Wow. Well, let's take a look at this now. Do you think the average consumer is stuck with nostalgia glasses when they say things like, I don't care about X, graphics, or modern quality of life? Just remake my favorite PS2 game. It can't be that hard. Uh, as a whole, yes, average consumer. And part of the proof of this for me was seeing the re-release of Paper Mario, the Thousand Year Door. There are a lot of people out there who would say, "Oh, this was my favorite Paper Mario game." And I went through and I read a lot of reviews, and I saw the people complaining about no quality of life compared to what modern gamers expect. So in the original game, there was no fast travel, and in the new game, there's very limited fast travel. And modern gamers want not limited fast travel. They want to just be like, oh, I just want to go back to that world. Why can't I go to that world? And there are lots of other little things that I saw that people are complaining about. And then some like valid complaints, like the text speed is slower. Okay, fine. Um, but even that is like a quality of life feature in a lot of games. Just adjust the text speed. Like, that's an option for a lot of things. And for Paper Mario, I could kind of get why they didn't do that. There's a lot of personality in even very small text boxes, and maybe allowing you to speed that up broke some system for them. But that's a technical limitation, and they could have overcome that. So yeah, I think as a whole, it's rising. And my other kind of example for this is WoW Classic. This was, I think, one of the designers of the game said something that this quote, like, you think you do what you don't. And they were talking about you think you like do as in want to play the original WoW again. Well, enough people have played it where Blizzard is supporting it now. But I've been watching, excuse me, I've been watching Redbeard on Twitch play this game. WoW Classic is from 2024, or sorry, 2004. I accidentally typed the two there. It's from 21 years ago. And I find that almost no game from 20 years ago holds up today unless it had something else propping it up, like it was getting updates. Like World of Warcraft still exists from 20 years ago, but it's been getting updates. That version might hold up today. But WoW Classic for new gamers is just not a very accessible game. And so much has changed about gaming as a whole. And as a very minor example, so I don't talk about this forever, but I kind of think about things in terms of like what was around in the early 2000s. And chat rooms were pretty common. There was like AOL, there was, I don't know, there were a whole bunch of other things that existed at that point. AOL Instant Messenger, I mean. Um, and there wasn't a concept like Reddit yet. There wasn't microblogging. Like YouTube, I want to say started in 2006, or maybe started like thereabouts started, but it wasn't the colossus that it is now. So back then it was like WoW wasn't just a game, it was also your social network. It was like a community. You could talk to people. There were other ways of doing this, but you didn't have like Discord wasn't in your face at the time. Now when people interact with a game, I don't think they're looking for that community aspect as much. And it's not to say they're not looking for it at all. People still form guilds and stuff. I see these signs of things changing and people wanting more out of something. Classic needs too many quality of life features that it won't get for me to play. Well, I think there are like three camps here. There's the keep things as they were, and that is like classic vanilla. And then there's like keep the spirit of things, and that turned into what they call season of discovery, and then like a full-on evolution, and that turned into retail. And if you don't fit into one of these three camps, then like too bad. Blizzard doesn't care. but, uh, Yeah, I think that's at least where things split for that. So the lack of quality of life leads to certain, I guess this quote, necessity is the mother of invention. If you don't have quality of life features, if you don't have fast travel, you're going to try to find some way to work around it. The player base is going to be people who are okay with that as the status quo. Then the community is going to form in such a way that it exists. So, like, they must have been okay enough with that, or it's not a big enough pain point. Long running games and series build up a ton of bad features that they never got rid of because of lost fallacy, ego, etc. So, yeah, there's good stuff, but also bad. I mean, I think that's part of it, but I think when you say bad features, there is almost certainly someone out there who likes any feature you consider bad. And the flip side of that is true too. Almost any feature you consider good, there's someone out there who doesn't like it. Like I played Animal Crossing and I thought turnips were the dumbest thing in the game and I hated it and it's what stopped me from playing the game. Someone out there probably loves that feature. They're probably like, "Oh my god, this is amazing. I love turnips." I stopped playing the game because of that. So I might be like, "Oh man, bring back Animal Crossing Classic. I hated turnips." But like that's not necessarily how the rest of gamers as a whole might look at this. So I think in any game, my conclusion from that is people want to pick and choose what they like. And since we all like different things, it doesn't mean the game will be popular. And if you were the ones making this, you have to focus on the business aspect. And then you need to consider what's going to please the sort of greatest percentage of people. And some amount of that is going to turn into paying customers. With the game for a long time, don't like is a better word. But you'll even if any game gets, let's say, 1 million players, you're gonna have these like clusterings of people where 20% might say that they like X and dislike Y, and maybe 40% say that they like X and Y, and maybe whatever. You just keep coming up with like different ways of writing these sentences out. Like you might feel like, oh, I'm in this category, so there must be lots of people in this category, but there might not be. It's very unlikely that there's ever 100% in any given category. So there's going to be some features that, yeah, even though they seem like they're hated, even some longtime players love them, and maybe the game changes a bit without having them. It's also hard to say because you don't get so many different shots at trying these things out, right? If you do have 100 systems in a game, can you try with like systems A, B, C, D, and E, but not system F? And then can you try that again, but now like, okay, well, let's have like A, B, D, and E, but not systems C and F. Like one of these might be the best possible combination of a game. And my sort of thinking for this is Infiniminer, Infiniminer, versus Minecraft. Infiniminer was, if you think about it, like systems A game, and B, the creative mode, and Minecraft was just B. And Minecraft made $2.5 billion. So Infiniminer did not make $2.5 billion. So it's hard to say. And this is where it's like, do you have the magic formula? Like there's probably the essence of that in most games that would make it much more successful, and it's just hard to touch on. Old school RuneScape does surveys for new additions to the game. Has to get 70% likes for it to be implemented. Yeah, I'm not too familiar with old school RuneScape. And I think my guess, because the name of the game has old school in it, is they have valued not alienating their players, because old school means that they probably started playing whenever RuneScape came out, 15, 20 years ago. So that getting 70% likes is an important metric for them. But I don't think this would hold true for everybody. Like maybe sometimes you do want to kind of move fast and break things, and maybe the game ends up being better as a result, but you have to shed all the old players. What percent of it is luck? Unfortunately for people, the number is much higher than they want to admit. To make games be successful, or are we talking about something else? Okay, this didn't totally work because it got rid of the title text. Where's the title text come from? Here it is. I mean, if we're gonna do this, we might as well just put the whole thing in one spot, right? Yeah. I'm still a little bit torn on this, but string text equals this. And then this. Wait, is there a new line added? There's probably... Yeah, there are 2 new lines added there. All right. Local parameter name text. Yeah, I mean, this code isn't going to exist here at some point. I guess let's just put it in its own function anyway. Private string get fishing pond tooltip text. That's this. Then return that. Get the instance data for this. All right. Let's try running that. To have a successful game, there are pitch decks with the best market analysis and sizing, but the reality is there's just a good chunk that's up in the air to luck. Yeah, I will say I generally agree. In the same way that I agree that like normal physics has randomness. So I would need to very much clarify that. Uh, as an example, let's say you have a like a cone shape and you put a sphere on top of this thing, right? Like this kind of cone. You put a sphere on top. This is in real life, right? Put a sphere on top of a cone and you let go. It's gonna fall, right? There's no way you perfectly balance this thing, and there's no way that the weights work out that it's not going to fall. So now which direction does it fall? To you, it's going to seem random because you just put this thing on top and you didn't like perfectly measure everything, but it's not random. And I think of this as I think of global entrepreneurial ventures. If you were to make a game and release it, it's probably going to seem like there's more luck involved than there is because you haven't actually sampled every single population in every part of the world to figure out what is it they crave out of games and does your game fit that need. But you could, right? If you had $1 trillion, you could actually start surveying and get a pretty realistic idea of will people like your game before they buy it. And so the summary of that is it'll seem like luck, and it essentially is because no one will have the resources to do that. Godot does BB code. It does through rich text label, yeah. Are you buying cones? Yep. All right, I broke this. I am consistently breaking stuff. Why can't I hover over? Oh, no, there we go. Never mind. I just didn't press page up. Okay, fishing pond. Fish, 4 out of 17. Catch fish at your pond. Each fish you defeat will be converted into scales, which you can use to upgrade your adventurers. Maybe I should say battle here to catch fish at your pond. Yeah, I think it's better. Apparently those don't have scales. Not in this game. They all have scales here. Yeah, I know. BB code being in this is a little bit strange as opposed to kind of any other formatting, but I guess it works. What if I drop turnips instead? No. Man. If anyone's wondering, by the way, that turnip system that I hated, it was basically gambling. And I didn't hate it because it was gambling. I hated it because of the crazy restrictions on it. You like in short, you had 10 opportunities over the week spread out by like 12 hours to potentially get a better deal on your turnips. And if you didn't, then too bad, you lost money. But testing once every 12 hours is just so tedious. I'd rather have had them just say like, okay, you're not going to go to someone else's island, so just here's your price. Do you want it or not? But then it wouldn't be gambling. Hey, Neochromer. Same reason everyone just chooses Lua. Could be, yeah. Most economically profitable long-term solution is not spending the crazy money on exhaustive research and development because the ROI would be stifled, and a certain percent of random chance is literally part of the optimal solution. Yes, I agree. And that's why I say I think it boils down to luck, and I think you've summarized it succinctly. And that is why fail fast is also another good solution to that as a corollary. I had turnip spreadsheets. Yeah, I know. If like, was that fun for you? Because that's what I think. If the best way to play a game is not fun, then your game isn't fun. You should change what the best way is. Because some people will do what's best, regardless of whether they're having fun. And I think as much as possible, try to marry the best to the funnest, and that way people can enjoy doing the right thing in the game. Okay, so we got the tooltip. We don't have it showing the correct number of fish. And I also think we didn't show, yeah, we just show level 0 there. I don't want that. It was a chore and it was the pandemic. I see what you're saying. So it served a purpose for you, and fun wasn't necessarily the purpose, like killing time might have been. Yeah. Wait, don't we customize this too? Is this showing from somewhere else? Ooh, it is. Oh, I shouldn't have done this then. Oh, fine, we put this here, and we put this back into the thing where it was originally. Ugh. Yeah. All right, well, I guess we don't even need that anymore, huh? And we put this back into here. If instance ID equals fishing pond. All right, whatever. Just return this. Okay. All right, let's try that. Apparently, I made 5.5 million in profit according to my sheet. I don't even remember the scale of money in that game to know how much that is. But yeah, I remember one week losing a ton, and I was just like, I'm not playing this game anymore. And I didn't. Wait, now it's not concatenating this thing. Man, man. Ah, here it is. This needs to be text plus this. All right. All right, that should fix it. Yeah, why is there a new line there? What are you doing? Delete, delete, delete. Yeah, I'm hoping the infinite battling part is going to be not so bad in this. All right, here we go. This still says will set later, which indicates that something's wrong. Why? Oh, because I forgot a quotation mark. Anyway, this is something else I've been thinking about a lot lately, is think of what it takes to excel in any saturated area. Hang on a second, my phone's doing something weird. It doesn't matter. Anyway, okay, so picture streaming, for example. Like, let's say you want to be the next big streamer. What do you do? And probably you're gonna find success at first doing just sort of the usual good advice. So things like stream consistently, be good at what you do, foster a good community, and I don't know, like have a good personality. These are all things you can improve to some extent. Great, whatever. But then how do you now you've now put yourself in the category of another several 100,000 people. So now what do you do to excel beyond that? And I think one route at least was spend a ton of time. So imagine if you're online for 12 hours a day. Like that makes you pretty consistent and pretty easy to work into people's schedules. And another route is be the best at what you do. You're not just good, you're like number one in the world at it. So these sorts of routes, I kind of think about with game dev as well. We talked about how the market's already saturated. Gamers' expectations, I think, are generally rising. And yet there are still lots of passionate people out there. So like, how do you become the next big thing and spend a ton of time is only a route that's available to certain people because everyone only has 168 hours per week anyway, and you're not going to spend that much time working on something. So like the people who have the capacity to spend like 80 good hours per week, they're already in an advantage. And assuming that this good remains true, which I would think is questionable, because for myself, I think I've got probably about 32 good hours per week, even if I seem to have more time per week. Like that's my number of good hours. Then maybe I've got another like 15 sort of mediocre hours. So like how else do you separate yourself? And spending money can be one of them too. But yeah, how else do you come up with a way to get outside of a saturated market? Almost certainly mentioned this before. What's the timeline you wish to wrap up Skeleseller by? Fully know that it's a smash success. You'll likely continue supporting it, etc. It's really hard for me to say because I feel like every time I even estimate what this is, it keeps like ballooning out of proportion. But probably a year from now. Yeah. Because feedback has been good. And I haven't shown this on stream in a little while, but we are now up to 28 responses on that survey. And you can see that the pie chart here is overwhelmingly red and blue, which corresponds to they had fun. And there was one neutral answer and no negative answers. So the people who left feedback, which I recognize is already some bias involved because they probably played for long enough to have gotten the tip saying, hey, you should leave feedback on the game. And if they played for a long time, it means they probably had fun. So they're probably going to leave good feedback. But still, I think feedback has been pretty good. So I think we're on the right track and we just need enough content and we're working on that content. You heard of a sledding game? No. What is that? Okay. So we need to dynamically update the number of fish that's going to be here. And that'll happen automatically once we do that. We can actually just fetch this right now, can't we? If you selected the fishing pond, it means you must have unlocked it, which means you must have the fishing pond in the town. So we could access the town's fishing pond and just get the number of fish, which I don't think was public, but is now about to be. We'd also need to know what the maximum is. So let's make both of these public. Public, and then get private set. And then set these things equal to these. Then rename this to fish count and max fish and put them down here. And then fetch them from over here. How do I want to do this? So this way, pond equals town.fishing pond. Oh, nice. It already knows. Wow, amazing. I really do like this new feature that they've added. I mean, it got the variable names wrong, which is the most surprising of this because they're right there. Fish count, and it called it fish caught. But hey, it's close enough, right? Yeah. Is the game more fun or let's say easier to make than Botland? Do you think Botland would have turned out differently if you used Unity from the beginning? So I think there are three questions there. Is it more fun, you mean to make? Because more fun to make is sort of up in the air. Botland touched so much more. So Botland had an entire back end to it, whereas this game is really just a client-side game. So it's hard to say because I did enjoy some of the cloud stuff that we learned, and yeah, I don't know. With that said, I think Skeleseller's schedule is making it slightly more fun. Like it's nice to iterate on a single player game and work a little bit faster as a result of that. Anyway, so that's that. The next thing is it easier at all? Yeah, definitely easier because again, we just don't have all of the other components of this. Like Botland itself wasn't just the game. There was also a matchmaker, an account server, the game servers that we had, the everything tying all that together, the sort of DevOps of all of this. So when you cut out all of these things because it's just not needed, then you just have to focus on a game. So yeah, it's definitely easier. And then what was your last one? Oh yeah, would it have turned out differently if you used Unity from the beginning? I think using Unity would have saved a little time, but I don't think it would have made the game any better. Like it's hard to even say how much time it necessarily would have saved, but let's say it would have saved like 10 to 30% of the game part of game development. Because remember, we were developing servers and stuff, and Unity wouldn't have handled that stuff for us. So would that extra 10 to 30% have helped a lot? Probably not. It probably just would have expedited the timeline of failure. This guy was showing very small devlog Instagram videos. Game is barely started. His Steam wish lists are crazy. 80K plus in a month of spare time development. It's insane. Yeah, I'm just gonna copy paste what you said. I need to really focus on marketing more, and I think I'm gonna start that tomorrow. I think we're gonna do some of these Godot mini lesson things and try to share more. Thoughts on a leaderboard? My thoughts are still kind of the same. It's a single player game, so cheating is easy. And like what are the leaderboards people would care about? Like speed to beat the game, maybe? Or maybe like money count, although money count is something you just leave the game running. And yeah, I'm just not sold on a leaderboard. I'm not super opposed to it, but it, yeah, it's just it's so easy to cheat at a single player game. Okay, so this says 15 out of 15. But how is it at 15 out of 15? Did pressing page what? What? Didn't I comment that code out? Okay, apparently I know exactly how it's at 15 out of 15, but I thought I got rid of this. I apparently did not. Okay, well I meant to. Oh, there's no way to lower that number now. But does it get updated in real time? No, in fact, I don't think it ever gets updated. No, it never gets updated. Yeah, nothing's ever going to update that. Oh, that fishing pond thing does get updated. Does it get updated in real time? No, you need to select this again. Also, there's no rendering that this is selected. Is that what's going on? No, this is breaking. Oh my God. Update the fish count in real time. Yeah, no people into playing your game forever, it's a failure. I have seen that sentiment on the rise for single player games on Steam, where people say game was abandoned by developer in the reviews, which I think it's good to know, but I don't think that means it's going to be a bad game. And I still think about this. Like if you gave me Super Mario World, a game from what, 1994, and you were like, the developer abandoned this game, I feel like it's 1990, not even 1994. I'd still have fun playing the game. And knowing there will never be more updates for it, yes, is important. I think you should consider that in your decision, but I don't think it means this will be bad. Depends on the kind of game, I'd say. Oh yeah, definitely. For multiplayer games especially, like if you're playing a collective community multiplayer game, like a Team Fortress 2 type of thing, and there are going to be no more updates, I would say that's probably on its way out then. Because you're probably not going to get new players. They're probably not going to be like patches for exploits or bugs or something. Like one of the most resilient games I know is actually StarCraft 1, but it's not like I have friends who are playing this. I know there's a community for it, but I don't think it's very large, and I don't think it's going to grow. I think it'll probably only shrink at this point. Oh yeah, if early access is abandoned, yes, I think that's a problem. Because the devs didn't even click the button to release their game, which otherwise they could have done. Still, you could have fun playing an early access game that's been abandoned. So yeah, I think it's worth advertising. I just don't think it means this is necessarily going to be bad. All right, so right now these tooltips don't get updated all the time, and in order to update them, we need to probably just stop caching this one. Because don't we store the tooltips somewhere? Oh no, there's update instance tooltip. So we would just need to do this if the selected instance is the fishing pond, and I guess if that tooltip is showing. I don't want this code to be here, but I'm going to put this here for now. Public override process. All right, if selected instance ID equals the fishing pond, then just always update it. I feel like we also want to know if the tooltip is showing. Maybe not. Maybe we don't care. No, this will update it though, even when the map isn't showing. We do want to know when the tooltip is up. And there was a way of doing this. And tooltip dot. Where's the tooltip come from? Get node. Oh, get tooltip on parent. Yeah, I guess I'd have to do that. We could get the fishing ponds tooltip and just save it though. Private tooltip on parent. Fishing pond tooltip. Yeah. Elements should have the same indentation. Shouldn't it fix that for me? Must have an error somewhere else. All right. So set this equal to the fishing pond points tooltip. Man, it is so hard to type with this band-aid on my finger. All right, now in process, we can go write the rest of this. Is showing, yeah. Except for this, well, this probably will work. Anyway, I never really closed the loop on that thing I said earlier of how do you differentiate yourself in a saturated market. I feel like that one route of spend more time is now being done by more and more people. So like the first thing is a market emerges and then it becomes saturated through some means. And then once it's saturated, now more people try the differentiating factors to the point where they're no longer standout factors. They're more like requirements. So like I said, imagine that the number of streamers just kept growing and kept growing and kept growing. Like to stand out, you can't just spend 80 hours a week. Now you need to spend like 100 hours a week or something, or you need a different method for doing that. And I thought about that for games and like how would games get easier to make if Skeleseller were a success? One is that marketing would probably be easier because you'd have the success of Skeleseller. It's like Hollow Knight fueled the success of Silksong, or is fueling, I should say. It's not out yet, right? And same thing, Stardew Valley is going to fuel the success of Haunted Chocolatier, at least to some extent. And then also, you probably have more resources. I think that makes it easier too. All right, so this says 2 out of 15. That's perfect. But I want to get items now and look at that. So let's do this. Okay, so now as we hover over this, does this say 3 out of 15, 4 out of 15? Oh, wait, no, I forgot to check that. Okay, there we go. Now let's wait. So we're watching all the characters go with potions. They're going to drop them off. No, it is not updating. That I also did not update. That one did just update now, but I guess I need to click it for that to happen. This only updates one thing, right? We also need to, excuse me, update the selected instance thing. Where is this done? Why isn't this getting updated? Battle here to catch fish at your pond. That's this. That's called from here. And that's called from this process thing that I just added, right? So maybe this is just never considered to be showing. Wasn't there some problem for this for before? Oh yeah, because it's the town tooltip. Oh god, because we copy it over, don't we? I think. Tooltip, set text, and update. No, we don't. We just show this. Or do we? I always forget. Set text and content. Yeah, this. I told it where this shows. Why do I even have this then? It says that the source is this thing. This isn't even how this works, is it? I this is not smart. I think this worked in some like very, very specific case and then never again. Where do we set the source? Show from source this, hide from source this, on hover and on stop hover. It should work. Yeah, it should work. It's not. Had any aspirations for game dev adjacent roles? More on the advisory or capital side down the line? You mean like being a publisher sort of thing? I think the closest I'd probably get to that is mentoring. I think the general problem is you only have so much time in the week and you're probably interested in more things than you have time to do. So being a publisher would probably be interesting, but like I don't think I want to be in that space. If it just dropped in my lap and they were like, "Cool, you already this is set up now and just go do what you're doing." That might be different, but building up to that would be a big endeavor that I just don't think is worth it in my mind. I've thought about this in terms of even like drawing. I don't have the ability to draw right now, but I'd like to gain that ability at some point. However, I'd rather gain the ability to do music better than I can than learn how to draw. And since you can't spend your time on both music and drawing at the same time, then it's either split it or just don't pursue one of them. So yeah, I put my time into music instead. I think it'd be the same thing for producing or publishing. I'm not sure why this is failing. Let's go take a look. I know I'm making no progress here. Yeah, weird. This is never getting hit. But I don't know why. This isn't stopped from processing, right? Like we don't have a process mode set? No, we don't. Hey, Jedi. Were there any exceptions? Yeah, good thinking. Yes, there are. Oh, man. Town point, get node, tooltip on parent, tooltip on parent. Maybe it doesn't even have a tooltip because we didn't need it to have one. Oh, it's just not done in ready. We can't do it there. We need to do it in the testeroni function, right? Point. Where do we add this? Add to control. Oh my God. Okay. Setup tooltip. And we just can't call setup tooltip. No. Oh, I am not doing well right now. Oh man. All right. Tooltip target. Tooltip target is set up here. That's fine. Oh, that should just be the town hall thing, right? It probably is. It's exported. I guess it's got its own tooltip. So will set later. That's pretty much now. Does this return the tooltip? It doesn't. It could be made to. This isn't even technically needed if we already got the town point right. All right, thank you for that, Kevin. I think that'll work now. All right, so all we want to do is see is this updating in real time. It should break in, right? Because didn't I? It just says will set later. Because of another issue. Fishing pond route relative to that stuff not found. Fishing pond route. What's even trying to fetch that? Of course the route's not found. 192. Didn't I get rid of this? If the instance contains that instance ID, it doesn't. But it shouldn't have ever tried to. It's where the ID is not equal to fishing pond. What? What's doing that? I'm so confused. And what is causing this to happen? Maybe he's trying to get a route from the previous one? All right, let's just hit a breakpoint on 495, wherever it's messing up. Here, this should be fine. The route should exist. It's null. The instance ID is the forest, though, right? Oh, it's not. What? What's going on? Instance ID is the forest. Oh, previous selected instance. Oh my God. OMG. All right, let's delete this then. All right, so there's no route. If there's no route, then I guess we just bail out of this. Yeah. Get node or null. If route is null, return. I don't like what I'm doing with this stuff. Yeah. I think I should take a break. I feel like I'm making a lot of silly mistakes at this point. Did it break again? No, it didn't break, but it's not showing the right text now. Also, we don't ever highlight this red. I guess because of this. But it doesn't know what the color should be because this is a special point. I wonder if we should just encapsulate all these points in their own class and then just have a fishing pond point. That seems like the best way to do this. We'll probably refactor point so that there's a fishing pond point which has a bunch of special logic. And I'm not sure if I want to do that. But something else that's going on here, and I still haven't figured that part out. We call this thing, something should set up the tooltip for this, and it just isn't working right. It's like this never got called correctly. And it just says will set later. Do I have many of these things? We only want this thing to be called once. So let's just call it without having to press page up. How about that? So I guess in init, when we have this thing all set, we'll just call it down here. Am I using AI? Yeah, I'm using Copilot. And actually not Copilot, VS Code just had a new feature added in the January update, which has been pretty interesting. Normally, your suggestions for your code are at your cursor. So for example, if I just type T and then nothing else, it's like, oh, you probably want this function. But actually, they just put in a new thing where maybe you've modified some code. Maybe, I don't know, I added in a new function like, it's hard to demo this on the fly because I need to know exactly. But let's say we have like center camera at initialization time. And this does something. Let's just have it do whatever. Yeah, let's do that. The AI can now figure out that like, because I made this, that maybe I want to go modify this function over here, and it can automatically bring me there and like have that get typed in. Unfortunately, it did not show that off right here, but it's been pretty helpful. And sometimes it's worth ignoring, but sometimes it's been good. Set up your VS Code to work with your Godot too, so you can push to your GitHub. You can push without using VS Code. You can just push from the command line if you want to, or using any other client. I think it's nice to have it through VS Code. Didn't they add agents as well? They did to GitHub. I don't know about, well, maybe you're talking about just this. You can ask it stuff, but I don't think of this as an agent exactly. Although maybe that's what this is. I'm not sure. Yeah, it's all just chat stuff. I think of an agent being different from chat in that it will come up with tasks for you and then go do those tasks and iterate on them. Yeah, I think this is just on GitHub though, right? Is this in VS Code somehow? Yeah. I know they added this to GitHub. Oh, apparently it does exist in VS Code. General availability in VS Code. Interesting. Wait, this looks like chat, but it looks like it's possibly some agent thing. I'm not sure. Anyway, I don't tend to use that. I haven't found the AI to be too helpful for me more than just like smart autocomplete. All right, what have I broken here? 572. Instance data doesn't exist, or the pond doesn't exist. The pond doesn't exist because I haven't created it. Because of the order this is happening in. Yeah. Oh, man. Let's just call this from a different place then. We'll make this public. Again, I'm just cutting corners here, but at this point, like I said, I got to take a break. Create fishing pond. This is called from skipping the tutorial, and this comes from battle panel.instance map dot this. You need the insiders edition and to enable the preview feature. Yeah. I'd like to try it eventually, but I haven't found that any like early access AI stuff has been all that good for me. Oh man, I'm gonna go take my break now. I keep saying this, but like I clearly need a break. Is it jump time? It's jump time. Okay. Hi again. Close the game. uh, Sometimes this stuff happens. I feel like I've been off for most of today anyway. And I'm not totally sure why. And I think it's a one-off kind of thing. Like Wednesday should be fine. And I'm not gonna just finish right now. I wanna actually get this working. This says will set later still. Is this because I'm doing things in the wrong order here? We get this added. Then we should update its tooltip immediately. Why don't we? Maybe it can't fetch this. Maybe this is broken. Let's try rerunning this. Should break in immediately. Yeah, so this should be set. It is. But what's going to know that this was set correctly, I wonder? There's a... Oh, what? What is this doing here? What? I'm adding 2 of these. What is this called? Map tooltip item rewards. All right, my bad. That should have never existed. Then dispose of all of those. Yeah, we just get rid of this. We don't need setup tooltip, or at least not with this. Oh man. Mondays are usually good. So we delete this and set it up here. Oh, whoops, wrong one. Yeah, we delete this one. That might have been it. Although I still feel like we're straying farther and farther from proper coding for this. I'm intentionally cutting corners, but I just wonder when I finally wrap all this back in, is it going to be annoying to do? Hey, we finally did that. Okay, great. So we select this. It says fishing pond, 2 out of 15 and 2 out of 15. Now we're going to turn this on and then go make 1,000,000 workers and 1,000,000 potions. And it should rise in both locations. Yeah, good, 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 good. And that's not going up. But we can make that go up. Just in process, we update the selected instance label. Update selected instance label, selected instance ID. Wow, easy. Oh, except for that's not how that's going to work, is it? We need to do this regardless of whether this thing is showing. Yeah, if that's showing, then do that. And always do this. I was exhausted last night. Went to bed at 9:30, just 2.5 hours earlier than normal. Yeah, I've been taking naps on Saturdays. I think a lot of the reason why our cat has been waking us up earlier and earlier, and we keep feeding her at practically exactly the same time every day. It's like 7:50 to 8 a.m. that we feed her. But the time that she wakes us is like as early as 6:30 to 7. Man, I can't type anything right now. She wakes us. So it's a little tough because like I don't want to go to bed earlier just to accommodate when she's gonna wake us up. But I haven't set an alarm in the last, I don't even know how long. And the cat is pretty much acting as an alarm. And I think today she probably woke me up at like 7:15 or something. But yeah, it's earlier than I want to be up. All right, we finally get this. Should just rise automatically. Yeah, good. Cool. We did it. Do you unit test your code? No, I don't find that it's probably going to be too helpful for right now. Um, I have a philosophy on automated tests that I should really write down at some point. But in general, I feel like if you don't have customers, you don't have clients, then it doesn't really matter if you have tests yet. And I know that's not always true. This is a generalization I'm making. Yeah. I just don't think they're going to provide a lot of value right now. HS Stu says, I love that about cats. I mean, I love that she's regimented. I just wish she woke up on her own and then did not wake us. They can't call us or come out of their rooms until their lights are green. That's pretty interesting. I've never heard of that before. All right, well, we finally got that working. So that's the starting bit of this, and we should probably just check this in, right? Show the fishing pond. Maybe just use the town node. What happens when you highlight this? Oh, it doesn't change color. So we needed to be able to change color. Hey, Lana, how's it going? Welcome in, everybody. Howdy, howdy, howdy. I hope the stream went well. I hope everyone's doing well. Hey, Taper. Hey, Natures. Hey, Strawn, Slater. We were working on Skeleseller for a while, and if you've come in through a Lana raid before, you almost certainly saw me working on this game. For those who haven't seen it, it's a game where you hire adventurers, you send them into battle, and then sell off the items they find in this town that you have. So, for example, they've got some potions that they're carrying over here. Oh yeah, this isn't gonna work. I'm breaking everything right now. Anyway, they've got some potions here, and now customers can go over and buy this. And what we've been working on lately has been this fishing pond. So you're able to construct a pond in your town, and currently you can see there are 6 fish in here. And you've got this thing, the extractor. And when this is on, so I toggle this switch, your workers will come over here and drop off potions, which will dump fish eggs into the pond that it extracts from the potions. And then you'll get more fish in your pond. So you can see the baiting in here. And then the way you catch these fish is you actually battle the pond. So you choose the pond location, you click start battle. And we haven't coded this yet, but eventually you're going to see these fish show up in your battle area. And then as you kill them, you will catch the fish, basically. So it's a very, very different style of fishing from what most games expose, because this game is typically not very manually controlled. A lot of your workers are moving automated, just on their own. So yeah, this is what we're going to be working on for the next probably like at least one more stream after this, or at least one more stream day. Fish fight. Is fish fight a thing? I've heard of food fight. Oh yeah, we finished the 3rd Skeleseller town track, by the way. Em, have you heard that one? It's actually in the game now. But yeah, there's a lot that I need to do for this, and it's been slow going. No, there's going to be no sushi shop. You're just going to get those scales from them. Oh, you haven't? Okay, okay. Let me play this so everyone can hear the new music I made, because I finally finished it. Where is it? This. Yeah, I'll turn off my audio, but I'm going to just let the music play, and then I'm going to go back to trying to figure out what I'm doing. So you won't be able to hear me, but you'll be able to hear the music. All right, and that's it. That's the 3rd town theme that I made. I'd play that. It'd be cool if there's a game like this on Switch or Android. It might come to mobile at some point. Yeah. Nice one, thanks. Yeah. Yeah, this took me a long time. I tend to compose on piano, and then I eventually digitize it and try instrumenting everything. And I had some ideas here, it probably ended around like here-ish, and then I didn't really have much afterward. So I really needed to push for that. I think it's a mistake if you're working on music to just wait for inspiration. I think inspiration will strike occasionally, but if you only ever use those moments that you're inspired, you're probably not going to finish a whole lot. So yeah, for those times, I think you just got to treat it like work. You just got to try out a bunch of different things, and you might not be feeling creative, but you'll still make progress, and eventually you put things together. So yeah, I want to add probably at least 2 more music tracks to the game, and I don't know when we're going to do that, but possibly after working on some of these big features like fishing and farming, I might do another improv stream, and we'll just kind of figure things out. But yeah, if anyone's interested, you can wishlist the game on Steam. There's a demo there. It is playable. There's about 2 hours of content. It leads you through pretty much everything until we get to fishing, and then the fishing stuff I'm not totally sure we can throw into the demo. But I'm happy with how it's just turning out so far. I mean, we got our fish pond and our little fish going around, and we got this little machine here too. We got a toggleable lever. It's coming together. It's coming together. It's not great. We still have a lot to do here. But yeah, let's finish these things and figure out the best way to get this working. So this is what setup tooltip would have done. Tried out the demo a couple weeks ago, enjoyed it. Cool, I'm glad to hear that. Yeah. Yeah, there are not a ton of wish lists on the game right now. I just checked this morning, it's at 1,237, which is it's not bad. But, you know, I hear these stories, like Xanis was sharing earlier, that someone has like a very partially completed game and started sharing some marketing videos about it, and they got like 80,000 wish lists. And man, if Skeleseller got that much, like I'd feel a lot more confident about some of the stuff I'm doing. So I think we need to focus on marketing more. So tomorrow I'm probably going to make a video on like something I've done in Godot that I can show off in like a 5-minute video, and maybe try to do one of those every week. Yeah. Anyway, I'd like to clean up this commit. That's what we're going to be working on now, and then try to move on to being able to battle these fish. So I don't like that we have all these if statements just kind of strewn about here. I'd like for there to be some other way of doing this. And probably we're going to need a shallow inheritance hierarchy here where we can have points that are on the map, because that's what we're trying to do here. We're trying to get these points to work with this new fishing pond node. And it's not really working the right way. Also, that should probably look red when you've selected it. Highlight the fishing pond node red when you've selected it in the map. This I think can be here. This is okay. Oh, this is just a constant string. I don't like the amount of duplicated code that's here. Like even this doesn't really make sense. Let's go consolidate that. We'll start with that at least. There's a setup location. And I think we need something that just sets up the event handlers. Are we doing anything else here? Event handler, this should be totally untouched. Yep. Then same thing there and same thing there. And then we update the tooltip, which we typically wouldn't do. And we actually don't need to do, I think. I wonder if we just didn't do this, what would happen? Let's try it out and see. Oh, I can turn off the sound effect. I know what that is. That's coming from the game. I was testing sound effects when I was adding the fishing stuff, but I can turn them off. There we go. Okay, so yeah, this says will set later. That's actually definitely a problem. Although, wait a second. That shows when you hover over this, which means this is going to be wrong. Yeah, I didn't think about this. If we turn this on and then grant a bunch of workers and grant a bunch of items, they'll update this, but they won't update this tooltip. Presumably that's what happened, because it says 2 out of 15, but we're actually at 10 out of 15. We need to know that that tooltip is showing. Oh, it doesn't have to be the selected instance. What am I doing? Okay, got it. We can just change this. We can do that. And that should fix it. Trying to find it. Well, yeah, it might not be bothering you, but it might be confusing other people too, and that's what makes me want to change this. By the way, Devil Dog, if you want to, you asked me a question over DM. If you want to just ask in chat right now, that's totally fine with me. I don't mind you signal boosting that. Yeah, okay, this fixes that problem. All right, we're getting one step closer. Let's keep going. What else can we get here? So we don't need this anymore. We do need the event handlers. And then we need to get the tooltip in a specific way. So this takes in a point and adds all of the handlers on it. This could just be on... This could just be its own class. Yeah, why don't I do that? How about we do that in the next commit? Make point its own class. Maybe like map point its own class. But I can get some code out of, what is this, instance map? Gotcha, Devil Dog. Okay. All right, we'll set this up down here. Private void set up listeners on point. Point. Oh man, I mentioned I mentioned this earlier. This is really dumb, but long story short, I hurt my finger and I've got a bandage on it. But now I can't feel where this finger is on my keyboard. So I'm pressing 2 keys at once, and I need to press 3 keys in order to activate command on my keyboard, and it's N, E, and I. And I keep pressing O and I at the same time. So I'm leaving like arbitrary O's in my keyboard or in my code. And it's bothering me so much because every time it happens, I just keep thinking about it. All right, so what's the problem with this? This needs to be a control, I guess. Oi. Get off the grass. On click location point. So for this, we would need to know what the instance ID is. Instance ID. And now there's no problem here, I'm guessing. Yeah. The -1 finger layout. I think I'm just going to take this band-aid off before the next stream. In fact, if I forget to do that, I'm going to write that down over here. Wednesday. Stop trying to type with a bandaged hand. And journal. Easy. Okay, so set up listeners on point. Done. And we do the same thing in the testeroni function, which should not be named testeroni anymore. This is the town point. Delete all this stuff. Okay, so this unlocks the fishing pond. That's actually not what we want to do, I think. We need to know when he built the fishing pond, and something needs to tell it to call this function. So this is going to be called unlock fishing pond. And then setup tooltip would have done this. All right. There should actually just be a thing in town that tells you about this. So we don't ever need to directly call this. And that way we don't couple these any more than we already have. We should have something here for, yeah, like unlock town hall. We'll just put this here. Unlocked. Oh, that's even a bug right there. Look at that. Fishing pond side. Well. All right, so unlocked fishing pond dot invoke. And let's get that from where we have this, which then the instance map will listen to in init town.unlocked fishing pond. Good. This can be private now. The fish ate the bug. Yep. All right, so setup tooltip would have done this, but it does something that we don't want, which is to set up reward rows, which I think are meaningless for us. It's technically okay if we added them, they just wouldn't have a point. But then that would call this code, which we would want. No, it's not needed. Okay. All right, how are we looking now? Good. None goes to the forest, modulates it to town color. That's fine. Yeah. We could actually set that through the editor if we wanted to. But we're going to eventually need 2 different town modulates, so I think that'll be okay. All right, there's an error down here. What happened? Oh, drawing color. I imported the wrong thing. Oh, this run. I think in terms of systems that I designed, I think the fishing system is better than the farming system. I wonder if that's going to matter. I wonder if there's some things that people just like in games and you just need some basic implementation of them for people to be happy. We're going to find out once we get feedback. Even this, it kind of makes me wonder, are people going to be like, oh, cool, how do I fish? And they're going to click the pond and it's going to be like, that's not how you fish. Who knows? But hey, it builds. We're almost finished with this commit. All right, instance map done. All instance data done. Instance ID done. Okay, let's close these things then. Fishing pond looks like it's good. Yes. Yeah, looks good. Okay, cool. So all those files are fine. This file, also fine. So all we have to review is instance map. Yeah, let's just open that one up. So we get the tooltip. Why do we get this exactly? Just so we can update it quickly? Yeah, it's just for this. That's fine. Town point now is no longer called town point. In fact, maybe we should call it fishing pond point. They suck at everything but the fishing. They just immediately catch fish. Like deals 1,000 damage to fish. Fishing pond point. It is the town point though. I don't know what's a better name for that. Currently pointing at the town. Yeah, I think it's going to be the town point. I think it's fine to call it that. All right, let's keep going with this. Looks good. Looks good. Like I said, this probably shouldn't be here, but it is. Yeah. This is fine. This is good. This is fine. Yeah, fine. Fine. Yeah, this is another one of these weird things where I've got to shortcut everything else because there are no rewards for this. Get node or null. If the route doesn't exist, then don't do the other stuff. I don't think I like this. Update instance unlock. This thing right here. I think I just want to get rid of this. If route is not null. Can't we just do it this way? You can't because it's a property. Wait, what? It is a property. Why does that not work? What? All right, I don't understand that, but fine. All right, so we get the point, we get the route. Modulate color, then modulate it, then do this. Couldn't we consolidate this into something like this? If this is control route. Yeah. VR blocked. I refuse to make progress until my demands are met. Demand number 1, rename the town. There are no other demands. Yeah, I mean, look, this is as good as it can be without properly changing the inheritance of all this stuff. So we should have fixed that issue now with the red. Yeah, with the red node. And then we're good. We can check this in. Make map point its own class. Would that even help me? Yeah, get rid of a tiny amount of code. Won't that change the... Yes, that's true. It won't be blue anymore, but it will be red when you select it. Fun, 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 fun. All right, selected color. Otherwise, the modulate color. So this would be something different altogether here. We'd have something like point equals town point. Town color. What, it doesn't like that? Extract this into an independent statement. Sure, let's do that. Hey, you, do that for me. Do it. What? Is that what I was trying to do? What? No, I don't want that. I want the modulate color. No, wait, it's already called modulate color. Selected or modulate? Unlocked or locked? The town point is always blue. So unselected modulate. It's pretty much just this. Unselected modulate. Yeah. And then we rename that to color, I guess. And this becomes the locked or unlocked color. This is the... I probably should just change this. What's it called when you don't have the pond unlocked? You just can't hover over it. And maybe we should change that too. But I don't want to reveal that there's a fishing pond and that you battle your pond. I feel like that's a fun thing to discover for later. So maybe it could just say like your town, but then you might think, I'm not sure. We'll probably change a lot of this stuff. All right, it's working. Yeah, it's working. Cool. Show fishing pond on the map. On the battle map. You actually can start a battle against it now, but nothing will happen in that battle. Oh, no. One thing needs to be not checked in, which is this line right here. Okay, let's read this all very quickly. Yep. Just making sure nothing's left in that shouldn't be there. Yeah, okay. All right, I want to look at that briefly now and see what do we gain by moving point to its own class. So we keep getting control points. What do we do with them? We set up mouse listeners on them. We set their modulate. We add a tooltip. We have a way of getting the tooltip. This is the kind of thing I think is worth doing. I just don't think it's worth doing now. And if I'm going to make any progress now, I think the thing I want to make progress on is the battle stuff. So let's mark that as done, and that is done. When fighting at the pond, the battle is infinite, so the checks for winning and losing should be disabled. All right. We're definitely not completing this today. But I want to spend some time on it. Yeah. We should probably make a different instance map at some point too. I'll write that down. Make an instance map that looks like your pond. Maybe your adventurers fight from a bridge. I'm not going to worry about that part yet either. All right, so the battle checks. We go into battle system, and we have win check for... Here it is. Check for end of battle. So there is no way to ever win this battle. So we're going to just say if... What, instance.id? Instance ID? Is that a thing we have? No. We don't save this? Hold on a second. Does this save the instance it came from? Yeah, it does. All right, so if instance.id. Why do we pass this around then? If this is equal to the fishing pond, then just return. You shall not leave the pond. I'm not going to leave a stupid comment. You have to flee to end the pond battle. To end fishing sessions. Okay. How'd you learn to use such a keyboard? I have a mouse. Just the mouse also kind of has a keyboard on the side of it. How did I learn to use it though? Just pretty much by using it. So I made the, I kind of made the keyboard too, I guess, but I made the key map for the keyboard. And since I made it, I had kind of an idea for what I was going for, but then also I could always consult this if I needed to. So like, let's say you've never used this keyboard before. You can see, if you ignore the KC underscore, you can see like this key is Q and this key is W, and it's laid out sort of like how the keyboard is, right? You have a block of like 15 keys, and then you have the 3 thumb keys at the bottom. So you'd be able to type just by looking at this. It'd probably be really tedious for you, but you'd figure it out. Anyway, the bulk of the theory behind this keyboard is you're using layers for a lot of stuff. So this key right here is E. If I hold this key, it becomes down. If I hold this key, it becomes 5. And if I hold this key, it becomes command, which doesn't have any obvious impact. But yeah, so it's like that same key can do 4 or 5 different things. And it's similar on regular keyboards too. You have a 1 key on your keyboard and you hold shift and it turns into an exclamation mark. And it's like, okay, that same key can do 2 different things, but that's kind of all that key can do. It's not going to also be an arrow key, and it's not going to also turn into like a parenthesis or something like that. And yeah, the mouse having a keyboard on the side, a lot of this is for common actions that I have. So a lot of window management stuff, moving into the left of the screen, the right of the screen, maximizing it, going between tabs, page up, page down, moving the actual cursor here, up, down, left, right, pressing delete or backspace or enter or space. There's a lot of different things on this keyboard, the mouse keyboard. But that way I can do a bunch of things just without having to like pay very close attention to where my hand is. Okay, so we've gotten rid of the battle losing or winning condition. So you have to flee this thing. I mean, I guess that's that. That's done. Fish should get summoned every time there's a free slot and your pond still has fish. I think fish should only be taken from the pond when they're killed. Okay, so how do we do this? When you start a battle, we call create enemy battlers. And this pulls from instance data, but no longer shall it do that. When you start a fishing battle, so if instance ID is the fishing pond, then we're going to call create fish. I don't know. You notice lots of other devs use the same keyboard and mouse setups. I worked at Google almost entirely during the pandemic, so I only went to the office maybe a total of like 10 times over 3 years. And I did not see many keyboards like this. But it's a very small sample size, right? All right, create fish. So do I want to make this so that we call this a bunch of times? Like anytime an enemy dies, we potentially call this function. We need to call it in a bunch of cases though. Fish. Every time you kill a fish, you're actually catching it. You should immediately get a reward. Should also probably do that. Yeah, so spawn, that means we have 3 cases, right? Handles spawning fish at the beginning of battle. Then handles spawning fish whenever a fish is killed. And finally, handles spawning fish whenever the fishing pond gains a fish. You may have a free battle slot. A large percentage you saw were split. No, I actually did see a decent amount of keyboards. Just, they're mostly traditional keyboards, I'd say. I did see someone with a Moonlander. Oh, we don't even have a fish enemy. I gotta construct a fish enemy. How? Oh, wait a sec. The fish themselves are not very large. They're 15 by 11. And how big are bats? Is bat even a thing? I didn't make it a thing. I've got a special. This is gonna be a problem, isn't it? Because they come from different sprite sheets too. Yeah. Well, we could make special enemies for battle that look like fish. We could also just scale these up. But let's take a look and see monsters. Just open any of these, it doesn't matter. Okay, how large are you? Are 16 by 19. No, they're 16 by 20. Yeah, 16 by 20. So normally enemies are 16 by 20. Fish are 15 by 11. So if we were to scale them at all, we'd be able to scale them up by like 6%, and then we'd hit the maximum width. I think that's okay. Yeah, I think that's okay. So we'll basically just render them at 15 by 11, and I guess they'll have health bars too. Scale them up. Batfish. We should do that. There should be boarfish and snakefish and batfish. They're on different sprite sheets though. They should be smaller on the battle screen. Yep. All right, we have enemy ID. Let's go make fish. Or maybe call it like fish 1 or something. I don't know. Let's just call it fish for now. Now in all enemy data, let's go manifest a fish. All right, we don't have death animations for the fish. I think they should just fade out. I think we're gonna need a bunch of custom code for this. It's gonna be a different path altogether too. Maybe we should have some like special handling for that. All right, for now, let's not worry about the graphics. Let's make them look like, I don't know, something. What's the closest to a water enemy we have? I think we have a water enemy that I never added to the game. Yeah, I think we do. All right, I'll just make them look like bats then. What's the bat graphic? Green bat, sure. Okay, you have no attacks, you have no abilities whatsoever. If we gave fish abilities, what would we give them? I mean, maybe very rarely they could do damage. They would slowly kill your adventurers, though. They could have a 0 damage attack just to proc your on-hit abilities, but I think that'd be bad. Would it? I don't know. Maybe that wouldn't be bad. Growing pile of fish bones in the background. I think I want that to be the loot summary screen. Just shows you how many fish you beat. Is your weapon in the fish fight a fishing rod? No, it's just your regular weapon. So like the archer will shoot arrows at the water. If I don't already have this written down, I probably need this written down, which is that once you've beaten this, we need to show you all of your rewards. When fleeing the fight, we need to show rewards, which means tracking how many fish you killed. Where's all the fleeing stuff? Here it is. So yeah, we're gonna have to figure out a new, like a way of rendering the fish correctly. Make a, or like allow a battler to be a fish graphic. They pull from a different sprite sheet in a different way and have a fade out for a death animation. We'll see if we can do all that. All right, so how much, what are their stats? Power is going to be 0, fortitude 0, and life. You're unlocking this in sort of the mid game, at least for what we have right now. Bats have 100 life. Dungeon Bat has 200. So let's just start it at 250. We'll figure out what that should be later. I just want a rough estimate of what it should be. All right, so create fish. Let's do that. Create battler by enemy ID team. And then this should be an enemy ID, right? Yep, it is. All right, so enemy ID dot fish. All right, so that's going to add 1 fish. Let's start by adding 3. Okay. None of this is what I want. But we're moving in the right direction. So you go to your fishing pond, you start a battle, you should see 3 bats here. They never attack you. They have 250 life, so they take forever to destroy. This should also eventually look like a pond. We already have animated water, so I can write to look in the waterways for that. Where do we have that written down? Bridge. There. Looks like your pond. Note that the waterways has animated water already. Yeah, so you can beat these, but even once we killed them all, so if I speed this up by 8 times, it shouldn't end the battle. Yeah, it doesn't. So that's good. But if you flee, it's not going to give you any rewards either. Although I wanted to give you these immediately, and then we just sum them up on the end screen. Stinky ability, the Magikarp ability. Then they evolve into Gyarados and destroy you. Oh, welcome to the stream, Marzipan. So let's finish the make a fish enemy thing. Allow a battler to be a fish graphic. I don't think this will be easy, because I think we have a bunch of stuff kind of just assumed here, which is not going to be the case anymore. All right, should disappear on death is just adding in a certain component, which I think we can do easily enough. Although this does check if they, yeah, we should just add this then. Okay, that'll work. That'll work. Disappears when dead component. What adds this? I think all enemies add this already. Battle system, add battler. Something adds this. Here. Yeah, all enemies disappear when they're dead. So that should just work automatically. So then the only other thing we need to do is give it the right frames, which unfortunately this is going to be a little annoying. What animations do they even need? Just the one, I think, an idle animation. We set up their sprite frames and then call play here. Well, I have a fish animation thing, so let's go pull that up. Fish converter. How does this work? We just get the sprite frames from here and a random animation. Okay, let's try it out. All right, so set up animation frames. I'm just gonna hard code this into here for now. This is all very dumb. Is there an ID here for what this thing is? There is not. Oh, oh boy. So this doesn't know that it's a fish. How do we know that something's elite then? Because of its sprite sheet. What? Oh no. Oh no. All right. Well, we need this thing to know that it's a fish. So how about we just assume everything's a fish for right now? Bool is fish equals true. To do, figure out how we want to store this. We may just want an enemy ID component. Okay, so if is fish, then get its sprite frames from here. Where do we set these? Sprite.sprite frames and then play. Okay, so like that. And then sprite.animation equals this. Get its sprite frames. Play the animation. What if you don't specify that? Plays the animation with the key. Wow, how do fish work then? We just call play because we set the animation here. So play could have taken in that animation. All right, I think we're fine then. Why is this? Yeah, there we go. And then just return. We don't do anything else, right? Yeah, I guess that's it. Kind of makes me think we should have done the same thing here. Just made a million different enemy animations that you can just pull from. I don't know. But now we should have some fish. They'll be random. And I think we want them to be random. Oh, they should be facing the correct direction and they might not be. Yeah, I don't know what even controls that. Probably something in the battle. All right, let's find out what happens. Hey, cool. All right. So the fish have shadows. They're just floating there on land. This looks hilarious. All right, we probably need to cut out the shadows. Probably need to cut out the shadows for the fish. I had another task about this somewhere that was pretty similar. What if they're instead hooked to fishing rods and the lower their HP, the farther they're pulled toward land or adventures? That's a great idea. I really like that idea. Right here. Yeah. Okay, so now our fish need to be reversed. Is this because they face a different direction over here? They face right over here. I'm guessing the fish face left. Yeah. So we got to invert this and then hope that that never becomes a problem. Sprite.h flip h. Alternatively, I could just flip the fish sprite in the sprite sheet. Yeah, the rogue just keeps stealthing over and over. It actually does increase their power level, so we need to keep that. All right, they're still facing the wrong direction. You know why? Is because their flip H is presumably set in the battle system it is. Ah, how fun. Well, there are two things we could do. We could invert the sprites that we have and then change everything in the fishing system. Something causes these to get flipped. Fish in pond. What does that? Flip. Oh, their physics process. Oh, what a shame. What a shame. I think we just changed our sprites. I think everything should face the same direction in the game. Yeah. Okay, let's go do that. Is this even in the right spot? Am I about to save over the wrong thing? World fishing pond. Now I guess it's not just the world anymore. It's also inside battles. All right, well now we definitely opened the right thing. So now we just go to image. Wait, tools? Transform. It's in one of these. I actually don't remember. Flip horizontally. There we go. All right, now export. Okay, so now that they're facing the wrong way, we don't need this anymore. Or well, we could make this a less than sign. We could also change how this works completely. And then in Battler, we just don't do anything. So we just rerun the game. So this will get the fish to show up facing the correct direction. They had life bars, right? Yeah, they have life bars. Oh, my character's a fish as well. I didn't even see that. Someone probably noticed that. Oh, the rogue is really stealthy too. I see. That's why. Because when they stealth, they disappear. But they actually started battle as a fish. Is Twitch chat broken just for me? I think Twitch chat's working. So it might just be broken for you. Yeah, it looks like it's showing up fine. Maybe try... Well, here's the link I use, which is just a pop-out chat. All right, so fish are looking good. Yeah. That's silly. Actually, if we do that with a fishing rod thing, which I do like as an idea, then we should also consider changing their opacity to be more and more as they, exit the water. Maybe they also get to be more colorful as that happens. I think that would be cool. Okay, so let's figure out how to know that they're fish. All enemy data should probably pull in a different path altogether. This is going to be in assets world fishing pond fish.png. I'm not actually sure that it's there. Copy path. Assets world fishing pond fish. Yeah, that's right. Okay, but that's their sprite sheet. How does it know? Oh, it used to be. Okay, I see. Well, too bad. So I guess we know that it's a fish when it's using the fishing sprite sheet. Do we use this anywhere else? We probably do. Yes, we do. So let's make this public. And I guess we need to put that there. I don't know where this goes in relation to read-only stuff, apparently beforehand. All right, so this is the fish texture path, which we then put into all enemy data as well. So fish sprite sheet converter. Good. Now, anywhere else we use that? Nope. That's it. Okay. Then we just do that in Battler. We figure out if they're a fish because we now know what sprite sheet they use. So it is a fish when their sprite sheet path is this. I think I still want to save a component or something for this. Some part of the battle is going to need to know about this. But at least now the rogue will show up like a rogue. Yeah, that should fix things. Cool, yeah. So now it's a rogue versus 3 actual fish. Hooray. We found Nemo and we're killing him. So the cool thing about using the battle system, and the whole reason why I wanted to do this, is because now all of your skill points can be made for fishing builds if you want. So like attack faster, get more power. You don't need any defensive stuff. Like this would probably be pretty good. I guess everything for the rogue is, yeah, never mind. Everything for the rogue is already good. Let's do that. And now we're restart the battle, and yeah, we'll see them wreck those fish. Yeah. Neat. Okay. Done. Done. Probably need to cut the shadows for the fish. I have this written somewhere. Something like the pixie enemy. Yeah. Pixie has a shadow baked into the sprite, so we should probably manifest a hide shadow boolean that defaults to false and sets it to true on the pixie. Where is the pixie? Where is the shadow? The shadow's right there. Hiding it should be very easy. We just need to know that we have to hide it. It'd be something that shows up in here. Do we ever do anything with the shadow here? Or when they die, I guess? Yeah, when they die, we set it to false. And then fade out. Why don't we just fade out the shadow, though? Oh, it's for adventurers? Shadow scale. Okay, yeah. Yeah, that's what we would do. I'll copy this over there. I'm not going to fix that right now. I want to focus on the spawning new fish thing. And then that's it. That's probably where I'll stop. Pixie has a shadow. And fish. Okay, so I want to do these tasks and then, like I said, probably call it. Because it's been about 6 hours and 15 minutes. All right, so spawning at the beginning of battle. Yeah, this is where I want to focus my efforts. Create fish. So something needs to know how many fish you even can spawn. And the only way for us to know that is to have access to the fishing pond somehow. We don't get the town in here. And whatever makes the battle system could give it the town. I guess instance probably has access to the town. It does. Yeah, I think when we initialize the battle system, we should probably initialize it with the town. That way it can get the fishing pond. Alternatively, we could just pass in the fishing pond. Yeah, we could just do that. Fishing pond. You cannot start a battle at the fishing pond until you've unlocked the fishing pond. So this is either always null or it's always defined, but it can never change when you're there. Yeah. Okay. Fishing pond, fishing pond. Is this dumb? Is there a better way to do this? Maybe we should have like a fishing battle system or something that keeps track of this. Yeah, I think we probably should. I'm probably gonna spend a little bit of time thinking about this stuff tomorrow. Refactor the map stuff, map and battle stuff. Now that fishing is possible, I don't want the fishing code to permeate every non-fishing instance. There should probably be a fishing battle system that inherits from battle system that does anything fishing specific. Yeah, for now I'm not going to worry about it too much, but I do want to do this stuff tomorrow. So let's save this. Fishing pond, fishing pond. Init will save this off. And then I want to use this whenever we call create fish. So at any given point, we need to figure out how many need to be created. We can only create as many as we have in the pond and that we have slots for. So int fish to create. All right, so the minimum of the number of open slots we have. Do we have a free slots thing or something? Get empty slots, is this what I want? Returns them for a specific team. Is there a way to just get the number of them? No. All right, that's fine. So get empty slots dot count, and this is team dot enemy. All right, so how about we just do num empty slots? Oh, we have that already. Nice. All right, and then num fish in pond is going to be equal to that. And then we don't want to consider any of the fish we already have in the battle. Yeah, so we actually need to subtract, it's like num available fish is equal to this minus the number of filled slots. Int num filled slots. It should be 9 minus, yeah, that, perfect. And this is more like num fish in battle. So number of available fish. So the number of fish we want to create is the minimum of the number of available and the number of empty slots. And then we just create that many fish. And that should be it. Now we need to call this at the beginning of battle. As mentioned, that's done. Now we need to call it whenever a fish is killed. So is there a died function? Run on enemy died. No, not quite. But whatever calls this probably does it. Remove dead battlers. Yeah, at the end of this, we can call create fish. It's only if it's a fishing battle. I guess let's just move this into there. Instance ID is not equal to this, then return. And call this at the beginning of battle. Instance.id. All right, so we've done two of those things now. And the final one is this. Whenever the fishing pond gains a fish, this should now be very easy to do. Because we just need a signal in here. On, or like fish count changed. And we pass in the fish count. And whenever we call set number of fish, we do that. We need to know that it changed though. Old fish count. And then down here. There we go. And then in the battle system, when we initialize this thing, if fishing pond is not equal to null, then listen for that. Fishing pond dot fish count changed. This is just going to call create fish. It doesn't need to do anything special. No overload takes in the int. Oh yeah, we don't need that technically. Fish count. Yeah. Does anything need to stop listening for this? No, your fishing pond will outlive this. All right, I think we're good. I think this will just work. Let's try it out. So at first we only have 2 fish in the pond. Yeah. So when we start a battle, we should be fighting only 2 fish. But then I'm going to make more fish get added. So let's try this out. Start a battle. Oops, it's in the wrong place. We go to our fishing pond and start a battle. All right, so yeah, only 2 fish got created. Now, if we were to flee this fight and start it again, we still have 2 fish in our pond. It's only when you kill them that you lose a fish. No, I haven't made it when you can't go down in fish number yet. So yeah, let's restart this fight. They're going to fight those fish. And then while this is happening, I'm going to toggle this switch. And we're going to have workers go bring potions into this, which is going to create one more fish, which should immediately put them into battle. So we should see a second fish in here. We don't, because it broke. But why? Can't access a disposed object, battler. Where is this happening? Where is this happening? Get node or null. 383. Filter battlers by team. It's trying to access one that's been deleted. Oh, maybe because we never had this concept of having to remove these for good. That's not going to be fun, huh? No. It calls remove here. What does this do? Oh, it fully removes them. What? Is this coming from the fish thing? It must be. Yeah, this calls create fish anytime the fish count changes. I don't see what the problem is exactly. It's because of this get empty slots call, right? We should see 593 in here. Yeah. But I don't know why that's problematic. It thinks, I guess there's a battler that doesn't exist. Maybe it's in between when they were removed. Get battlers where they're on the right team. And then if a battler dies, we remove them. Dead battlers. Adds it here. Why? Huh. Wait. Where was the code that frees this? I could have sworn I saw that somewhere. In dispose, that's it? Oh, okay. I think that's a problem. Or maybe I'm looking in the wrong spot. I could have, oh yeah, this right here. Remove battler. Move from here, move from here. It never gets freed. Let me find it as a target. This is safe to call multiple times with the same entity. Why don't we free them? Removed battlers.add. Oh, and then we free all of them at the end. That sounds wrong. There's probably a reason to do this. And maybe it was like at the end of the battle, you want to fetch who's in the battle still. I don't know. Yeah, so, all right, that does seem wrong. We're going to just track this forever, and the fish battles can go on forever, so this might be an issue. There's still another problem here, though, that I'm not figuring out. I gotta write that down, though, before I forget. Fish battles. We're tracking removed battlers without freeing them. We should just free them immediately. It's specifically a disposed object it's trying to access, which means... Oh. Which means we're trying to access something in here that shouldn't be here. We're able to get... No, we're not able to get this. Yeah, there's a battler that's been deleted. Why? Battlers not removed. The only place it could happen is here. And it's been disposed as well. That's the other thing that doesn't make sense to me. What could possibly be happening there? Oh, because of the fade out stuff? Maybe that's why. Maybe I'm a big dummy. Should disappear on death. Huh, I wrote right there. This shouldn't get hit since everything should have a death animation. But it's okay if it gets hit, right? It just calls disappear at the end. Disappears when dead. C dot disappear. On disappeared. What does this call into? Remove battler? It gets removed immediately? Why? That does not seem smart. None of this seems smart. Why do we do that? Yeah, I think that we should just add them to battlers to remove when they disappear. And I think that would probably fix this. Add that battler. Delegate does not take 0 arguments. What is it? It takes in a node. I guess it's the battler. And now it's masking another thing. Battlers to remove doesn't exist. Underscore? What is this thing called? Remove battlers? Where? What? Oh. We collect this up over here just that we're not doing any concurrent modifications. I thought this was something that got saved. Maybe it does. Maybe there's a dead battlers or something. Yeah, there is. But dead is not removed. We have a problem. Oh, we have a big problem. Okay, let's back up a step. Let's put this back to just removing the battler. I think that whatever called this in the first place, this thing knows that it's dead, right? Yeah, on death handle. But something else is used? Where's this called from? It knows that it died. Doesn't something else know that it died too? Yes, right here. Just adds it to dead battlers. Tisk, tisk, tisk. I'm not sure. This is very difficult. We've somehow got a battler that's been disposed and shouldn't have been. Fix this bug. It takes up like 4 pages of text. Okay, well, there's another way to go about figuring this out. We could figure out where we dispose of a battler, because I don't think that should ever be happening. So yeah, why is that happening? Let's go back to the title screen. Don't care, don't care, don't care. Yeah, none of this matters. It's gonna get called like a million times, isn't it? All right, let's just restart the game. We only care about pretty much the first time this happens, not all the end times that it happens. All right, start battle. So I guess one of these needs to die, and then it'll happen? It doesn't even happen then. It only happens when you make fish? Oh, they're getting re-added because I never removed them from the pond. I know why that's happening, but the real problem was when they're carrying items over to here and they put 2 items in, then it breaks, I guess. It's not breaking though. It's working exactly how I want it to work. What is going on? We have 6 fish now, which means we should be able to see 5 fish in battle at any point. I didn't fix anything, right? So confused. Did it break? No. Maybe I tried fleeing and I just didn't pay attention to that. Aha! Maybe that's it. Does that cause a problem? Because yeah, if this is from a past battle, then that makes a lot more sense. So now what? Are they causing an issue here? So far, it doesn't look like it, but I also created a whole bunch of fish, and that might be causing the issue. What happens if I click this? All right, probably just need to restart this whole thing. New game, grant a whole bunch of stuff. Go fight with like all my adventurers over there. Sure. So now we click the win button. Well, the fish are just gone. I think multiple got killed at the same time. I don't know what caused this issue. And if we can't find this, it might be really, really hard to reproduce. Oh, look at that. There it is. There's the problem. Okay. So let's try to figure this out from the beginning. What it looked like happened is I started a battle. We're going to clear this. I started a battle. We let the fish die. And then we ended up creating more fish. I did this. And that caused a problem. No, maybe they all had to be dead, and that's what caused the problem. I don't think the rogue has the ability to kill them all, though. Because every time one dies, it'll spawn the second one. And that's what I was using at first, was just the rogue, right? I mean, let's just watch it play out. It should kill this, then it'll kill the other one, then the first one will reappear. Yeah. And then while that stuff was happening, I brought some items over here. Huh. Okay, well, I'm pretty sure I have a repro, and I think it's just that we need to use the mage instead of the, or like all the party members instead of just this. Yeah, so now start a battle over here. They'll eventually kill them both. Yep. Why are they coming back? Why are they coming back? They must not be killing them at the same time. Because of the rogue? I need the rogue to not be in battle. Get you out of there. Oh, we're gonna figure this out. Who else has AoE? I guess just the archer. That's not really gonna count. Let's just get rid of everyone but the mage. Done. Okay, now we click this button. And it breaks. Perfect. So repro, get mage into a battle against 2 fish. Have them kill both fish at once using AoE. And then make more fish by bringing potions to the extractor. And then this happens, right? And it's the same issue. Yeah. Okay. What I think might be going on here is that something is trying to handle the end of battle stuff and can't. Because normally when all enemies are dead, that's what we do. So where do we handle this? Should check for end of battle. We just shortcut this right here. Yeah, the instant idea is the fishing pond, then we just ignore it. Yeah, so this just never gets called. What is that? What's going wrong? Are we reusing the fish? Is that why? Or like some other... Is there something special here? We just create the fish. So this makes a battler. We add them to the battle. Listens for their on died. And then we add it to listeners to clean up. This thing can never die a second time. All right, we definitely got to change a bunch of stuff about this. But I still don't understand how this thing could stick around. How about this? How about when everything's dead, we'll just put a breakpoint in the process of this. Yeah, that should help. All right, let's start that. And now I can figure out what is the state of this class. So grant most things, go fight there, speed this up, wait for them both to die. Great, that was fast. And then put a breakpoint in process and take a look who is in battlers. Just the mage, right? You are a mage? Yes, you are a mage. What about in dead battlers? Nobody. I mean, that's all correct. Removed battlers? 2. Those should be the fish. Why are they still around? Oh, because we only get rid of them at the very end. Well, have these been disposed? Can apply to a hash set. How do you run link expressions over here? C#. Ah, here it is. Okay. So we do system.link.enumerable.toList. Then we do this. It hasn't been disposed. Wow. Yeah, wow. What is causing this to happen then? Does this get initialized multiple times? No, just the once. Huh. And create fish would cause an issue. Okay, let's put a breakpoint there then. Yeah, let's find out why. Or maybe also put a breakpoint in dispose over here. And maybe in dispose over here just in case. And then we go trigger our... Well, this is always going to get hit. We don't care about that now. And now go trigger the item creation. This will cause them to... Yep, get into this. All right, so same problem. Is this now? No, that's not broken though. What is happening? Get empty slots. I'm guessing that right here, this is going to fail. It doesn't. Create fish gets called a second time. Oh, because I just so happen to have enough to make another fish. Remove battlers is still 2. What about regular battlers? Battlers is count 4. None of these should have been disposed though. Dot name. Strange. And now it gets called another time. Is it because we're calling it too many times? The minimum of these two should be able to be 0, in which case we make nothing. And we should already be at that point now, right? Fish to create should be 0. It's 1, because I guess we made 2 fish 4 times. All right, well, the next time it's going to be 0. There's no next time. Now there's a next time. So now this is 0, right? No, it's 1. We killed enough fish. Drat. It's outsmarted me. What if waiting was the key here? So perplexing. Wow. Well, I'll eventually figure this out. It's just sad. Sad for a poor little mage. Can't fight these fish. I guess the thing I don't understand though is why didn't this happen the last time? Like now presumably it already broke, right? Yeah. Maybe it did happen, but it didn't. No, can't be that. It's possible there's some race condition going on and debugging changed the duration that things take, so we didn't see the issue. And it's one of those like undebuggable issues. Like imagine if you had something like a breakpoint and then another breakpoint, and then at this point you do something like how many like, system ticks have elapsed, and by being paused here, this number is going to be way too large, so now you never trigger some if condition. It's possible I'm doing something like that. I'd be kind of surprised because I shouldn't be doing things based on system time. It should be based on Godot time, and that should be frozen. You can at least explore the state at that point. Yeah, sure. I'll try that out. All exceptions. Okay, so just click that and it should break in. All right, what are we doing? Filtering. I don't see anything that would help here because we've already disposed of a team member. What does it think the team members are? I gotta call toList on this and it's too hard to do. Team members. Through an exception. Can't even iterate over this. What do we do then? It's because we can't even iterate over this. We go through battlers for that. There are only two. The first one should be the mage, right? No, they've all been disposed. So the mage was disposed? What? How is it even possible? We only ever remove stuff here. Maybe remove is getting called from a place I'm not expecting it to be called from. Yeah, that's it. That's the only place in the entire game. It's called from remove battler. So let's just log what battler we're deleting here. How do we even do that? ECS.debug print info? Yeah. Removing a battler. So strange. Does it think you won? I don't know what's happening, but it shouldn't be checking to see if I won at all. Maybe there's some other system that's doing that though. Yeah, I'll just keep trying things here. All right, mage, go fish. All right, so what did it print? Removed a battler here, and removed another battler. So there are two battlers. Now I create some more and something breaks. Not breaking though. So then maybe there's only a chance that this breaks? Clear and get rid of this. How absolutely confusing. I'm very curious to get to the bottom of this. Oh, maybe that's the problem. Okay, I think I understand what's going on. I think now it's that I add fish and now it's going to cause it. I don't need to wait for them both to die. No, it's not that. I was going to say maybe the same fish is dying multiple times. But it's clearly not that being a problem. Oh, it's not really the same fish. It's a different battler. I'm still not certain what's going on. So unusual. Maybe it's only when you like one cycle them or something? Because now it's impossible to kill them both at once. Is it trying to attack a dead fish? I don't think it's that. I think this has to do with something specific going on with fish here. There are some... Yeah, there are a lot of oddities happening, and I can't seem to pinpoint why. Maybe let's increase the power of their lightning strike. Yeah, no, they're always going to cycle like that. Oh, wait, no. What? Okay, something very weird is going on. These are always fish dying, right? Yeah, they have no abilities. Hey, Ross. Hey, Horforia. Yeah, well, I was trying to evolve into Gyarados, but we pressed B and stopped it. So now I'm guessing we're in the state where if I were to click this and click this, it would break. It doesn't, though. I don't even understand why this is happening then. Like, somehow we end up with the mage disposed. Maybe we're losing a reference to the battle? That doesn't even make sense. I just don't get it. I don't know. Maybe we have to be from, like, doing this from a blank slate. Maybe coming from the title screen isn't good enough for some reason. It's probably just a race condition, though, and I'm just not triggering the condition. I'm always so intrigued to get to the bottom of these things because we are just solving a puzzle right now. It's just a puzzle that's costing us time and not giving us any real benefit. How does it ever get down to just one fish? That's the other thing I don't realize. Oh, maybe because you kill them before the first one fades out. Oh, they die so fast. Yeah, that might be what's happening. Let's try that. Let's just give them all the points. Every point. There. Oh, in which case this doesn't have to do with AoE necessarily. No, it certainly looks like it does. There's no randomness other than the speed of spells. So I guess they got mental swiftness like 3 times in a row. They're still casting stuff over here. It's kind of funny. We probably should make them not cast. I want to write that down. May want to make battlers not use offensive spells if there are no enemies. The mage triggers mental swiftness with no fish present. It would look like we're in this buggy state, but I don't think it's actually that way. I think if I just add this potion over here now. Oh, it broke. Oh, great. Yeah, whatever. Well, we never removed the mage. And Battlers is probably messed up now, right? Too bad we can't figure out anything about this entity. It's just been disposed. So, wait. What? Yeah, it's been disposed. So we can't even access its name, for example. And we don't know. Well, maybe we could figure out what team it's on. No, we couldn't. That wouldn't help either. We know at this point that Battlers has only disposed. Keyword this not available? That's strange. It should be available. There's only the one, and it's already been disposed. Yeah, we're getting rid of the mage somehow, but they're still there just spamming spells. What is going on? It just shouldn't be possible. Well, it is possible because we wouldn't be running in this case, or I'm making the wrong assumption. So fine, let's take a look at remove battler. Where is this called? Remove from previous stage, which is called from advance to next stage, which should hopefully never be called. If this is being called somehow, man, that'd be crazy. Start transition to the next stage. Battle stage ended. Oh, thanks, Encrypted Cipher. Thanks for the 100 bits. Very kind of you. Battle stage ended. We're getting there. Flee battle. Team has no members alive. None of this should happen because of this check, but maybe this is broken somehow. if I put a breakpoint here, okay, there are a couple things would reveal a little bit. Putting a breakpoint there and putting a breakpoint on advancing to the next stage. Actually, I guess that can only happen if this stuff happens. So yeah, let's just keep our breakpoint there. And if this ever gets hit, then we immediately know something's wrong. Because I definitely made an assumption that that line was correct. But yeah, we could have set the instance ID incorrectly. Who knows? Is it going to get hit? I think we need to flee and then repeat the battle. And we just keep doing this until we get a battle that kills them both. It's not that though. This mage is obviously working, and then we put in more fish. It calls create fish, and then everything breaks. And the only thing calling this is that we got more fish. And then we can't... Oh, we know that the ID has to be fishing pond. Or else we'd never get to this code to begin with. And get empty slots is what's failing, because we can't go through the battlers, because even the mage is gone. Just so weird. The only place this happens is from remove battler. And we print out every battler that we remove, and it never printed out the mage. So if I were to just add in these items right now and copy everything here and search for fireball. Oh, what? What is this doing? Wow. Okay. How is that happening? That is incredibly peculiar. All right, all right, all right. Here's what we do. We search for ECS dot. It's got some special component on it, right? Yeah, corresponds to adventure. As component corresponds to adventure on the battler. Then we just print this out here. Because already we're in unexpected territory. How in the world could that happen? Like, what would call this? Because whatever the answer to this is the answer to our puzzle. Man, I scrolled through. I didn't expect... Oh, I pasted it here, though. Let's see. It was what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 other monsters afterward got removed. Which is why I didn't see the mage there. Because I was scrolling through like, oh, we don't see any special abilities here. But one, it's just hard to see if you're scrolling up really quickly. And 2, it's got 7 other enemies afterward. Oops, not there. There. So if this ever just breaks in, we have our answer. I'm so curious. I can't imagine what it is right now. That doesn't count. I fled the battle. I need to get it to happen where it happens without me fleeing. Okay. Yeah. Now I add in the items. And it breaks in, but where's it broken in? It's broken in where it's already failed. What? It did... Oh, wait a sec. Oh, that's from me fleeing the fight originally, wasn't it? Which is why there were like 7 other ones afterward. And now this is just totally broken. It got called here. It didn't... No, it did break in. Oh, maybe that's the problem then. Maybe it involves fleeing. I could have sworn you could repro this without fleeing, though. Let me try it from scratch. I'm not going to flee. Because if you have to flee to do this, then I'd be looking at a totally different area. Maybe that's the wrong conclusion I came to. I thought you couldn't repro this without, or you could repro this without fleeing. I want to put points in everything again. Let's see if this happens. Now I'm so invested in this. I will almost certainly get to the conclusion by the end of this stream. Okay, I have not clicked flee. We know that for sure. And it hasn't happened. So it's possible that, yeah, you need to flee and then do the same thing. So we know that it hits this there. Now we try battling again and then putting fish in here. Yeah, okay, I see. So it's probably just that fleeing is involved. Hmm. Flee, battle again, and then create fish eggs. So yeah, it's a listener that's not being cleaned up. It's got to be that. Let's go find out what. Something has a reference to. Oh wait. Oh, I know what it is. It's the battle itself. Oh my god. Oh my god, this is so stupid. I didn't think fleeing was part of the problem. God. Yeah, this is so easy to fix. We just take this and subtract this from dispose. Well, we got to make a function out of this. Yeah, we'll just say fish count change. And this just needs to call create fish. And then we won't have the bug anymore. So stupid. Fish count. Create fish. Put this at the bottom and knit. Do the opposite of this. And dispose. Can't believe that took me so long. If only I'd realized you could just end the battle. Yeah. All right, that should do it. I'll try this again, but I'm nearly positive that that's what's going to fix this. Can't believe it. Those are the kinds of assumptions that, okay, so you have a ton of code, right? Like tens of thousands of lines of code. Making an assumption about this is totally reasonable. You can't keep all of this in your head at once, right? But what happened is I performed a very small series of actions. And it was like a battle and then do something and then do something and then hit the bug. And I was like, okay, I got to figure this out. So I could have sworn that I ran through these steps and narrowed down the do somethings to not include fleeing. And I made an assumption about that very small series of actions. I must have been mistaken, or maybe I haven't actually fixed the bug. We haven't actually tested this, so who knows? But yeah, I do this battle, I flee, I turn this on, and I start a battle again here. Yeah, I mean, it hasn't happened from just that. I'll keep trying, but I don't think it's going to happen anymore because I think I fixed it. I just don't know how I concluded this, and I'd like to watch the VOD and figure it out. Like, what made me conclude that fleeing wasn't involved? So silly. Oh, wait a sec. Maybe fleeing doesn't have to be involved. Maybe it's that I accidentally started a battle at the forest first, and by ending that one. Oh man, yeah, that might have been it. Okay, I think that solves every part of this problem for me. I don't think we have this issue anymore. And I think I understand how I came to that conclusion. Now we flee this fight, we turn this on, we restart this, we grant some items. Yeah, it doesn't break anymore. Yeah, that's why. Okay, that must have been what I did. Because the issue this entire time has been that I have a battle and I subscribe to an event and then we start a new battle and we get that event to both battles. It'll actually go to the old one that we disposed of. So it's just a matter of having two battles. It actually doesn't have to do with fleeing. Excuse me. Well, anyway, problem solved. So this is done. I think if you've been coding for long enough, you should recognize your own signs for when you've been working for too much in a given day. So it is definitely time to not write any more code. I want to at least sum up what we still have to do. Just free them immediately so we don't accumulate fish in removed battlers. Is that what it's called? Battle system removed. Yeah. And then the other thing we had to do is, darn it, what is it? Oh yeah. Make sure to actually remove a dead fish from the pond, or else you'll keep battling them forever. without getting new ones. Nice QMK mouse action. Oh, I didn't do any mouse thing with that. I just moved my hand to the mouse. I do have QMK mouse actions, but I wasn't just doing that right now. Totally. I woke up this morning. I was like, yeah, I shouldn't write any code today. If you probably can know when you've gotten up and it's going to be a bad day for coding. If you're like super groggy or something. But you can certainly know after you've done 4 hours of bad code that it probably wasn't a good day for coding. I think we made a lot of progress. I'm not unhappy with this. I think the day could have gone better, but no use crying over spilled milk. Is this not going to add my entry? There we go. Continued working on the fishing system. Started the battle component of it. Whew. All right, so for those who want to see what is it that we've been doing, we made our little fish pond over here. And it starts with 2 fish. They're very faint, so you can't see them. We should probably actually do something about that. And we have this little machine, the eggs tractor. It extracts eggs. And you turn it on, and now whenever you have potions, your workers will bring it down to here. So I'll grant a few potions. And then by dumping potions in, you'll see the fish pond populate with fish. So we have 3 now. Now we have 5. Now we have 6. And you see them appearing. They're swimming around. And now that we have 6 fish, we can go fish them out by battling against them. So I'm going to put a whole bunch of characters into a party, and we're going to go to our fishing pond. And now we get into this fight, and you are fighting the 6 fish. This doesn't fully work yet, and they're not supposed to look like they're just hovering over land. So there are a lot of little weird things we got to fix, but those should be a lot easier, I think, to fix. I think we've gotten through the bulk of the difficult stuff. I think the last remaining difficult thing with all of this is refactoring these classes so that fishing code doesn't show up where it doesn't belong. Anyway, every time you kill one of these fish, you're going to get some number of scales. And the scales are how you'll upgrade your characters. So right now they have a fortitude stat. That's how you're going to upgrade that fortitude stat. So imagine there being like a plus button next to this or something, and it costs some number of scales. But yeah, for 2 days of working on the fishing feature, I'd say this is pretty good progress. Like starting to see it come together. The next major thing after getting battles to work end to end is getting there to be a perks thing for this. So we're going to do something like this UI, and you'll see something here like more fish and more value out of the scales and whatever. I don't know, some perks. We should definitely plan the perks before we do that in case they're not very compelling. I wrote more maximum fish, natural respawn, extract more eggs from each potion. I think even if we just have more maximum fish, that is worthwhile to have. Yeah, I'm going to write that down in case I forget that. Even if we only have this one perk, I think it's still a good idea to have fishing pond perks. The snack that fights back. Yeah, man. All right, well, I'm hoping to work on a couple different things tomorrow. And before I forget, let me remove that obnoxious stuff that's happening here. There. Tomorrow it's gonna be off stream, by the way. I'm not gonna be streaming for that time, but I want to make a small video on a Godot lesson and just kind of see how it does. We have a tooltip on parent class. So it's this that you see. When you hover over something, it shows summon garbage slime. This node, the sign, just has a tooltip on parent on it. And it knows how to position this thing and whatever. Anyway, there's a whole bunch of stuff. And I wanted to show how did I do this and like how would you do this if you wanted to, and just see how that kind of video does. See if it increases the wish list for Skeleseller. And then the other thing I want to do is refactor some of the code that I wrote. I might also make a little bit of progress on it so that possibly the next time you see the stream, more of these things are filled in. This one is done. This is done. Yeah, kind of. And then we have some other little things to finish. I might just do that stuff tomorrow. But on Wednesday, I think we're going to tackle all the remaining fishing work. And I think we can probably get it done. The thing that I think we won't get done is like proper UI. We might just like copy paste this stuff and put it somewhere else instead of making like proper tabs yet. I'm not sure. Stream 10 hours of fish battle. You know, glancing at this, I think that if it looks like battling, and it currently does, that it's going to be a little less interesting. I think maybe once it's all water over here, it might look better. Anyway. You know what? We don't even need the fishing rods. We could just have them like you're pulling them up out of the water, that sort of thing. Well, that doesn't really make sense. We don't even need fishing rods necessarily. You could just be pulling these out of the water. We could even hide the life bars, but I'm not sure about that. Maybe just making them thinner or something. Let's go find someone to raid. I've been streaming for a while now. All right. I haven't raided Sam Griffin in a while. Let's go raid Sam Griffin. Okay, I'm gonna breathe. If you haven't wishlisted the game, please do. It really helps. We are up to like 1,230 something or 1,240. That number needs to get to like thousands and thousands and thousands. So every little click helps, for sure. Yeah, it was a good stream. I think it was just a little more difficult than it should have been. I'll be back on Wednesday. Thank you all for watching. Let's go say hi to Chris. I don't even know where my thing is that switches it. There we go. Yeah. All right. See you all. Take care.